Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Book 5 Chapter 241. Xie Lian held on to him, asking in surprise, San Lang, "What's wrong with you?" Hua Chang remained calm. "It's nothing. Just a little overexertion, that's all." Upon hearing this, Xie Lian immediately became flustered. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? How can you say it's nothing like this?" Spiritual power. This is spiritual power we're talking about. Hua Chang had always transmitted spiritual power to Xie Lian as if it were limitless, never depleting, always with a smiling squint in his eyes, as if feeling no burden at all. But this was his own spiritual power, not sand from the vast ocean. How could it be inexhaustible and never-ending? This matter, in essence, could not be blamed on Hua Chang for not speaking up sooner. It could only be blamed on Xie Lian himself for not having thought of it earlier. Xie Lian, filled with both regret and anxiety, said, "I'll return it to you." He cupped Hua Chang's face and kissed him. Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who had just been about to approach, saw this scene and instantly retreated several zhang away, leaving the two of them to their own devices. The cursed shackles had been removed, and he desperately poured all the usable spiritual power he had left into Hua Chang, thinking it would quickly help him recover. However, after kissing him for a while, when he let go and looked again, Hua Chang's silver sleeves and wrist armor were still transparent, even fading. Xie Lian stared blankly for a moment, fear gripping his heart. "Munsi." Anxiously, he reached to cup Hua Chang's face and kiss him again, but Hua Chang was quick-handed and quick-eyed, instead cupping his face and kissing him, saying, "Although Gij being so proactive, I like it very much, but perhaps there's no need to transmit spiritual power to me. However, if Gij isn't lending spiritual power, and merely wishes to kiss me, I wouldn't mind at all. The more the merrier. You're absolutely welcome." Xie Lian held him tightly, so anxious he was on the verge of collapsing. "What is going on?" Hua Chang said, "Just a little rest is all I need, Gij. There's no need to be afraid." Xie Lian clutched his head, saying, "How can I not be afraid? I'm going mad." With Hua Chang's personality, if it weren't an extremely serious problem, so serious that he couldn't conceal it, would he ever let Xie Lian see him in such a state? Spiritual power so immense that it caused both cursed shackles to explode. Just how much spiritual power was that, in the end? To say it was vast as rivers and seas would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. How could he himself not be affected at all? It had been so difficult, so incredibly difficult, to finally settle all these chaotic matters. He had explained everything to Feng Xian and Mu Qing. The cursed shackles that had bound him for over 800 years had finally been removed. And all the things he hadn't wanted to discuss frankly with Hua Chang had now been openly shared between them. But when he had turned running back with a smiling face, only to be met by his Hua Chang in such a state, how could he not be afraid? He was terrified to the point of madness. Feng Xian and Mu Qing sensed that something was amiss. From a distance, Feng Xian called out, "Your Highness? What's wrong?" They rushed a few steps closer from the other side, but for some reason they paused halfway, deciding it was best not to approach rashly. At this moment, Xie Lian was completely oblivious to anyone else. He held on to Hua Chang, his heart seeming to stop, and said, terrified, "What do we do now?" Hua Chang sighed softly, extended both arms, and for the second time, pulled him into an embrace, saying, "Your Highness, I always watch over you." This was the second time he had spoken those words, and they were even gentler than before. Xie Lian clutched the red robes at Hua Chang's chest, saying in a daze, I know. But what are we finally supposed to do now?" Hua Chang's slender fingers gently stroked Xie Lian's disheveled hair, saying, "Your Highness, do you know why I refused to leave this world?" Xie Lian couldn't understand why Hua Chang remained so calm. Even now he was so anxious that his entire body trembled. But amidst his panic and fear, he still managed to ask, a little bewildered, "Why?" Hua Chang said in a low voice, "Because I have a beloved who is still in this world." Upon hearing this sentence, Xie Lian was a little stunned. Seemed he had heard these words somewhere. Hua Chang continued, saying, "The one in M. Y heart is an exquisitely noble and immensely courageous lord. He saved my life. I have admired him since I was very young. But I wished even more to catch up to him, to become a better and stronger person for his sake. Although, perhaps he doesn't remember me much, we haven't even exchanged more than a few words with each other. I want to protect him." He gazed fixedly at Xie Lian, saying, if your dream is to save all living beings, then my dream in turn has only one sole person, you. Xie Lian recalled and asked in a trembling voice, but, in that case you will not find peace? Hua Cheng replied, I am willing to eternally be without repose. In an instant, Xie Lian's breathing utterly stopped at that moment, as if he could hear two voices, one asking, one answering. If the one you love knows that you cannot find peace for their sake, I'm afraid they would be distressed and feel guilty. Then I simply won't let him know why I do not depart, and that will be enough. After seeing much, they will eventually know. Then I simply won't let him discover I am protecting him, and that will be enough. That wispy ghost flame. That tiny, frail wispy ghost flame within the flower lantern, which he had bought with a few coins in the middle of the night. That wispy ghost flame that wanted to pull him from the chaotic grave on that cold winter night. That wispy ghost flame that stood before Bai Wu Xiang, blocking him, not letting him approach danger. That wispy ghost flame that had screamed tragically on his behalf at the moment of myriad swords piercing the heart. Hua Cheng said dispassionately, Your Highness, I understand everything about you clearly. Your courage, your despair, your kindness, your anguish, your resentment, your hatred, your intelligence, your foolishness. If it were possible, I would be willing for you to make me your stepping stone, a bridge to cross the river then demolish, a skeleton for you to trample upon to advance forward, a sinner to bear the punishment of myriad heavenly blades and 10,000 torments. But I know you would not do so. As he spoke, one side of his red robes like a shadow gradually dimmed. Xie Lian's hands tremblingly held onto him. Perhaps even if he stopped infusing him with spiritual power, he still could not prevent Hua Cheng's figure from slowly fading. His eyes both became indistinct. He spoke incoherently, stammering out, All right, you don't need to speak anymore, I understand now. But don't be like this, San Lang. I haven't returned the spiritual power I borrowed from you yet. Furthermore, I actually haven't finished saying the words from earlier. There are still so many more. It's been many years since anyone listened to me speak. You'll stay here, won't you? You truly don't wish this. I cannot bear it, San Lang. I truly cannot bear it. Twice, it's already been twice. I don't want there to be a third time. Hua Cheng had already disappeared from this world for him twice. Hua Cheng spoke again to Dai F. Or your sake is my highest and most supreme glory. This one sentence, like a fatal blow, finally made Xie Lian's tears overflow, brimming past his lashes. He was as if grasping at a final lifesaver, saying, You said you wouldn't leave. Hua Cheng spoke again, Is there any banquet in this world that does not end? Xie Lian buried his head deeply, his chest and throat aching, unable to utter a sound. Immediately after that, he then heard Hua Cheng speak from above him, But I will never abandon you and leave you. Hearing that, Xie Lian suddenly looked up. Hua Cheng said to him, I will return. Your Highness, trust me. Although his voice was resolute, his pale face also began to lose color, becoming transparent. Xie Lian reached out a hand wanting to touch that face, but his fingertips passed through. He was startled and looked up again. Hua Cheng's gaze was tender and fervent, his remaining eye filled with longing love, silently gazing at him, as if speaking, yet no sound came out. Xie Lian did not give up hope, extending both hands to embrace him, wanting to hear more clearly. But before he could exert force, the person he embraced, who was also embracing him, then vanished. Before him, Hua Cheng in an instant shattered into thousands of silver butterflies, transforming into a gust of spiritual wind that could neither be grasped nor retained. Xie Lian's two hands embraced the empty space, maintaining this embracing posture, still unmoving. Unsure if it was because he didn't reacted in time or was unable to move, he sat slumped amidst myriad glistening butterflies like an illusion, his eyes wide. Feng Xian and Mu Qing below, never in a million years imagining they would encounter this scene, their faces deathly pale, rushed forward and said, Your Highness. Feng Xian rushed up first, saying, Why is it suddenly like this? Wasn't he fine just a moment ago? Is it because of the cursed shackles? Mu Qing limped a couple of steps, unable to move freely, and raised his head towards the silver butterflies, shouting, Crimson rain sought flower. Don't you dare joke. If you're not dead, hurry and come out here. Those silver butterflies naturally did not answer him, instead, in chaotic flocks, flapped their wings and flew towards the sky. Feng Xian reached out to help Xie Lian, but Xie Lian remained sitting on the ground unmoving. Feng Xian also didn't know what to do now, saying, "Is there anything we can do to help? Do you need spiritual power? Can he be saved? What exactly should we do now?" Mu Qing had also realized what had happened and said, "Forget it. Shut up. There's nothing to be done." Translucent light blazed gloriously across the sky, glistening butterfly wings, just like the first time they met again after 800 years. A frail silver butterfly flew across, gently touching the back of his hand, his two cheeks and the middle of his forehead, lingering ceaselessly, as if wanting to speak, yet speechless. Xie Lian dazedly reached out a hand to let it land on his hand. That silver butterfly seemed ceaselessly overjoyed, flapping its butterfly wings, and indeed stopped for him. But it wasn't too long. Just a moment later, it also dispersed with the wind. However, where it had stopped on Xie Lian's third finger, that red thread remained as brilliant and vivid as before. What happened after that? "It's finished. It's finished. It's finished." Bui Ming finally could not hold back. "Surely not. How can it end there? Even an outsider like me can see that it's not finished yet." Mu Qing placed a thick stack of account books on the table and said indifferently, "I concede that it is exactly so. It ends there. I will recalculate it right here," hoping General Bui will listen carefully, deducting 8,880,000 merits, along with 6,660,000 merits, adding 1,720,000 merits, and then deducting. Feng Xian said, "All right, no need anymore, forget it. This number is not calculated incorrectly, but it is certainly missing quite a bit. No, this fundamentally doesn't match." Mu Qing said, "This is not my problem in any case. I have calculated it incorrectly. Perhaps you all should go find someone else to calculate it. If I had known earlier, I would not have interfered in other people's affairs." After Xianjing was destroyed, the scattered heavenly officials were divided and torn apart, shattered and dispersed, and with great difficulty finally reunited, dragging themselves to the deserted territory on the peak of Mount Taizong, establishing a temporary upper heaven court. Currently, the heavenly officials are negotiating the reconstruction and renovation of the new Xianjing with soaring ambition. But that was not the worst misfortune. That fire not only burned down all the golden palaces and jade halls of extraordinary splendor belonging to the heavenly officials, making them now only able to huddle on this desolate mountain to hold discussions, only able to rest in small temporary tents, but also burned down all the account books. Most of the records vanished. They had been calculating repeatedly for many days, yet even now, not a single thorough account book was clear. One of Bui Ming's arms was bandaged and hung around his neck. His other hand stroked his chin, saying, "I wonder if I am mistaken, but has Xianzhan's tone recently become increasingly peculiar?" Feng Xian said, "Isn't he always that peculiar? He's just lazy now, so his true nature is revealed, that's all." Mu Qing cast a glance, and everyone else pointed at him. "Peculiar." Mu Qing turned around and left. Quan Yizhen's entire body was wrapped in bandages, bundled into a human-shaped zongzi, only revealing a few messy curly hairs, and said in a muffled tone, "Now what should we finally do? Who will calculate this?" Everyone looked at each other, all coughed and quietly retreated backwards, as no one wanted to bear this unlucky and laborious task. Seeing T.S. Bui Ming sighed, saying, "If Ling Wen were still here, it would be great." No matter what, that lady never grumbled about work. All these jumbled things were engraved in her mind. Even if Ling Wen Palace was burned down, she would not be afraid. Within one day, she would certainly deliver the results. After a period of stalemate on this mountain, everyone's hearts had long harbored such thoughts, only they dared not speak them. Seeing someone take the lead, all echoed, "Indeed. From now on, I will never again curse Ling Wen Palace for its low work efficiency. I stopped cursing long ago." Just at this moment, someone outside reported, "Everyone, Lord Yu Sure has arrived." Hearing this, all the heavenly officials wore joyful expressions and proactively went out to welcome her. Only Bui Ming's expression was subtle, seeming to hesitate for a moment, about to not go. At this moment, another voice rang out, "Crown Prince, Your Highness, you've also arrived." Book 5 Chapter 242. In an instant, the expressions on the faces of all the heavenly officials became even more subtle than Bui Ming's. A white-clad Taoist priest walked over, his expression calm, his demeanor relaxed and gentle. It was Xie Lian. Everyone called out towards him, "Crown Prince, Your Highness! Your Highness!" Their expressions and words were extremely reserved and polite. Xie Lian also politely greeted everyone, and then went out to welcome another person, saying, "Lord Yu Sure." Yu Sure led the lark. Head of the black ox, her Dharma protector mount, walked to the front of the temporary tent, and slightly nodded in this direction. On Hakungu's body, he still carried a huge chest of local products specially brought. Some people said eating it could nourish the Dharma protectors extremely effectively. Upon hearing this, one group of divine officials excitedly went over to divide it, while another group did not move at all. Xie Lian had not yet moved, Yu Sure said. "I have brought something else for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Xie Lian smiled and said, "Oh, then truly thank you. What is it?" Yu Sure took out from her sleeve a piece of white fabric wrapping something. As soon as it was opened, Xie Lian's eyes shone brightly, and he said, "Many thanks, Lord Yu Sure. I have been searching for this everywhere." Feng Xian glanced over and said, "Rare silkworm silk. This is truly great. Your plaything can finally be repaired." Xie Lian rummaged in his sleeve, pulled out 2 severed pieces of white silk, and happily said, "That's right, I finally found the material to repair Rui. I must go fix it." Feng Xian, however, pulled him back and said, "You fix it? Forget it, what could you possibly fix? Let someone else help you." He then turned his head back and called out, "Mu Qing, come do some work." Mu Qing slowly walked over and coldly said, "What? What do you mean? You want me to fix it?" Feng Xian said, "Isn't this your special skill and ultimate technique?" Mu Qing snorted and said, "Why? Oh, you all certainly know how to put people to use, don't you, to even make me a servant and order me around. For all I know, tomorrow you'll even tell me to sweep the floor." Xie Lian laughed heartily and said, "Let it be, let it be. I'll do it myself." Mu Qing, however, took the white silk from his hand, turned around disdainfully, and left to sew. Afterwards, Pei Ming also came to greet them, intending to pat Hakungu, but was bitten once by Hakungu's big mouth, almost severing a finger. He was made to lose face and quickly left. Yu Sure said, "Is General Pei's arm not yet healed?" Xie Lian said, "Probably not yet." Before that, he and Rongguang had already made it clear that to use the Mingguang sword, besides having to apologize to him, he also wanted him to use an arm in return. Although Rongguang's resentment had finally dissipated, leaving some semblance of dignity by not demanding his arm, he was still not lightly injured. Yu Sure said, "So that's how it is, no wonder General Pei's expression was so strange." Xie Lian, however, secretly thought, his strange expression is not because of this. In truth, when Pei Ming was at Mount Tonglu and during the Great Fire in Xianjing, he was saved by Yu Sure, so it weighed heavily on his mind. He claimed to be such a grand man, standing firm between heaven and earth, truly could not bear to completely lose face in front of a woman, and especially a woman who bore an ancient grudge. Compared to Yu Sure, Xianjie's actions were even easier for him to accept. In short, he was restless and uneasy whenever he met Yu Sure. His mood would become unstable, which was why he wore such a strange expression. However, Yu Sure completely did not understand why his mood was unstable, always politely smiled in response. The two fundamentally did not understand each other, truly comically incomprehensible. Yu Sure said, "Oh right, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, how is Xianji doing?" Xie Lian said, "Xianji is imprisoned at the foot of the mountain, why don't you go take a look?" After the great battle, all the demons, monsters, and ghosts who had escaped their previous suppression were temporarily apprehended in a makeshift dungeon built beneath Mount Taicang. Xie Lian led the way. Before they even reached the dungeon, from afar they already heard a barrage of furious curses. Pei Su and Ban Yu sat at the entrance, both their faces expressionless. Currently, manpower was extremely scarce and insufficient, so they sent the two of them here to help the heavenly court guard the dungeon. In Kumo's prison cell, meeting his enemies naturally made his eyes red with rage. He cursed and swore at the two of them incessantly all day, while the two of them pretended not to understand, sitting still like wooden blocks. Seeing the two of them enter, they both stood up and said, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Lord Yu Sure." Yu Sure gave them a box of local products. Xie Lian said, "You two have endured hardships. Lord Yu Sure wishes to me. Tixianji." Pei Su, however, hesitated a moment and said, Xianji. Xie Lian felt something was amiss. What's wrong? The two of them walked into the prison cell, found the place where Xianji was imprisoned, and both were stunned. They only saw that the cell was empty, only a set of tattered clothes remained. Pei Su said, Xianji last night has dissipated. Xianji's resentment had unexpectedly dissipated. Truly unimaginable. Not long before that, this woman's obsession was still so deep. Even in death, she clung to Pei Ming, refusing to let go. Xie Lian said perhaps she has finally come to terms with it. Having come to terms with how, over the past several hundred years, she had transformed from a talented and strong noble daughter of a martial general into a crazy, resentful woman, despised by others. What she had lost, what she had gained, she would probably feel extremely ashamed, shocked even by the thought of it. She wholeheartedly yearned for the man who had abandoned her to be moved or threatened by her and change his mind, only to suddenly realize that from the very beginning, it was fundamentally irreversible, and finally she came to terms with it. However, her feelings when thinking of Pei Ming could not be at peace. It was her unwillingness that kept her lingering in this world. Now that she had come to terms with it, there was no need to continue lingering. Reflecting on it, she also found it tedious. Rainmaster sat in place, seemingly wanting to help her attain salvation. After all, besides her, this was the only remaining citizen of Rainmaster country in this world. Xie Lian found it inconvenient to disturb, and retreated outside. After leaving, he saw Pei Su and Banyu both gnawing on fruits grown by Rainmaster. Xie Lian also walked over and picked up a fruit, preparing to squat down and gnaw alongside them. Unexpectedly, he suddenly sensed something, and sharply turned his head to look back, only to see not far away, in the chest-high grass, something suddenly flashed. Xie Lian immediately threw the fruit, and clearly exclaimed, "Keep an eye on this spot." He hurriedly ran off. The thing in the grass sensed that it had been discovered by him, and fled even faster. Originally, Xie Lian only needed 8 steps to catch up, but after running 4 steps, he immediately realized who it was. The thought in his mind changed very quickly, and he slowed his footsteps. After waiting for that thing to run a distance, he suddenly rushed out from one side, blocking the other party's path, saying, "Lady Jianlan, are you planning to leave without saying goodbye?" The other party was indeed Jianlan, secretly holding the fetal spirit. Startled by Xie Lian's sudden appearance, "It's you." The pale white fetal spirit in her arms bared its fangs and glared, seemingly intending to attack. Jianlan pressed it down, saying, "You've come to stop me?" Xie Lian did not want to make her overly vigilant, saying, "You don't need to worry, I just want to give you something." After saying that, he produced 2 identical objects, saying, "Your son Tuatua's resentment is too strong. He needs to be restrained. Although it has now been purified internally, your cultivation is not equal to its. It's hard to guarantee that no accidents will occur. You need to use this to assist you." These were talismans he had personally crafted. Xie Lian even specifically demonstrated how to use them, ensuring there was nothing strange about them. Jianlan looked at them, and indeed, her vigilance dissipated somewhat. After all, these things were very useful. After hesitating for a moment, she took them, saying, "Thank you." Xie Lian said, "No need. Simply when using them, shout loudly 3 times, 'Please His Royal Highness the Crown Prince protect me,' and that will be sufficient. That way you can register your name in my temple." Jianlan walked a few steps, then paused, unable to help herself. She turned her head back and said, "You're not stopping me?" "Why?" Xie Lian had been waiting for her to turn back, and instead of answering, he asked in return, "Lady Jianlan, why must you leave?" Feng Xian said he would take care of you, he will keep his promise. Jianlan's expression changed slightly. Finally, she sighed, saying, "I know he would be like that, but perhaps it should just end. I also don't want to continue with him anymore." Xie Lian was stunned, saying, "You now no longer like him at all?" Jianlan was probably tired from running, and sat down by the roads. "I'd saying whether I like him or not no longer matters. I also don't want to force him to carry us by his side." Xie Lian came and sat down beside her, thought for a moment, saying, "Feng Xian must truly like you very much. Back then, he was so bruised and battered, yet he still refused to let go of you." Hearing that, Jianlan seemed to recall things from a long time ago, and laughed, saying, "As soon as you said that, I remembered. He was foolish and muddled back then. He searched for a very long time before gathering a small amount of money, and with the money he collected, he bought me for the whole night. but then turned his chair to sit opposite me all night, doing nothing at all, just chatting with me. Everyone at that time ridiculed him, laughing themselves to death. Xie Lian also smiled, saying, "You see, I told you he liked you very much." Xie Lian, however, withdrew her smile, saying, "What you're saying is all about the past. Having liked someone once does not mean one will like them forever. To be pitied and then despised by someone, I will not do that." Ta Lin said, "Why would he despise you all? Don't you even know who Fong Tin is?" Xie Lian said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has never tasted the smoke and fire of the mortal realm, naturally feeling it truly simple. Now outwardly he want either. But after a period of time it can no longer be said for certain. If I wanted to find him, I would have gone to find him long ago. Nam Duong Dien is not an uncommon sight for a period, it was everywhere, but I don't want to. He ascended, is capable, is glorious. We have now become ghosts, why would I look for him? A divine official bringing along 2 ghosts. Isn't this making things difficult for him? At the time I was most radiant, I kicked him once. I felt that was good, defiantly proud. That way in his heart I will always be that image, and not as I am now, covered in too much makeup, and with wrinkles at the corners of my eyes." She lightly touched her face, saying, "If he truly accepts us, every day turning to look at this face of mine, Thak still looking like this, him being burdened by us, he will only grow more tired, more disgusted each day, until one day it will turn into loathing. What's the point? Wouldn't that be too sorrowful?" As they spoke, the fetus spirit kept on using its wet tongue to lick her face, possessing a stubborn, nauseating yet strangely adorable quality. But in the eyes of ordinary people, perhaps there was only nausea it would be impossible to accept. Xie Lian also stroked her child's bald head, saying, "Anyway, having Thak is enough for me. Who in their youth didn't make promises and vows, didn't swear by mountains and seas? At every turn they would speak of love, of affection, of forever. However, the longer I endured in this mortal world, the clearer I understood that the thing called forever is impossible, utterly impossible. To have had even a little bit is already good enough. No one can do it." "Don't believe," she resignedly said, "Fong Tin is a good person. It's truly been too long. Nothing is like before, it's still better to forget." Ta Lin silently listened, saying nothing, but in his heart, he still thought it's not like that. Within him, a voice spoke, "Forever exists. There are those who can truly achieve it. I believe." Xie Lian nonetheless carried Thak away. Ta Lin returned to where Vu Su was conducting rites of salvation for Tuen Ko, then returned to Tai Thuong Peak, intending to tell Fong Tin about Xie Lian's departure, but did not see him. While searching among the chaotic crowd, he suddenly heard someone shout, "Tai Hoa! What perfect timing! Are you free? Help us with the calculations." Over there, they were still going everywhere, grabbing people to calculate the ledgers. Lang Tian Thursday couldn't evade quickly enough from afar. He said, "Don't bring them over here. I have something to do, find someone else." Ta Lin sighed, secretly thinking, perhaps I should try to calculate it. Unexpectedly, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly heard a voice behind him, "Master, state. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." As Ta Lin turned his head, he saw Lang Tian Thursday standing behind him. He scratched his cheek, saying, "Could we talk for a moment?" Ta Lin said, "Very well." Therefore, he and Lang Tian Thursday went together to a large, simple tent outside the palace. As they walked, Ta Lin asked, "How is Cockatoo? Is he well?" Lang Tian Thursday bitterly smiled, and he said, "I don't even know if that counts as well. This child keeps asking me for his father all day, exceedingly pitiful. I could only gather a small portion of Tan Kui Tik Dung's remaining spirit and place it inside the lamp. Now every day he just clutches that lamp and runs back and forth before me, asking me what to do to make the spirit in the lamp grow. I truly..." Looking at his distressed expression, this plight was also understandable. Ta Lin truly could not comprehend how he, a man whose whole family had been slain by Tik Dung, would still undertake such a task. Ta Lin unconsciously wished to pat his shoulder, but reflecting on what he had done in Vinan, he nonetheless refrained, and said in a warm voice, "You've endured much hardship. So what did you seek me for today?" Hesitating for a moment, Lang Tian Thursday reached into his robes, took out an object, held it out to him, and said this. As soon as he saw that object, Ta Lin's breath gently caught. That was a rounded, crimson, shimmering coral bead, with light flowing within it. he said with a trembling voice. This is? Lang Tian Thursday said this coral bead is the secret which the founding ancestors of Vin and left behind in the treasury. Hearing that, Ta Lin only then had time to react. This was not the bead that Hoa Tan fastened to the end of his braid, but the original bead he gave to Lang On. It was not Hua Cheng. In his heart he felt a touch of loss, but still accepted that bead. This moment, Lang Qianqiu said, my ancestor once mentioned that the person who gave him this red coral bead was his benefactor, someone who had helped him. They were a very good person. Lang Qianqiu then said, but he had to do one thing that caused that person to lose everything. My ancestor said he did not regret creating that incident. He could not do it. Yet, thinking back, he still felt a little bit sorry towards that person. Xie Lian asked, what happened then? Lang Qianqiu said, afterwards that day in Xianjing, I meticulously examined the bead on Blood Rain Seeking Flower's ponytail. The more I looked, the more it resembled the one my father King left for me. Then, I heard General Xianzhan and the others say that, properly speaking, this bead originally belonged to you. Therefore I wanted to come and ask, is this item yours? A moment later, Xie Lian slowly nodded, saying, it is mine. It is the bead my imperial father and mother empress gifted to me when I was still a child. Lang Qianqiu scratched his hair, saying, then, I shall return it to you. He was unsure how to address Xie Lian. After returning the bead, he hesitated for a moment, then quietly left. Xie Lian remained standing in place, his palm tightly clutching this red coral bead. More than 800 years had passed. Circling back around, this red coral earring had once again returned to his hand. If it was his, then it would eventually be his again. It was just that another coral bead should have originally been here at this moment. It could have originally formed a pair. Precisely at this moment, from the foot of the mountain came Feng Xin's joyful voice, Your Highness. Everyone, come here quickly. Volume 5 Chapter 243. Xie Lian put away the bead and looked downwards. Several god officials also stepped out from the large, simple tent within the palace hall, asking what's wrong General Nanyang? They only heard Feng Xian say, look what I've caught. He had just encountered her in the mountains and hurriedly ran up here, his hand clutching a person in black robes. The god officials were shocked. Ling Wan. The one Feng Xian held in his hand was indeed Ling Wan. Feng Xian said to Xie Lian, just as you predicted, older brother, Ling Wan truly is holding the brocade immortal. After the curse shackles were removed, Xie Lian's magic power suddenly surged to a level where he could contend with Jun Wu. Naturally, the brocade immortal could no longer harm him either. Ling Wan had been transformed into a roly-poly doll by Hua Cheng, and became lost amidst the battle. After a period of time, the magic power on her body automatically dissipated, and no trace of her was seen. But Xie Lian thought that she would more than likely come to retrieve the brocade immortal. Therefore, he took off that set of clothing and asked Ghost City to spread rumors. As expected, Ling Wan took the bait. Ling Wan was an escaped prisoner, although she was now being brought into T. He deliberation hall. She still showed no sign of confusion. Just as Pei Ming stepped forward, he seized her shoulder, forcing her to sit down before a table. He said in a deep voice, we've finally found you. Ling Wan, you will have to pay a truly steep price. More than 10 god officials also rushed over to surround her, each with eyes like wolves or tigers, their expressions like those of famished beasts, some even ferocious. Only then did Ling Wan sense something amiss. What do you all intend to do? A loud thump echoed as a stack of official documents and ledgers, as tall as a person, was thrown down before her, causing even the table and chairs to shake upon impact. Pei Ming slapped his palm down on the stack of files with a bang, saying, these things you shall deal with. Lin Van seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, yet still felt a certain word difficult to utter. Unbeknownst to her, before her breath could fully loosen, she heard thump, 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 thump. After about 17 or 18 explosions, more than 17 stacks of official documents, each taller than a human's head, were leisurely tossed down, layer upon layer, engulfing her within. 17 or 18 divine officials, from the gaps in the veritable forest of files, clamored noisily to her, we have waited for you for many days. Hurry and come help calculate the accounts. You also handle these things at once. Remember to meticulously supplement any missing parts. Within at least 1 hour, you must deliver to us the files, already tidied up and perfectly in order. Lin Van. One day and one night later, Lin Van, who had been taken into the Palace of Deliberation, was finally released. The chaotic piles of files, after a day and a night of valiant battle, were all completely processed and neatly categorized. The divine officials joyfully and excitedly came to retrieve their palace's files, while Lin Van's face had turned pale. The dark circles under her eyes, which had disappeared, now reappeared. On the other side, everyone had finished reviewing, all extremely joyful. Pei Ming said, indeed, it is still Jie Qing who calculates efficiently. This is truly what should be done. Absolutely right. Many thanks, Lord Lin Van. Lin Van, as a prisoner, stood amidst the encirclement of a group of divine officials, chuckling, saying, I dare not accept. I dare not accept. Seeing this, several piles of files that hadn't been pushed in yesterday today within the palace as before, a group of restless divine officials also couldn't sit still, surrounding her and saying this. Actually, I also just happened to have a few bundles yesterday that I forgot to give you to help check if they balance. Lin Van. Xie Lian squatted outside the Palace of Deliberation, temporarily eating steamed buns. After eating, he clapped his hands, finally rescuing Lin Van from the arduous encirclement. All of you, let's do it this way. First let Lin Van catch her breath already. Before, when he spoke, surely no one would respond, but today it was no longer like before. Those few people all said Crown Prince Highness is very right. Not daring to elaborate, Lin Van sat on the chair, closing his eyes and supporting his forehead. He waited until all divine officials had left. When the Palace of Deliberation was completely empty, with no one left, he then said to Xie Lian, congratulations, Crown Prince Highness, your entire spiritual power has returned to its former position. Upright yet skilled in schemes, truly unexpected. Now even ghosts are your believers, obeying your command. Xie Lian said, those are not my believers, they are my friends from Ghost City. I merely asked for their assistance. Lin Van nodded, his expression as if he understood clearly. A moment later, Xie Lian said, Lin Van, I have a question I want to ask you. Lin Van said, Crown Prince Highness, please go ahead and ask. Xie Lian said, Sanlang, I mean Ghost City Lord Huacheng, he once wore this brocade immortal robe of yours, but the brocade immortal robe had no effect on him. Do you know why this is? Lin Van said, so it's this question. I thought Crown Prince Highness you had already known for a long time? Xie Lian started, saying, please listen attentively. Lin Van adjusted his lapel, sat upright and said, Crown Prince Highness, have you heard the story of the brocade immortal robe yet? Xie Lian said, I have heard. It was made by you. Lin Van said, one could say so. Although I never thought that the resentful energy condensed on this garment would turn it into such a demonic item. It is indeed true. I killed Bai Jin to accelerate the process of annihilating the Tula kingdom. Xie Lian listened attentively. Lin Van continued, this garment has wandered in the human realm, passing through the hands of countless people. Countless people after acquiring it immediately used it to kill others, harm others, deceive others. Although doing so might dispel its resentful energy, however, Bai Jin was not such a person. He did not like to be exploited by these people, feeling extreme disgust. Therefore, when he encounters someone wearing clothes similar to his and someone who specifically bestowed this garment, it will not provoke resentful energy, but on the contrary, he will be very pleased. Xie Lian said, how are similar and specifically bestowed differentiated? Lin Van said, you gave Cam Ytn for Huyet Vu Tam Hoa to wear. But you towards Huyet Vu Tam Hoa harbored not the slightest ill will or intention to harm anyone, trusting him wholeheartedly, and Huyet Vu Tam Hoa, towards you, was also the same. No, it must be said even deeper. Huyet Vu Tam Hoa truly made Bok Cam feel a sense of empathy, meaning that even if he did not wear the Cam Ytn, whatever you asked him to do for you, he would not hesitate even for a moment to do it for you, even to die for you. Lin Van said, that was also the reason why. Back then, I could guess that the young man beside you was Huyet Vu Tam Hoa transformed. Although I do not fully understand your affairs, I cannot think of a second person who could do such a thing. Ta Lin said, why? Lin Van pointed a finger out and said, Tai Tu Dien Ha, what is that thing you wear around your neck? Ta Lin was stunned. His hand unconsciously reached up to caress it. Lin Van said, I have seen something similar before. It is the greatest gamble of a ghost king, giving their own ashes to their beloved. The records that passed through Lin Van Palace were innumerable, so having seen it before was not strange. In fact, Talin had also guessed it. But when he heard Lin Van speak, he still clutched the sparkling, transparent ring tightly. Lin Van said this is a rare and seldom seen item, but because it is too beautiful and moreover, often exceedingly tragic, therefore, it leaves a relatively deeper impression. Talin said, why do you say it's often exceedingly tragic? Lin Van said to have one's mind enchanted by love, and hand over the very thing that holds one's life into another's grasp, will lead to many heartbreaking and terrifying stories. Sincerity and such are all trampled upon by others. These tokens made from ashes, whether stolen by outsiders or shattered by their owner, fundamentally never have a good ending. However, Tai Tu Dain Ha, you are an exception. You preserve it extremely well, almost very carefully. After a moment of silence, Talin said, you mentioned similar empathy. So, General Bakham is also such a person? Lin Van smiled and said, otherwise, why would I have been able to deceive him? Talin said, it cannot be considered a deception. Do you not think that even if I had not spread the news, you still would have come to retrieve it yourself? Lin Van said it was just a self-defense weapon. Talin said, if it were merely a self-defense weapon as you claim, you would not have taken such a great risk back then to secretly steal it, and after failing even led it to Mount Tonglu. Lin Van did not mind at all, and said there were other ways besides going to Mount Tonglu, but because it had already been exposed, and I was caught red-handed by you, Tai Tu Dain Ha. Talin said, actually, if you wanted to find excuses to conceal it, it could still be resolved. For instance, bribery and corruption, no matter how many ranks you were demoted, how much merit was deducted, you would not become a fugitive. The main reason is, you wanted to help General Bakham become a Jew to awaken him, isn't that right? Lin Van gave a faint smile and said, Tai Tu Dain Ha, you speak as if I would do anything for him. After all, I am someone who doesn't even acknowledge my own kin. How could I do such a thing? Is that so? It is so. Talian at Huangji Guan on the desolate, dilapidated Taizi Peak, swept and cleaned thoroughly, then hastily erected a small room to serve as a temporary dwelling. Not far from this place when he had work, he would go to the deliberation palace to assist a little when there was no work. He would quietly wait alone. After 7 or 8 days, Mu Qing finally managed to repair Ruyi and brought it. As soon as Talian opened the door, he saw a pale white object pounce towards him, his eyes covered by a white expanse. He used his hand to pull the object down, and Ruyi began to twist and turn its slender silk body, as if performing for him to see its new beautiful form. Talian said, just finished being repaired, don't be so restless. Be careful not to get twisted and torn again. As soon as Mu Qing heard this, he had an opinion. How can that be? Is there anything I've compensated you with that has ever broken down? Talian said, that's true. He took hold of Ruyi, which was wrapped tightly like seaweed, and inspected it meticulously. Indeed, it was sewn exceedingly well, with almost no trace visible, and he praised your craftsmanship is still as excellent as ever. Mu Qing said, when you praise me for things like this, I'm not happy at all. This is just this one time, there won't be another instance of this. Talian secretly thought, you're clearly still quite pleased with yourself. Mu Qing said a few more words, then said, all right, I'm done with my work, I'm leaving now. Huinjin Palace is bustling with all sorts of matters. Talian said, you're leaving too? All right, how about this, I'll go over and assist. Tell me when you're leaving, and I'll see you. With Lingwen apprehended, the omissions were inventoried and supplemented, and a pile of chaotic ledgers were meticulously calculated and clarified. The divine officials immediately decided to begin the reconstruction of Xianjing. Thus, the deliberation palace on Taicang Peak could finally rest. Mu Qing waved his hand, neither refusing nor agreeing, walked a few steps, then stopped, turned his head and said, you still want to guard Taicang Mountain? Talian nodded, saying yes. Hesitating for a moment, Mu Qing said, how about you come with us then? Talian smiled and said, no, I have to wait for someone. Mu Qing said, you can also wait in the new Xianjing in Shangtianting. Talian shook his head, saying, I think when he returns, he might come to this place first, then we can meet immediately. If he doesn't return here, he might return to Tiandangguan in the Ghost Market. This place is not too far from the Ghost Market, much more convenient than the new Xianjing. Mu Qing, after speaking, seemed to choke for a moment, his gaze complex, said, "Do you truly believe he will return?" Xie Lian naturally said, "I believe so." People arrived like a rising tide, and withdrew like a tide. Tidesong Mountain once again resumed its desolate solitude. On Tidesong Mountain, vast stretches of maple forests, which had been mostly incinerated by a great fire until almost nothing remained, sprouted anew hundreds of thousands of years later. The canopies of the trees where Xie Lian had once trained hundreds of thousands of years ago were no more, but the scenery remained exactly as before. Xie Lian still often walked alone in the maple forest. The fierce fire-like red maples spread across the mountains and hills, making him feel as though he was held within a vast and warm embrace. He had lived alone for over 800 years. It had become a habit. When there was work, he would descend the mountain to answer prayers, collecting and then scavenging for scrap metal. When there was no work, he would plant all sorts of vegetables to cook his meals. Yet, strangely, such solitary days, which had clearly become a habit before, now became somewhat difficult, and Xie Lian had to take a very long time to adapt once more. If a person has always endured bitterness, they will form a habit with the bitter taste. But suddenly one day, someone gives him a little sweetness, making him remember what sweetness tastes like. If he has to continue enduring bitterness again, he will frown. Before, during times when Xie Lian was alone, desolate and bleak, he always still secretly longed for someone to come find him. Finding him to chat was good, finding him to ask for help was also good. At least there was still a bit of human warmth. But now he no longer liked it that way, because when hearing the sound of knocking on the door, his heart would suddenly be overjoyed, full of immense anticipation. He would hastily run to open the door, and whether inside or outside the door, it was never the person he was waiting for. Sometimes it was Feng Xian, sometimes it was Mu Qing, sometimes it was Shi Qingxian, sometimes it was the ghost from Ghost City coming to show respect to the elder. Everyone was good. It was just not the person he was waiting for. The first month, Xie Lian carried back several flower trees to plant in front of the door, intending for the scenery to become a little more beautiful, to cover up the simple, dilapidated room. He calculated, perhaps when Hua Cheng returned, they would bloom. The second month, Xie Lian tore down the entire house and rebuilt it, and weeds all over the mountain were also pulled clean. Otherwise, after Hua Cheng returned and saw this messy scene, he would certainly send people to help him tidy it up. The third month, the trees bloomed. Each red flower bloomed fully on the trees. Xie Lian stood under the tree canopy, looking up, both admiring the flowers alone and thinking to himself, "The flowers have bloomed. It is also time for you to return now." The fourth month, the entire mountain road was renovated once. That way, when Hua Cheng returned to find him, he could ascend the mountain a little faster. The fifth month, Feng Xian and Mu Qing came to find him again, asking if he wanted to first leave this place and go out for a bit. Xie Lian treated them all to a meal, and they ran away. The sixth month, the flower season had passed. Et waited and waited, waited and waited. Xie Lian was not anxious, not broken, nor did he cry sobbing tears and rose instead. He felt himself becoming calmer and calmer, more and more patient. Thinking for a moment, who had not experienced those long solitary years alone? Hua Cheng waited for him for over 800 years. What if he were to wait for Hua Cheng for 800 years in return? Even if it was 1,000 years, 10,000 years, he would still wait, still wait. What's more, only 1 year had passed. That day, Xie Lian, as usual, collected a large pile of scrap, filling up the ox cart and handcart he had recently assembled with money, and pulled them up the mountain. Traversing the maple forest in the middle of the night, having walked half the mountain path, Xie Lian inadvertently turned his head to look, seeing amidst the night's stillness, a few points of light gently ascending. He gazed pensively, realizing they were sky lanterns, and with a sudden enlightenment, murmured, "So today is the Lantern Festival." At this very moment, presumably the divine officials in the upper heaven court were once again holding a lantern competition at the Lantern Festival banquet. Xie Lian could not restrain himself from pulling the rope, halting in his tracks, gazing dazedly at those few tiny sky lanterns. He was suddenly reminded that he and Hua Cheng had also met on this very lantern festival. That year, a child, face smudged and covered in wounds, jostling in the surging throng on the city wall to look down below. Xie Lian, the 17-year-old crown prince of Xianlu, radiant from head to toe, had just looked up when he saw a figure falling from midair without a moment's hesitation. He leaped forth. The Shangyuan Festival, Xinwu Avenue. A fleeting glimpse of breathtaking beauty, ensnared for eternity. Xie Lian smiled, secretly musing, ultimately ensnared. It was not merely one person. Turning around, lowering his head, Xie Lian prepared to resume pulling the cart up the mountain. The pushcart was pulled along, creaking and groaning as it slowly traversed a section of the path, when suddenly, the way ahead seemed to be illuminated by something from afar. Xie Lian once again lifted his head, his eyes widening. The light he then perceived was lanterns. Like thousands upon thousands of merfolk crossing rivers and seas, countless sky lanterns were slowly, deliberately, ascending from the mountain peak. They sparkled brilliantly in the dark night, radiant to the point of blinding, like drifting souls, like the most exquisite dream, utterly magnificent, lighting up the way before him. Xie Lian had seen this sight before now, seeing it once more. His breath and heartbeat both stilled. With a gentle curve, the wheel turned slightly, and Xie Lian gazed at the crumbling shelter he had built. Someone was there. In the rickety little room, a tall, imposing figure clad in red stood, a gleaming silver scimitar on his back facing this way, and in his hand, he was still lifting the very last lantern, sending it gently off into the heavens. Xie Lian, still seated, suspected he was yet in a dream. Perhaps it was nothing more than an illusion. However, as the cart's wheel spun, approaching ever nearer, that person turned, and he could see him with increasing clarity. Before those 3,000 lanterns vanished into the deepening night, that individual turned his head to gaze at him, crimson robes richer than maple, skin like pristine snow, so peerlessly handsome one could not meet his gaze, still bearing that wild, intoxicating allure as before, unquenchable yet fiercely arrogant. Though one eye was concealed by black cloth, the other still blazed like a star, fixed, unwavering upon Xie Lian. Xie Lian tumbled down. Not a single word was uttered. Both advanced towards the other. One step, then another, their pace quickened into a run, and then they were upon each other. As he ran forward, his tears streamed backward, leaving traces upon the earth. Xie Lian mused inwardly. He believed this person who had died for him time and again, would also be reborn for him time and again. Even should he fall into the deepest hell, he would, for this very belief of his, tear hell asunder. In that moment they ran towards each other, a journey of 800 years. At this very moment they held each other close, if only for a fleeting moment. Volume 5, Chapter 244. The Inn. Congratulations, congratulations. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, congratulations. The newly rebuilt Puqi shrine was exceedingly bustling, people coming and going. Xie Lian walked back and forth between the long rows of tables, pouring one steaming hot bowl of soup after another. The broth was golden, the white rice fragrant. He busied himself going back and forth, and also had to receive newly arrived guests. In the midst of his busyness, he spared a moment to say, "Thank you, please be seated." During the conflict, Puqi shrine had unfortunately collapsed. Now it had been rebuilt. After its rebuilding, it was significantly grander than the small, ramshackle house it had been before, and even had a new courtyard. However, the shrine was not renovated by Xie Lian and Hua Cheng, but by the villagers of Puqi village. That day, after Xie Lian had fled for his life, they cleared the ruins and unexpectedly discovered a chest of gold. Of course, that was the pile of gold that Quan Yizhan had previously put, 1 ingot each day, into the merit box. These villagers had never seen so much gold and were almost scared out of their wits. After calming down, the village chief took a portion to build Puqi shrine. They dared not touch the remaining portion, putting it back in its original place, waiting for Xie Lian to return and give it back to him. Therefore, when Xie Lian brought Hua Cheng back, welcoming him, besides the enthusiastic villagers loudly calling out Deas, Hang and Xiao Hua, there was also a brand new Taoist shrine and a chest heavy with gold ingots. He intended to return that pile of gold to Quan Yizhan, but Quan Yizhan refused to accept it. It was not until Hua Cheng told him, "If you don't take the gold back, then don't even dream of learning the method to nourish a soul," that this boy honestly corrected his peculiar habit of repaying favors by stuffing gold ingots. After exchanging pleasantries, Mu Qing, leading the various divine officials, hesitantly strode into the backyard. Unexpectedly, upon looking up and clearly seeing the full view of the shrine, they were instantly rendered speechless. Blinding to the eyes. Utterly blinding. The divine statue was a garish intertwining mess of blue and red colors, chaotic to the extreme. Yet that was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying was that signboard. The writing, or rather, the scribbling in that signboard. What in the world was that? Those who came to see the new shrine should have offered congratulations. But with such utterly terrible taste, coupled with those desperately ugly dragon and phoenix-like brushstrokes on the signboard, it truly rendered people unable to open their mouths in praise, and the congratulatory words they had carefully prepared were all completely forgotten without a trace. But in reality, Xie Lian didn't care either. On the contrary, he felt it was quite good. At least it was no longer a room that could collapse at any moment. He called out once more, "Please be seated." Those divine officials apparently didn't really want to sit. They came, said a few perfunctory words as if just making a brief appearance, then hastily put down their gifts and left. Xie Lian asked Mu Qing, "Why are they leaving in such a hurry?" Mu Qing, "Does one even need to ask?" Xie Lian, "Yes, I do." Mu Qing angrily said, "Go ask your good San Lang yourself." It turned out that when Hua Chong had just returned, the first to know was Xie Lian, and next were the various officials in the heavenly capital and upper heaven. It wasn't just because not long before, they had held a lantern festival banquet, and during the lantern games, Hua Chong had emerged from who knows where, waved his hand, and released 3,000 ever-bright lanterns just like in the past. It was also because, starting from that very night, that bell kept ringing frantically without stopping, making its sound echo everywhere throughout the upper heaven, incessantly reminding everyone the nightmare of all divine officials has returned. With the nightmare right before their eyes, ordinary divine officials wouldn't be so complacent as to go looking for trouble. However, the level of embellishing rumors about Hua Chong and Xie Lian in the upper heaven had now completely ceased. After all, they still wanted to cultivate a relationship with Xie Lian so that later, if Hua Chong were to act, he would still show them some measure of deference. Xie Lian, after hearing, remembered the past incident where Hua Chong requested Shang Tianting to announce his great achievements for an entire year, and laughed, saying, "Stubborn." Mu Qing said, "Is this merely stubbornness? You tell him to tone it down a bit. It's quite bizarre. Now that bell rings deafeningly every day, striking fear into people's hearts. The various divine officials are unable to work on Shang Tianting, and it even occasionally drops down and hits people. It was so difficult to reconstruct Xi and Xianjing. Don't let it be abandoned because of this." Xie Lian said, "All right, I will speak to him later. By the way, care for a taste?" He pointed to the rice and soup on the table, adding, "I didn't make it." Mu Qing's expression was cold and stern upon hearing the first part, with refusal written all over his face, but only after hearing the latter part did he return to normal. Just at this moment, Feng Xian also arrived. He entered the courtyard, just happening to pass by the junior divine officials who were preparing to leave. They greeted him, and whispered amongst themselves, saying, "It's Nanyang Xiang Jun. It's him. How pitiful. His wife and child ran off with someone else." Feng Xin's forehead was riddled with bulging veins, and he cursed loudly on the spot. "What the hell? Are you finished yet? How many months have you been performing this drama? Furthermore, it's left not ran off with someone else. God damn it, it's all fabricated." Those gossipy junior divine officials were scared witless and fled for their lives. Mu Qing stood to one side, adjusting the lapels of his robe with both hands, saying, "If you explain it that way, you might as well not explain it. It sounds even more shameful." Feng Xian, enraged, snatched the broom nearby and threw it over. Mu Qing immediately caught it, saying, "That's old. This trick doesn't work on me anymore." Feng Xian still wanted to continue cursing. Xie Lian walked over and secretly handed him a broom, saying, "If it's ineffective, that's fine. Well then, you two help me sweep the house a bit." Earlier, a few firecrackers exploded. The ground is all red firecracker fragments. You've worked hard. If you're idle, speaking such dull words, then you might as well lend a hand and do something useful. Half an hour later, from beyond the door, a chorus of boisterous shouts rang out, growing closer and closer. Everyone in the courtyard looked out the door. A moment later, a dense crowd of people surged into the courtyard of Puqi Guan, yelling chaotically, "Is this the place? Indeed, this is the place. Oh, it's very imposing. There's really rice here, so much rice. There's even meat." Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who had just finished sweeping cleanly, were again trampled all over by a crowd of barefoot people, making it quite unsightly. Mu Qing, broom in hand, felt as if he had just contracted fleas. His eyes widened in dismay. Where did these beggars come from? The leader of the group of beggars, dressed in black robes with disheveled hair, was none other than Shi Xian. He limped and hopped over, cupped his hands and said, "Your Royal Highness, I have come to bother you. So do your former words still hold true?" Xie Lian laughed and said, "You are most welcome, of course my word stands. Please sit, please sit." Mu Qing said, "There are simply too many people." Shi Xian said, "Not many. Everyone who assisted in the imperial city last year is present here." Those who held the formation that day, Shi Xian and the others, said that after everything was settled, they would treat everyone to chicken drumsticks, and everyone would have a share. However, after everything was done, they searched everywhere but found no one, so those piles of chicken drumsticks naturally couldn't be eaten. Today, finally, they could fulfill the promise. Bowl after bowl of chicken drumsticks was brought up. Shi Xian said, "Everyone, today you need not hold back at all. Eat up." The group of beggars jostled each other, sitting from the tables down to the ground, cheering noisily, then grabbing large bowls of soup and slurping them down loudly. While eating, suddenly one person said, "That's not right, there's demonic energy." Everyone turned their heads to look, and standing amidst the crowd was none other than Tianyan Kai. Xie Lian's head began to ache, saying, "Why have you all come too?" Tianyan Kai said, "Last time we also came to lend a hand, so why can't we come?" He raised his bowl and with a serious expression said, "Everyone list. And to me, I am absolutely not mistaken. The food in this bowl has demonic energy. I fear it is nothing good. There's something very strange. Quickly put it down." No one paid him any attention. The beggars had already finished their first serving, and noisily raised their empty bowls another bowl. Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who had been sweeping the courtyard with brooms while fighting, had finished sweeping up the firecracker fragments scattered all over the ground. Seeing everyone eating so happily, they also sat down and picked up their bowls. Just then Tianyan Kai shouted, "Why won't you listen to me?" As he spoke, he wanted to stand up and go into the kitchen to see. Shi Xian stopped him and said, "Daozhang, truly you are thinking too much. This place is the territory of the crimson rain-sought flower. Having demonic energy is exceedingly normal." All right, you're worried, aren't you? I'll go take a look. You sit down, don't move." He then truly went to see for himself. Nearing the kitchen, he lifted the curtain and said, "Look, what could possibly be strange about this place?" Xie Lian said, "Wait a moment, I also need to take a look." But when he arrived, the several people who had come to watch Su Qingxian, Feng Xian, and Mu Qing were all utterly shocked. Inside the kitchen, only a tall, burly pig butcher could be seen, maniacally chopping away on a wooden cutting board. If it weren't for the pig legs hanging behind him, one would have thought he was chopping human flesh. Beside him, a massive vat sat on a wood fire. Inside the vat, a chicken spirit was bathing and scrubbing with a soaring vigor. The moment he saw someone looking from outside, he immediately shrieked, covering his chest with both hands. Xie Lian threw his hands up in resignation, quickly stepped inside and whispered, "Didn't I tell you not to do it like this?" The chicken spirit patted his chest to guarantee, "Great uncle, we only came after we had finished bathing, so we're very clean. What's more, this soup also has the effect of extending longevity. Eating it won't harm anyone. No one will suffer any loss at all. Just eat it with peace of mind." Su Qingxian silently lowered the curtain. Feng Xian and Mu Qing immediately threw down their bowls, spitting as they declared, "It's better if you just do it yourself." Xie Lian rubbed his forehead, speaking with a mix of amusement and helplessness. They just insisted on helping, there's nothing for it. After all, they meant well. Just at this moment, Tianyan Kai seemed to sense that the people on this side were suspiciously secretive, so he walked over. Xie Lian quickly stopped him. "What's wrong?" He feared Tianyan Kai would witness the pig butchers and cause a ruckus, wanting to arrest them all. Who knew Tianyan Kai did not rush into the kitchen, but instead approached him. He walked around Xie Lian several times, saying suspiciously, "How strange." Xie Lian said, "What is it?" Tianyan Kai seemed to ponder it. At length then said, "This isn't right, Xie Daozhang. The ghost qi on your person, why is it even more severe than last time?" Xie Lian lightly cleared his throat. Mu Qing grumbled, spending all day with the Ghost King. Of course it's getting more and more severe. Tian Yankai said, that's not right. Even if that were the case, it couldn't be like this, could it? Feng Xian asked, what do you mean like this or like that? After a long moment of doubt, Tian Yankai finally spoke frankly. He said, the ghost qi on your person, why has it transformed to emanate from the inside out? It's completely dissipating from within your very own body. For you to be like this, I fear you've already committed a great transgression. What have you done? Why has your condition worsened to such an extent? Xie Lian couldn't even manage a cough anymore. His face flushed crimson as if suffused with blood. Feng Xian and Mu Qing initially didn't understand, but once they calmed down and reconsidered, they coincidentally looked towards Xie Lian, falling silent. Only Su Qingxian, whose mind still hadn't quite grasped the plot, asked, what is it? What happened? What's going on? Crown Prince, are you truly ill? Does Hua Cheng know? Has he examined you yet? No. It's precisely because of him that it's like this. Xie Lian stammered this. Actually, it's not. Everyone doesn't need to. I feel perhaps, A chaotic string of images arose in his mind, and the words he aired were therefore scattered and jumbled, devoid of meaning. Suddenly, his back rested against someone's chest. A silver-gloved arm wrapped around him, and a familiar voice chuckled softly, saying, I think it would be better if you all returned to your seats, ate your own food, and didn't concern yourselves with others' business. How about that? In such a situation, Ta Lin didn't know if he had just escaped a perilous situation or was even more discomfited, saying Tam Lang. Upon Hoa Tan's emergence, the expressions of Fong Tin and Mo Tin were both indescribable, but with Ta Lin in front, they didn't find it appropriate to say anything. Only Su Tan Huin still asked with excessive seriousness, Huyet Vu Tam Hoa. Have you examined Tai Tu Dian's body yet? Ta Lin pressed a hand to his forehead, wishing he wouldn't ask any more questions. At this moment, the crowd of beggars called out, one more bowl. More meat. The chicken soup is utterly tasteless, add some salt. Mo Tin couldn't help but say, do you know this is a Taoist temple? A place where divine officials are worshipped? Can you restrain yourselves a little? The beggars, however, were unaware of the internal circumstances. Last time, they had joined hands with the divine officials to form a protective array, and witnessed with their own eyes a certain divine official whose hands were shaking uncontrollably, who then deserted the formation during battle, proving to be even worse than them. And knowing Su Tan Huin Ti, He couldn't help but feel that, after all, divine officials were just like that. In times of life and death, they were not so different from them, no longer those lofty, inviolable deities. Suddenly, from the kitchen came a frightened shout, who is it? Hearing this, Ta Lin tensed, rushed into the kitchen, only to see the pig butcher and the chicken demon yelling inside. He quickly tried to calm them, saying, calm down. Calm down. What's wrong? The chicken demon was so terrified that its entire body was covered in gooseflesh dai bat song. There's a ghost. There's a ghost, it ate all the food we made. I just went under the water for a moment, and resurfaced to find not a single bowl remaining. There's a ghost. The pig butcher scoffed, what the hell are you afraid of? Aren't you a demon yourself? Ta Lin felt a little astonished, how could that be? Didn't I clearly see you make over 50 bowls just a moment ago? That's right. But when he looked over, sure enough, those 50 bowls were all completely empty, and even the soup broth was devoured entirely. Ta Lin felt a sense of strangeness in his heart. A sudden thought came to him, and he turned to see Hoa Tan leaning against the door, saying, Tam Lang, could it be? Hoa Tan calmly replied, most likely. Ta Lin said. He must have come to celebrate too. He should be welcomed, but he ate a little too much. All the food is now devoured entirely by him. What should we do now? Hoa Tan smiled and said, it's fine. Just Kumor. The demons from Ghost City, having just mentally taxed themselves, resigned to their fate and began to cook once more. At this moment, outside the main hall, a boisterous clamor was heard. It seemed someone was quarreling again. Ta Lin was about to go out to resolve it, but Hoa Tan grasped his hand and led him out the door. The two held hands as they exited Pu Ti Quan. A bush blocked the path. Letting go and separating would be faster, but neither of them wanted to release the other's hand. So the two stooped and bent low, circling around it. As they detoured, Ta Lin asked Tam Lang, where are we going now? Hoatan said this place is too noisy, let them have their fun, we'll go first. Ta Lin turned around, asking with a touch of worry, aren't we going to manage them? Puti Quan was just recently rebuilt. What if it's knocked down again? Hoatan said indifferently, if it collapses, just build a new one. Xie says he wants as many as he wishes. He shall have them. Ah. At night in Tiandangguan after bathing, Ta Lin wore a simple white zhongyi, leaned against the low couch beside the jade table, and lifted his brush to write. He made a sheet of sample characters for Hoatan. Hoatan leaned against his side, wearing only inner robes, his lapels slightly open, an idle hand twirling the red coral bead at the end of his hair. In the soft warmth under the lamplight, he gazed intently at Xie Lian, and only after a long while did he slightly narrow his eyes in satisfaction, sighing, Gij, don't do that anymore, come here and rest. Xie Lian had just been through enough trouble, and was resolute not to be tricked again. With his voice lingering by his ear, he had to try hard to remain composed, continuing to write characters, and said seriously, no. Sanlang, today someone again said your calligraphy was bad. You must practice more, otherwise. Don't let others know I taught you your characters. Hoatan slightly sat up, raising an eyebrow as he said, Gij, I remember you clearly said you liked my calligraphy before. Ever since Hoatan returned once again, for a very long period of time, Xie Lian was almost compliant to his every word, granting every wish, probably because of this. But in the end he spoiled him, and his mischievous schemes grew more numerous. Xie Lian finished writing the characters, put down his brush, and said even more seriously, if you keep playing, your lips will be ruined. I have finished writing, hurry and come here to practice. So Hoatan lazily shuffled to Xie Lian's back, embracing his waist, slightly bending down, his head resting on his shoulder. He removed the red coral bead from his hair, dropped it onto the paper, and controlled it to roll back and forth on Xie Lian's writing paper, intentionally not letting Xie Lian write properly. He was both stubborn and powerfully amplified his sense of presence. Xie Lian recalled the words of Tianyan Kai, that his whole body from inside out emanated demonic aura that was precisely Hoatan's aura, making him couldn't help but feel a bit of unease. He gently moved away a little, softly saying, write properly. Hoatan said, all right, I'll listen to Gij. He took up his brush, and after writing 2 lines of poetry, he put it down. Xie Lian read it, shook his head, repeatedly saying in his heart, beyond redemption. He paused for a moment, then also raised his brush, writing 2 more lines after it. After finishing writing, Xie Lian picked up the paper, gently blew on it, and gazed at the poem the two of them wrote together. Black ink on the paper, for complete lines of poetry of extraordinary grandeur. Having once gazed upon the vast ocean, what water could I still fear? Unless I have reached Mount Wu, I would consider I have never seen clouds. Even beautiful flowers I no longer wish to glance at. Half for cultivating the Tao, half for you. Even Yiming by the side of the table opened its eyes wide, gazing unblinkingly, as if it was extremely appreciating it. Hoatan laughed and said, truly a masterpiece. Gij, quickly come here and sign your name on it. This calligraphy will certainly make future generations marvel, passed down through the ages. Xie Lian had already signed Hoatan's name below, hearing him say that. He really did not dare to add his own name. After laughing enough, Hoatan then pretended to be serious and said, Gij, are you embarrassed? Let me help you. As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped Xie Lian's hand and swish swish swish, wrote down a few characters. Of course, if one did not take into account the upper part, it was fundamentally impossible to discern that these were 2 separate characters, nor was there any way to tell that it was Xie Lian's name. Xie Lian looked at the characters written by his own hand, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. He leaned his head on Hoatan's chest. Suddenly, he felt these 2 characters were very familiar. It seemed as if he had seen them somewhere before. A moment later he realized it. His eyes lit up and he said, Sanlang, on your hand. He took Hoatan's arm, pulled up his sleeve and happily said, this is it. During the time the 2 of them lived together at Puqi Shrine, one day, Xie Lian saw a tattoo of characters on his hand, which he must have thought were foreign characters. At that time, he had wondered about it in his heart, yet never in a million years expected that it was fundamentally not foreign characters. It turned out to be precisely his name. Hoatan also looked at his own arm, laughing as he said, Gij, you finally realized it? Talin said should have realized sooner. It's just that Hoa Tan's handwriting is truly extremely masterful and exquisitely sharp. Without him needing to speak, Hoa Tan also knew what he was thinking, laughed heartily, with one hand pulled Talin's waist, kissed him once on the forehead and said, "Don't worry, Aslan. Jia's Gij's handwriting is beautiful, that's enough. Compared to my handwriting being beautiful, I would be 10,000 times happier." Talin's hand placed on the tattoo. The tattoo was carved truly deep into the flesh. One could imagine it had once been very painful. He softly asked, "Did you do this when you were still a child?" Hoa Tan smiled, pulled his sleeve down and nodded. So of course, he himself had carved it onto his own hand. Thinking of the scene of a child secretly carving the name of the person he admired onto his arm. What boundless innocence, what boundless courage. 10 fingers intertwined tightly, red threads intimately entwined. Before Talin's eyes, suddenly appeared the image from a year ago, when Hoa Tan dissolved into butterflies, shattering in an instant. The very last second at that time Hoa Tan had said one sentence. Although it was not uttered aloud, Talin was very clear what he had said at that moment. That was the sentence from when Hoa Tan was still a child, until the moment of his death, which had never changed. "I will forever be your most loyal devotee." Discussions on the peculiar folk customs and habits. Legends among the common folk tell that there is a celestial official of scrap collection. Although he is called the celestial official of scrap collection, this celestial official is not a god specializing in blessing the collection of scraps, but rather protects the peace of the human realm, because he also simultaneously is a valorous and powerful martial god. There is no demon that cannot be defeated. There is no evil creature that cannot be slain, possessing the power of destruction, yet not losing his kind heart. However, when worshipping deities, there are always a few taboos that need attention. If one encounters the temple of this celestial official, one must absolutely not worship carelessly. It is said, this celestial official of scrap collection has a special constitution, which will call forth bad luck. Don't believe it? Prepare a die, first rub the hands of the divine statue of the celestial official, then throw it once, and your luck will certainly be unbelievably shattered. Therefore, praying for blessings before the gloomy divine statue of the celestial official of scrap collection, perhaps it will be the more one prays, the unluckier one gets. Even drinking cold water will catch in one's teeth, and even wearing a Taoist robe will encounter ghosts. The common folk have a legend, which tells that there is a ghost king in red robes. This ghost king, though not human, yet possesses an enormous number of devotees. Often there are people secretly worshipping the ghost king's statue in their homes, serving offerings day and night, praying for good fortune. Because this ghost king not only triumphs wherever he fights, nothing can stop him. Some say he has yet to be defeated even once to this day, but his luck is also invincible. Don't believe it? Bow your head and then throw a die before his statue and see. As if imbued with his luck, one will certainly roll a good score. However, ghosts are not like gods, and their taboos are even more numerous. This ghost king, though his abilities are supreme, but his temperament is extremely peculiar and utterly extreme. If he is pleased, no need to ask him, and he will help you. If he is displeased, even if you throw money like trash, he will disdain you and not bother to pay attention to you. But if he is extremely displeased, perhaps he will turn around and immediately take your life. Therefore, in the end, one still should pay respect appropriately. However, if people worship these two figures, one god and one ghost, side by side, even ordinary things will also turn wondrous. That red-clad ghost king will dispel the bad luck, entwining the scrap-collecting immortal, causing his true appearance to be clearly revealed. Everyone, after discovering this, was surprised, for it turned out that the scrap-collecting immortal's countenance was not originally ash-gray, but sparkling gold. This legend seems to have a valid basis. Perhaps this is a very, very old story. It might even be from 800 years ago or further back, or perhaps even longer than that. Not everyone has the patience to listen. But what can be confirmed is that if one wishes for these two esteemed figures to each unleash their strongest abilities, then they absolutely must be worshipped together. Thus, one will achieve double good fortune, double victories, winning wherever one fights, unstoppable. Heavenly officials bestow blessings. 100 taboos are lifted. Main text complete. So, finally, the Tian Quan series has also concluded, hoo. It cannot be denied that this was a super long process, with plenty of both heartache and sweetness, yet it was super captivating. Sitting and reflecting, I still find Hua Cheng's love for Xie Lian to be immensely greater than imagination, too deeply infatuated. This is truly a masterpiece, leaving me with so many emotions. Finally, bye-bye everyone. Volume 5 Chapter 245 PN 1. On Lantern Festival Day one night. Spring had just arrived, winter had not long passed, and the wind was still chilly. Xie Lian carried a large bag over his shoulder, slowly walking on the road, his face slightly flushed red from the wind. Contained within that bag was a pile of miscellaneous odds and ends he had just bought, and he did not know if they could be used or not. Anyway, whether they could be used or not from now on, he could only rely on these things to live. A moment later he walked past a stall displayed by the roadside. This stall was named Xiaji Snacks, selling a few snacks. It seemed the owner was a family of 3 sitting at a small table inside, and a slender, very beautiful young lady busily moved back and forth serving tables. The owner told her not to rush, to sit down for a moment, but she did not listen, only saying, coming right away, her voic. Like an Oriole. There was also a table of 3 people and a few other customers, but it seemed they also came for this young lady, casually sitting chatting a bit, then going home. Anyway, today was also Lantern Festival. In front of the stall a small pot was placed, and inside were small round, perfectly white steaming hot balls, causing his footsteps to slow. Xie Lian thought to himself, Yuan Shao. When he was young, every Lantern Festival, the king and queen of Xianlu would both eat a Yuan Shao meal with him. Xie Lian was extremely picky, not liking Yuan Shao even when the most renowned chef with the best skills made them and placed them in a jade bowl for him. He still did not like them because they were too sweet, eating them made his teeth ache. This type of filling he wouldn't eat, that type of filling he also wouldn't eat, leaving behind 2 perfectly intact Yuan Shao. After he was a bit older, when he had gone up Mount Taitsong to cultivate, he would sometimes return for Lantern Festival and sometimes not counting it, he did not eat many meals. Now, thinking back a little, he actually did not remember at all what kind of taste these Yuan Shao actually had. Xie Lian stood by the stall, carefully looking a few more times, then carefully placed that unsightly large bag down from his shoulder, and finally carefully stepped in. He took off his conical hat, held it in his hand and said, "Boss, may I trouble you for a bowl of Yuan Shao? Do you have them here?" That boss was already a bit old, looked at him once and did not answer. That slender young lady smiled and replied, "Yes, sir. Please sit and drink first." Then busily went to prepare. Xie Lian sat down but saw that boss shaking his head. He felt strange, thinking to himself whether it was because he was dirty and people did not like him. He lowered his head to look at his clothes, confirming they were not dirty at all, and feeling slightly relieved asked what's wrong? He thought if the shop owner didn't like the large bag he brought in, he would then take that bag out. The shop owner again looked at him once, shook his head and said, "Miserable. Truly miserable." Xie Lian said, "Huh? What are you saying, sir?" The shop owner said, "Lantern Festival, sitting alone outside the stall eating Yuan Shao in the bitter cold winter, is truly too miserable." Xie Lian said, "You don't have to be like that, sir. Is the shop still open?" The shop owner didn't speak with him, held a bowl and left. After sitting a moment longer, Xie Lian felt there were people watching him all around. Or perhaps, they were observing the unusual large bag beside him. The shop owner's daughter also stealthily came over, squatted down on the ground and used her hand to poke the bag, as if very curious about what was inside, only returning after her mother called her a few times. Xie Lian at this moment had not yet cultivated the thick-skinned demeanor impervious to blades and spears. He couldn't help but use his foot kicked the large bag under the table, wanting to stuff it into a place where outsiders couldn't see it. Unfortunately, such a small stall with small tables and chairs, fundamentally nothing could be hidden underneath. Xie Lian could do nothing else but continuously cough softly, trying his best to make himself not pay attention to the surrounding gazes. He'll get used to it. It's not a big deal. Suddenly, he thought of something, hurriedly reached his hand into his robe's breast to fumble. His expression suddenly changed, and he thought to himself, this time it's miserable. Not only is sitting alone eating Yuan Shao outside the stall in the bitter cold winter on Lantern Festival night miserable, but there isn't even enough money. Initially he still wanted to slip away quickly, but at this very moment, the shop owner again brought a large bowl over, placed it on the table, and said 5 guan of money. Xie Lian felt his breathing was difficult, and said this. He coughed a few times with his hand clasped before his mouth, and heard that shop owner say, "You don't have any, do you?" Xie Lian was preparing to stand up and leave, but then saw that large bowl placed down on the table with a clink. He was stunned, then heard the shop owner say, "Forget it. Looking at how miserable you are, I'll give you a bowl. After you finish eating, I'll also close the shop, so go home early. Today is Lantern Festival. One must be reunited with family." Xie Lian again sat down. Thuf in his heart he was saying that in reality, after eating a bowl of yuan shao, he also had no place to go home to, but he still softly said thank you. After the shop owner put the bowl down, he immediately returned. The small pot placed in front of the stall still had 1 bowl of yuan shao left, which was precisely the bowl now on his table. The little girl tilted her head, biting her spoon, and said, "When will Big Brother come home? I want to wait for him to come home to eat." The shop owner also said, "It's already too late for Lantern Festival to return so late. It's truly unbelievable." That woman said, "He has also suffered a lot. He will be back soon, don't scold him later." Meow air, no need to rush. There will always be someone to help. You're truly always restless. Come over and eat together. That young girl said, "No rush." Finally cleaned up a table, then also came to sit with them, sharing the yuan shao. The 4 people were like waiting for one family member to return and reunite, talking and laughing. Xie Lian looked at them, picked up that bowl, scooped up 1 yuan shao, put it into his mouth, then sipped a mouthful of syrup. But still as before, he didn't know what flavor it was. Big brother, big brother? At this moment, Xie Lian recovered his senses. Hua Cheng was sitting beside him, intently looking at him. His red attire further accentuated Hua Cheng's handsome face. The oil lamp shone onto his pale face, devoid of the color of the living, with a air of soft light. Xie Lian started and said, "What's wrong?" Hoa Tan said, "Brother, are you very tired? Still unable to walk?" Ta Lin casually nodded, and Hoa Tan said, "My apologies. Last night I overstepped." A moment later, Ta Lin finally reacted to what he had just said, and he hastily waved his hand, saying, "What are you saying? That's fundamentally not it. It's completely unrelated." Hoa Tan raised an eyebrow and said, "Is that so? If you say it's completely unrelated, then does that mean I wasn't being a little excessive yesterday? So I can?" Ta Lin suddenly remembered that the place they were standing was at the head of Ghost Market's main street. He jolted awake and glanced over. Indeed, without knowing when, strange-shaped ghosts had crowded in from all directions, their long and short ears all pricked up, their necks stretched long, and the eyes of each ghost were wide as brass bells, staring intently at the 2 of them, so startled they didn't know what to say. Finally he said, "Tam Lang." Hoa Tan smiled, clasped his hands and said, all right. My fault, I won't say it again." Ta Lin also quickly averted his gaze from the ghost stalls lining the street. Both sides of Ghost Market Road were covered with red flower lanterns, and on these lanterns were written several riddles. The crowd of ghosts shouted, "Solve the lantern riddles! Solve the lantern riddles! Guess correctly and win a prize! There are so many prizes!" Hoa Tan said to Ta Lin, "Brother, why not give it a try? There are prizes." Ta Lin walked over and said, "Try it?" All the ghosts grew agitated, pushing each other. Who? Our great lord wants to solve the lantern riddles. Our great lord wants to solve the lantern riddles. This resounding shout covered the sky and filled the earth, roaring so loudly he almost jumped. Ta Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just as he was about to casually pick one, a tentacle, seemingly appearing from nowhere, immediately stretched out and presented him with a flower lantern, saying, "Please, honored sir. Please." For Ta Lin, one was as good as another. So, he took the lantern and glanced at it. The riddle consisted of 4 characters: Hoa Dao Bok Dao. Without needing to think, Ta Lin answered Ta. Hoa Tan clapped his hands in praise. "Brother, how impressive!" The crowd of ghosts also clamorously clapped along with him, roaring loudly, and a strange object even somersaulted in the air, cheering, acting utterly exaggerated. Ta Lin felt embarrassed and said, "Actually, this riddle, it's quite simple, really." That tentacle then presented the second lantern, saying, "Please, honored sir. Please." Ta Lin took the lantern. This time the riddle was Swan Teet Not Not. This time too, without needing to think, Ta Lin spoke the answer Fu. Hoa Tan wanted to clap again, but Ta Lin said, "Oh, come on, this one was also very simple." Hoa Tan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? But I truly think you are very impressive, brother." Ta Lin thought to himself, "Not at all, not at all. If you yourself made the riddle, and I could solve it, that would be truly impressive." At this moment that tentacle brought forth the third lantern, saying, "Please, your highness. Please, your highness." As soon as Ta Lin saw the riddle, his brows furrowed slightly. All around there was a commotion. "Oh, this time it seems difficult." Ta Lin nodded. Indeed, this riddle could not be solved with just a glance. Ham te de dao bu quin tam. Shyly bowing his head, a heart full of admiration. However, it appeared not to be overly difficult. A moment later, Ta Lin said, "Shame za ho implies the mimosa plant." Taking the grass radical, bowing his head, Cui Dao. Taking the vertical stroke from the character de lo to express admiration, Bu Quin Tom takes the inner strokes of the character Quin Lin. These three strokes combined together, it is flower. The answer is flower. As soon as he finished speaking, he covered his ears. As expected, no sooner had he pronounced the answer than all around, the demons began to revel chaotically, flattering without restraint, exaggerated to the extreme, making one want to vomit. Hua Cheng smiled, looking at him, and said, "Gij, this time you are truly formidable." That tentacle silently passed another lantern over. Ta Lin also smiled faintly and said, "I can be even more formidable. This time I don't even need to look at the riddle to know the answer. Do you believe me?" Hua Cheng widened his eyes and said, "Oh, really? Gij possesses such a marvelous ability?" Ta Lin received the lantern and said, "Of course, I guess this time the answer is Cheng." "Hua Cheng, it's Cheng, isn't it?" The riddle on the lantern, as expected, was Can Qua Not Dong Nam Phuong Din. Ta Lin said, "Can Qua Not Dong, Kangon, shield inverted becomes the character though too. Earth Quagura, spear is retained Nam Phuong Din south direction settled. Take Phuong Fang, direction from Phuong Nam south, place though and Qua in the middle. Combining them forms the character Chungchung city." This is the most difficult riddle, what a pity. It's a pity he had guessed the pattern beforehand. The four answers combined together, what phrase did they form? The group of ghosts, having been seen through, no longer dared to cheer. Instead, they all stood up together, restlessly gazing at the sky. Hua Cheng's gaze slowly swept over, and the ghosts were scared out of their wits. Some hid behind the lanterns, others prostrated themselves on the ground, scrambling to cover their heads and say, "City Lord, please quell your anger. It wasn't my idea. It wasn't mine either." Boasting. "You were clearly the most boisterous in agreement." Hua Cheng calmly said, "Scram." In a flash, the ghosts had already vanished from the path like wind sweeping away clouds, with barely any remaining. Ta Lin hung the lantern on its hook, smiled and said, "Let's return." The two walked shoulder to shoulder with light steps, heading together towards Tiandang Quan. On the way, Hua Cheng earnestly said, "Gij, please don't look at me with such eyes. I truly did not tell them to do that." Ta Lin chuckled and said, "I know. With your way of speaking, you certainly wouldn't pose such a riddle." Hua Cheng said, "Oh? Then, Gij, how do you think I would pose a riddle?" Ta Lin, without the slightest guard, said, "Of course, it would be my husband San Lang." As he said this, he only then realized the so-called trouble born of speech, and hurriedly closed his mouth. However, it was already too late. Hua Cheng laughed heartily and said, "Gij, you've been tricked. Excellent. Cunning, cunning." Precisely at this moment, the two arrived back at Tiandang Quan. As soon as they entered the main hall, Ta Lin discovered something seemed to have been placed on the jade table. He approached in a daze, and as soon as he saw it, it turned out to be 2 bowls of yuan shao. He turned his head. Hua Cheng also walked over and said, "Just now on the way." Gij kept looking at this dish. Xie Lian nodded. Hua Cheng said, "Come sit down and eat together, Gij." Xie Lian, however, did not sit down. Suddenly, he buried his head into his chest, deeply pressing his face into it. He embraced Hua Cheng, holding on tightly without letting go. Hua Cheng also reached out his hand and embraced him. After an unknown number of years, he finally remembered what the Lantern Festival tasted like. I just read a post about this extra chapter. The Xia family, the family selling the Xiaji pastries, is the family of He Xian, the father, the mother, the younger sister, the fiancée waiting for her husband to return, While reading the extra chapter, remembering the old story, I feel so sad. This chapter, from the very beginning, felt enveloped in a sense of sadness, the taste of the Lantern Festival. Volume 5 Chapter 246 PN2. PN2 Chapter 246 His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's Marvelous Memory Adventure 1. The moment Xie Lian opened his eyes, he discovered he was lying on the ground. This was an unfamiliar room. He felt utterly bewildered. He was clearly cultivating at the Huangji Guan on Mount Taizong, so why was he here? Xie Lian slowly sat up from the ground. He discovered he was wearing a simple white Taoist robe. It was far too simple, even carrying a hint of a pauper's air. The fabric was not thick, but still slightly rough, chafing against his skin and making him uncomfortable. Xie Lian furrowed his brow, wanting to get up from the ground. Who would have thought that the moment he stood up, he felt many places on his body were unwell. His waist ached, his legs were weary, his stomach hurt, his neck was sore. Could it be that he had lain on the ground all night? Impossible. He couldn't be so frail. Where were Feng Xian and Mu Qing? Xie Lian remembered the two of them and called out, "Feng." Cough, cough. His voice was also not right. He clearly remembered that last night, Feng Xian and Mu Qing had once again quarreled over some trivial, insignificant matters, making it impossible for him to meditate in peace. So, he ordered them to go outside and play a chain idioms game. Hearing the two of them grumble to the high heavens, gnashing their teeth as they recited over 200 idioms, sleepiness then overtook him and he went to rest. Yet, after waking up, he had fallen into such an unimaginable situation. Leaving his mind in a daze like this? Xie Lian had to cling to a table to stand up, observing his surroundings. This place must be an inn, but even if he were to choose an inn instead of sleeping outdoors, he would not pick such a cheap inn. He was not bound hand and foot, nor was the room door locked, meaning he was not under house arrest. If someone or something had ambushed him, why bring him to this place? The more Xie Lian thought, the stranger it seemed, but the strangest thing was the state of his body. He endured the aches and pains emanating from his arms, removed his outer robe, preparing to see if there were any injuries on his person. Unexpectedly, the moment he stripped it off and looked down, his face instantly drained of all color. From his belly to his chest, everywhere was scattered with ambiguous crimson marks. Upon his skin, as fair and translucent as jade, scattered petals lay everywhere, blossoming in vivid red. So red that it left him in endless astonishment. He rushed towards the mirror. Expected. Not only on his stomach and chest but on his neck as well and even on his back. Xie Lian dared not take off his lower clothes to look further. The situation was exceedingly clear. During this period of his unconsciousness, of unknown cause, some Anita filed his person. For the first time in his life, Xie Lian felt his legs turn to jelly, but he still tried to prop himself up, standing steady. From days long past, he had heard the palace maids who raised him tell some frightening legends from outside the palace. Things like evilins haunted by monstrous fiends who specialized in capturing people, robbing them, and committing sexual assault, drugging young ladies of respectable families before committing wicked deeds. But, Xie Lian clasped his head with both hands, muttering, "But I am a man." His appearance now was truly unsightly. Besides these kiss marks, there were also hand marks left from being squeezed too hard, and even bite marks. Xie Lian covered his face, feeling as if he had a fever, his entire body trembling with cold. Suddenly, he thought of an extremely serious matter. This is terrible. The path he cultivated absolutely forbade desire. Could it be that he had now broken his vows? Xie Lian hurriedly tried. He tried once and indeed there was no spiritual power. Xie Lian was calm at first, but reaching this state, he truly wished to just die and get it over with. He didn't understand why, after waking up, things had become like tea. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were nowhere to be seen, and he himself didn't know who had used what means to just so vaguely and confusedly defile his person. He truly wanted to die. After a long while, he still could not accept this truth, his mind in utter turmoil. But he couldn't just keep standing there blankly forever, so he roughly picked up his clothes and put them on, leaving the inn. Along the way, no one stopped him. Xie Lian breathed a soft sigh of relief. The surrounding architecture, the clothes and ornaments of passers-by, the strange accents he also had no time to pay attention to. But also because he had a guilty conscience, he always felt that others could see what had just happened to him, looking at him with strange eyes, causing him to run even faster, finally running madly into a forest. He punched a tree trunk, hitting it so hard the tree broke with a crack, and angrily said, "Scoundrel!" He wanted to use the most venomous words to curse the person who had done this kind of thing to him, but all he could manage going round and round was to curse, "Damn it, shameless scoundrel!" The rage in his heart could not be released, making him frantic. But he couldn't cry, he could only wildly immerse himself in punching and striking. Boom boom boom, crash crash crash, he continuously broke more than 10 large trees, finally hitting to the point where the local earth god had to crawl out crying and cling to his leg. "Your Royal Highness. Your Royal Highness, please stop hittin'." Gee. Xie Lian's heart was filled with raging anger, but this old earth god suddenly burrowed out from underground, clearly not an ordinary person. Seeing him, Xie Lian was slightly startled and said, "Who are you?" The old earth god wiped away his tears and said, "I am the earth god of this place, Your Royal Highness. This forest is my retirement home. If your revered self keeps hitting, I'll have to go starve." Xie Lian thought to himself, in any case, this matter didn't concern others, and he couldn't just take his anger out on random people. Moreover, although this old man was a minor official, he was also considered a divine official, and he was old, so he deserved respect. Therefore, he reluctantly reined in some of his anger, and also retracted his hand. Letting out a sigh, he said, "My apologies, I was agitated. How about this? However many trees I just broke of yours, I will compensate." The earth god released the hand that was clutching his leg, and hastily said, "No need, no need, no need, no need, no need. How could I ask your revered self for compensation? That your highness deigns to speak with me. This humble deity already feels greatly honored." Xie Lian found it a bit strange this local earth god, no matter what, was a divine official, and clearly older than him, so why was he so afraid of him and even called him your revered self? But he was not in the mood to inquire about these matters, and elegantly and politely asked, "You are the earth god of this place, surely you know a lot about this region, right? Can you help me find 2 people? After speaking, he reached into his sleeve to take out a few gold leaves for offering. The earth god saw his movement, and hastily waved his hand. "No need, no need, no need. Which people do you wish to find?" As it happened, Xie Lian also couldn't take out anything, and said, "My 2 attendants, Xie Lian and Mu Qing." The earth god's complexion suddenly very strange. Xie Lian said, "Is something wrong? Or is there any difficulty?" The earth god said, No difficulty at all. It's just what's wrong with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. After 800 years, he still calls General Nanyang and General Xianzhen his attendants. I wonder if the 2 generals will be angry? Oh, forget it. I don't care if the 2 generals are angry, but if this one is not served well, that other one's anger is truly frightening. And so he said, "Please wait here a moment, I'll go find them for you right away." Xie Lian said, "You've been troubled." He was about to offer a bow, when he raised his head. The earth god had already vanished without a trace. Xie Lian felt his head was still burning with fever, and raised his hand to his forehead. After an unknown amount of time, he heard a suspicious voice. "What's happening?" Xie Lian raised his head, and saw Xie Lian and Mu Qing. But it was not the Xie Lian and Mu Qing that he knew. Indeed, the appearance of the 2 had not changed, but their aura was different. And no longer 2 callow youths, but instead like generals who had once fought on battlefields for many years. Both wore expensive black attire, unlike their usual selves. At least, Xie Lian had never seen them dressed like that before. The one who asked the question was Xie Lian. He stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, what are you doing here alone?" Xie Lian said, "I should be asking, where did the 2 of you run off to? Last night I told you to play idiom solitaire outside. How come when I woke up this morning not even your shadows were to be found?" Xie Lian and Mu Qing both displayed strange expressions just like the earth god, vaguely unable to comprehend his words. Xie Lian's head hurt as if it would split open, and he added, "And what about your attire? What exactly is going on?" Xie Lian lowered his head and looked at himself, then doubtfully said, "What's wrong with this attire? Isn't it quite ordinary?" Mu Qing then said, "What are you talking about? Have you slept until you're confused? Last night I wasn't here with you either. Xie Lian clutched his head, wanting to scream but tried to calm himself. He thought for a moment, then said, I understand. You two are just like me, you've been bewitched by something. Feng Xian and Mu Qing's complexions grew increasingly strange. Feng Xian said, him completely muddled now. Your Highness, what did you call us here for? Mu Qing glanced and said, no need to ask. To come find me for something and not find that one, most likely his head is broken. Xie Lian completely had no idea what they were talking about and said, who is that one? The state preceptor? Feng Xian and Mu Qing exchanged glances. A moment later, Mu Qing stepped forward and said, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xie Lian said, what is it? Mu Qing said, currently my memory is a bit unclear, tell me. Do you remember what we have been doing these past few days? Xie Lian said, haven't we always been cultivating in Huangji Abbey these past few days? Mu Qing said, where is Hua Cheng? Hearing this name, Xie Lian had a very familiar feeling, but thinking again it was indeed unfamiliar, and so he vaguely said, Hua Cheng? Who is that? Oh. Mu Qing said, all right. I understand now. He winked one eye, and Feng Xian, his face utterly shocked, stood aside with him to confer. Xie Lian suddenly felt something extremely suspicious, and said vigilantly, what do you know? What are you two talking about? After negotiating, the two returned to their original spot. Feng Tin said, Your Highness, let us go. Ta Lin grew even more suspicious. Go where? Mu Tin said, I'll take you to meet someone who can solve this problem. Come here. At this moment Ta Lin was already 8 parts wary, continuously retreating backward. As soon as Mu Tin saw he wanted to run, he said, Don't run. He then stretched out a hand and unleashed a stream of spiritual light, seemingly wanting to bind him. But how could Ta Lin not run? He resolved to. Run, and run he did. As soon as he ran, Feng Tin and Mu Tin were vexed. The two chased while shouting. Feng Tin said, God damn it, bastard. What in heaven's name is wrong with him? Even if he lost his memory, he couldn't have forgotten that much, could he? One memory loss for getting 800 years straight? Mu Tin said, indeed. He truly ate too many random things and ruined his mind. How can that be? I'm afraid something happened when he went out alone. Go find him quickly. Ta Lin's mind right now, it's only 17 years old. Even at this point, Mu Tin still didn't forget to make a sarcastic remark. That's right. A 17-year-old crown prince, naive, innocent, stupid, spoiled from childhood. Wait a moment. Tell him first. Hurry and tell him. With something like this happening, naturally they must inform that person beforehand. Ta Lin ran for more than 20 miles in one go. After stopping, he began to gasp for breath, feeling as if he was still submerged in a thick, eerie fog, unable to escape. What is going on here? This is not normal. This is extremely abnormal. Didn't he know Mu Tin's true strength? That stream of spiritual light would require at least several hundred years of cultivation to achieve. Was that person just now really Mu Tin? It must be a fake. And as for himself, he himself was also not normal. Just now as he ran, he discovered that his body was light as a swallow. Although his body was originally light as a swallow, his current movement technique seemed faster, more formidable. Everything was wrong. Calm, he must be calm. Ta Lin suddenly remembered just now Mu Tin seemed to have mentioned a name. He murmured, Hua Cheng. He didn't know why. This name should have been truly unfamiliar to him, but as soon as he uttered it once, his heart stirred gently. He felt as if in the deepest depths of his heart, a small flower bloomed, so he couldn't help but whisper it a few more times. Hua Cheng, Hua Cheng, Hua Cheng. This was an important person. He feared it was the key to this whole affair. First he must go find him. With his mind made up, Ta Lin headed towards the town. Although the moment he realized what kind of things had happened to him, Ta Lin was completely unable to accept it, but less than an hour later he had calmed down. Although he still felt extremely uncomfortable both mentally and physically, currently he was still in a difficult predicament. There was no time for him to be distraught or confused. Feng Tin and Mu Tin's whereabouts were truly unknown, which was enough to show that the mastermind behind this foul play was exceedingly profound. He had to immediately calm down and investigate the truth clearly. Therefore, by the time he stepped into the town, he had already recovered his original demeanor. Casually choosing a tea house, he went to sit by an upstairs window, yet still found himself in no mood for tea. Xie Lian picked up the cup on the table and glanced at it. Inside, years of accumulated tea dregs remained, not yet thoroughly washed clean, a sight that instantly disheartened him. He set it down, paying it no mind. In the tea house, a strikingly beautiful young woman cradled a pipa, its strings tinkling as she sang. A crowd of men, old and young, great and small, sat in a circle, gazing at her in a daze. The song she sang was originally a common folk tune. Something about a young woman going out to pick flowers early in the morning. But after a moment, a group of distinguished gentlemen interjected. Boring, not good, change it. Exactly, this isn't good, change the tune. It's my turn to choose. The singer, helpless, had no choice but to accede to their wishes. She changed to a whispered erotic tune, her voice soft and light, murmuring to the extent that it made one's face flush and heart pound. Only then did the crowd of onlookers seem satisfied, praising her profusely. Xie Lian, seated in the corner near a second-story window, felt an extreme sense of unease. Listening closely to the lyrics, it seemed to recount a night of deep, fervent love between newlyweds, truly and utterly explicit. Xie Lian had never before heard such lustful lyrics in the imperial city. In the past, he would have merely considered it as wind blowing past his ears, for it held no relevance to him. He had never once contemplated such matters throughout his entire life. But now, things were no longer as they once were. Although he could not recall how the event as unfolded, they had, after all, occurred. Listening to this kind of music, his thoughts could no longer remain as they once were. Moreover, he discovered a terrifying truth: his own thoughts were utterly beyond his control. The lyrics were but 3 parts suggestive, yet in his heart 10 parts had already taken flight. Moreover, fragmented, intermittent images began to surface in his mind: 10 fingers tightly intertwined, a red thread intricately entwined beside his ears. He seemed to still hear the soft moans and whispers, the sobbing pleas for mercy, and the seductive voice of a man. What were those things? What were those things? Xie Lian was both mortified and furious. Damn it all! His hands clenched into fists. A moment later, he could bear it no longer and slammed his hand down onto the table. With a resounding boom, the guests at surrounding tables were startled, their eyes wide as they stared at him. Only then did Xie Lian snap back to reality, murmuring a low apology. He wished he could plug his ears to hear nothing at all, thinking to himself that if they sang that again, he would definitely leave. Suddenly, the singing ceased, a piercing scream pulling him from his rambling thoughts. Xie Lian looked up, only to see a crowd of people gathered around, seemingly intent on laying hands on her. The singer, still clutching her pipa, was so frightened she stood up. As someone spoke, "Gentlemen, we're only here to listen to singing, let's not touch anything, all right?" Several rowdy fellows clamored, "What's wrong with a little touch? It's not as if we're the only ones touching her anyway. I don't believe someone who sells herself hasn't been molested before." The singer, incensed, her eyes reddening, cried, "How dare you call me a prostitute? I am a street performer, I do not sell myself." Others deliberately ignored her explanation, saying, "Ha! You talk as if you're some chaste and virtuous maiden. If you were so proper, you wouldn't be out here." Exactly. Just now she was singing provocative songs, and now she refuses to sell herself? Does she want us to build a temple to her virginity? You're killing me with laughter. The singer was so enraged she felt faint, and said in a trembling voice, "It was you who asked me to sing. You forced me to sing, and only then did I sing." But no matter what she said, the agitated patrons would retort with baseless arguments. "We told you to sing, and you just sang? Are you really that obedient? It's clear that in your heart, you've long desired to sing such seductive songs." Xie Lian could listen no longer. He already harbored a fire in his heart, and now it became utterly impossible to extinguish. A white blur flashed, and before the boisterous men could even comprehend what was happening, he had already knocked them down in a row. The ringleader, his rear still sticking up in the air, bellowed, "Who the hell are you? How dare you lay a hand on us?" Xie Lian shielded the singer, cracking his knuckles with a crunk. His expression, though concealing a measure of anger, was calm as he spoke in a deep voice. "Enough is enough. Beautiful as a flower, anyone would be somewhat captivated. But if one does not know how to treat others with courtesy, they become a shameful wretch." Someone yelled, "Clearly she sang first." She sang, so we're not allowed to touch her. Xie Lian, however, enunciated each word distinctly. That is correct. Even if she sang first, you are still forbidden to touch her. Before his words had even finished, 7 or 8 burly men were thrown out of the establishment, their bottoms thudding loudly onto the ground. In truth, none suffered serious injury, yet the mere sight was enough to terrify, for no one had clearly seen how he had acted, nor how they could have timely prevented or countered him. The entire group fled in terror. Upstairs, Xie Lian turned back. The singer, incredibly grateful, rose to bow to him, saying, "Many thanks, Taoist priest, for coming to my rescue." Xie Lian said, "A minor matter, it took no effort at all. Young lady, do you still wish to remain here?" The singer nodded. Xie Lian also nodded, saying, "Very well, then please continue to sing." Having said that, he returned to his seat, smoothed his robes and sat upright, standing guard in that very spot. The other men, seeing that he did not leave and continued to gaze in this direction, indeed dared not approach to disturb him further. That singing girl, having understood his intention, felt and more grateful in her heart. She gracefully raised her voice, once again singing the ordinary folk song from before. Xie Lian poured a cup of tea, and as he prepared to drink, he lowered his head to see tea dregs that had accumulated over a long time. He hesitated for a moment, but still could not overcome his own fastidiousness. He set the teacup down with a sigh. At that moment, he inadvertently turned his head, and was completely stunned. It was a tall man clad in red robes. Though he wore a black eye patch, it failed to conceal his handsome features. Instead, it added a touch of wildness. His red robes fluttered in the wind, his skin was white as snow, and in his hand, he held a silver cup. His silver wine cup and a pair of silver wrist guards gleamed. A single glance was enough to find him utterly dazzling. He was looking in this direction, standing opposite him in the distance. Noticing Xie Lian's gaze, he smiled and gently raised his cup, as if extending an invitation from afar. For some unknown reason, the moment Xie Lian exchanged glances with that man, he felt as if his entire body had been struck by lightning, and hastily withdrew his gaze. However, although he pretended not to pay attention, his heart was pounding incessantly. It was truly strange. That man's bearing was indeed exceptionally dazzling, possessing an uncanny allure. Perhaps he had encountered men of such bearing before, otherwise, why would he react like this upon seeing that person? After daring for a moment, he dismissed the thought. This was fundamentally impossible, because, thinking carefully, he had never before encountered a man with such a strikingly handsome demeanor. At this thought, Xie Lian mused that this must be an unfathomable character. Perhaps he should pay a little more attention. He turned his head to look once more. However, as soon as he looked, the red-robed man had vanished. He had simply vanished just like that. As if brilliant maple leaves, drifting gently downwards, had suddenly flashed mischievously, fluttering before his eyes, illuminating his vision, then disappeared without a trace. He vaguely felt this was not real, merely a fleeting illusion passing through a dream. He then hesitantly glanced around the opulent tavern opposite, still unable to find the man's figure. Xie Lian finally gave up, unsure if he was disappointed or not. He softly let out a breath, rubbed his glabella, and thought to himself, "Forget it." Who would have thought, the moment he turned his head back, he saw someone who, unbeknownst to him, had already seated himself opposite him, one hand propped against his cheek, gazing intently at him. Their eyes met. Xie Lian was slightly surprised, while the other man smiled faintly and said, "This Taoist priest, may I have the honor of being invited for a cup of wine?" It was none other than the red-robed man who had just moments ago raised his cup in greeting from afar. Xie Lian stared, and after a long while only, then confirmed that this man was truly speaking to him. He immediately reacted, thinking to himself that he could not let this person's imposing aura suppress him and push him into a disadvantageous position. He remained calm as before, and politely said, "Unfortunately, I abstain from alcohol. This one cup, I fear I cannot offer." The man in red let out a hearty laugh, sitting even more casually, and said, "Is that so? I see the reverend's complexion, on the contrary, is like dark clouds that cannot be dispersed, as if you are in need of borrowing wine to dispel sorrow." Xie Lian said without a change in expression, "I fear your excellency has mistaken. Although the great precept had been broken, breaking it did not mean he would indulge himself, uncaring of other minor precepts. His expression remained cold, and that man also showed no intention of retreating. On the contrary, he persistently sat there, saying, if the Reverend is unwilling to invite me, then may I take the liberty? Xie Lian glanced at him, then looked around. Strange. There was no lack of empty seats everywhere, so why did he insist on sitting here to drink wine? But there was also no reason to refuse, so Xie Lian said, do as you please. Seeing this, the other party lazily waved a hand. The waiter in the inn had never seen a guest with such a demeanor, dared not breathe heavily, and quickly brought the wine jug and wine cups, vigorously wiping the table, very much afraid of offending that guest. Watching the man in red's calm demeanor pouring and drinking by himself, Xie Lian could not help but say, could it be, Your Excellency, that upon meeting anyone for the first time, you also expect them to invite you to drink a cup? That man smiled and said, oh, not necessarily. To tell the Reverend the truth, ordinary people fundamentally do not get to see my face. This tone of voice had a hint of arrogance. But Xie Lian did not feel disgusted. The two sat facing each other, Xie Lian still looking in another direction, revealing a calm demeanor. After a while it was still that man who spoke first. He rested one hand on his chin, and said, what is this Reverend's surname, and how should I address you? Xie Lian, without thinking, immediately fabricated a false surname and said, I dare not. My surname is Hua. That man raised an eyebrow and said, a Reverend Hua. Xie Lian said, and how should I address Your Excellency? That man said, the Reverend may simply call me San Lang. In his heart, Xie Lian knew clearly this person did not wish to reveal his true identity, and he also did not force it. After thinking for a moment, he also could not recall any character ranking as the third, so he did not bother to ponder further. At this moment he suddenly noticed on one side of the man in red's cheek, a strand of jet black hair was braided into a small plait that hung down, tied at the end of the plait with a red coral bead. That bead was softly gleaming, a small one at first glance, one knew it as priceless. But Xie Lian just felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Or was it among the piles of scattered jewels and precious stones on the ground in the sleeping quarters? But he could not determine it. San Lang noticed his gaze and said, do you like this? As he spoke, he raised a slender, fair finger, lightly caressing that coral bead, lingering over it without moving away. He did not know why, but as soon as Xie Lian saw this scene, his chest suddenly ached, as if somewhere on his body was also being caressed, and he suddenly leapt backward. This movement was too sudden. A few guests nearby all looked this way. San Lang did not pay them any heed, slightly raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, Reverend, what is wrong? He stretched out a hand, as if wanting to come and support him. Xie Lian naturally did not want him to support him, quickly sat upright again and said, no, it's nothing. That coral bead. Oh. San Lang could not hide the smile at the corner of his lips, and said, this bead? His hand fondled even more, appreciating that radiant, beautiful bead, and he smiled, saying, this is a gift from my beloved wife. Taoist priest, what do you think? Xie Lian said, beautiful, very beautiful. In truth, he fundamentally didn't know what he was saying anymore. His hand on his thigh clenched tight, as if standing on a pile of fire, sitting on a pile of coals. That strange man in red was clearly just fondling and playing with the bead, but this exceeding why simple motion made him discern a hint of lascivious charm. Vaguely, as if what was at his fingertips, gently touching, caressing and fondling, was not that bead, but some sensitive part on his body. Xie Lian's face suddenly flushed fiery red. His breathing became rapid, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Not normal. This matter was absolutely not normal. The man in red who called himself San Lang was indeed very beautiful, but his person incessantly emitted a demonic aura, making others shiver. The alarm bell in Xie Lian's heart rang loudly, and he had no choice but to steady his mind, his breathing also returning to normal, as he stared intently at him without the slightest fear and said, may I ask, honored sir, what is the reason for actively approaching this humble one? San Lang smiled, and slowly said, why must you be so vigilant? It is nothing. It is merely that upon seeing the Taoist priest's bearing, my heart felt extremely trusting, and I could not help myself. If there has been any offense, I hope the Taoist priest will be tolerant. Xie Lian didn't know whether he should believe him anymore. secretly regretting in his heart that he should not have sat opposite this person, to avoid his heart now being troubled and his thoughts confused. Just at this moment that courtesan finished her performance, bowed to everyone, then smiled and spoke towards Xie Lian and gently left. She left, and Xie Lian also had no need to stay anymore, so he stood up and said, "Honored Sir, slowly finish this cup by yourself." He wanted to say a final provocative remark, but the words, reaching the corner of his lips, still came out elegantly and politely. Xie Lian dared not look at the man in red anymore. As if flying down the stairs, he wandered around casually for a while, and after confirming no one was following, only then let out a sigh. But after stopping he felt hazy again. His clothes were gone, his money was gone, his treasured sword was gone, his attendants were gone, and his spiritual power was also nowhere to be found. In 17 years of his life, he had never fallen into such a desperate situation. Xie Lian shook his head, stopped a passerby here to ask. The passerby replied, and Xie Lian had never heard of a place like this, so he asked again, "Then may I ask if this place is far from the imperial city? What direction is this place compared to the imperial city?" He didn't say it was Xianlu imperial city, but the passerby said again, "Imperial city? This place is south of the imperial city, very far from it." As expected, the accent of the people here and the architectural style were both a bit strange, not like the areas neighboring the imperial city, so he guessed it must be very far. He didn't know what purpose the person who brought him here had. After walking for a while longer, Xie Lian encountered a difficult problem to solve. He was hungry, but as already mentioned, all his money was nowhere to be found. His jade pendant proving his identity as crown prince had also vanished without a trace earlier. When he wanted to give the local deity some gold leaves, he couldn't pull out anything. Sitting in the tea house for a while had already made him rummage everywhere just to find a little, and moreover, because he couldn't stand the old tea dregs caked in the cup, he didn't drink even a mouthful of tea. His stomach was now completely empty. It truly was a case of one coin troubling a mighty hero. As he encountered hardship and had to furrow his brows, he suddenly discovered that on the ground, beside a brick, something seemed to have been dropped, shining brightly. Xie Lian walked over, sat down and turned it over, finding it strange. This place was on the ground in a small alley, yet there were several gold leaves fallen down. Besides the gold leaves, there were also silver leaves and some small change. In broad daylight, picking up money from the ground, as if cake falling from the sky, didn't know whether to say his luck was good or bad now. After Xie Lian picked it up, his first reaction was that this might be something someone had accidentally dropped. He walked out of the small alley and asked the passers-by on the street, "Excuse me, has anyone dropped money in here?" Most people shook their heads. A few idlers, putting on serious faces, came over and said, "I dropped it. I dropped it." Xie Lian then asked, "How much did you drop?" All of them hesitated, unable to answer, and ran off, laughing loudly. Xie Lian feared the person who lost the item would return to look for it, so he stood in one spot, waiting patiently. After waiting for an hour, no one came to claim it. His stomach grew hungrier and hungrier. A long while later he sighed, looking at the pile of money in his sleeve, and thought to himself, otherwise, "I'll just borrow a little to use first, and then repay it tenfold." There was truly no other way. Therefore, after waiting for another stick of incense's time, he went to buy a steamed bun. Xie Lian had never eaten a steamed bun. Much less had he ever eaten a steamed bun so carelessly made. Both large and ugly, stark white yet tasteless as this. But he did not want to use much of the money he had found, fearing that if the other person demanded it back, they might need it urgently, and that would be disastrous. Thus, he only spent the smallest possible amount of money. This was the first time in his life he had held such a large steamed bun, and he even found it a little novel. He walked past the small alley to a relatively quiet street. Just as he was about to bring the steamed bun to his mouth, suddenly a hand appeared from the side and snatched the steamed bun away. The technique of that single hand was incredibly wondrous. Xie Lian was stunned, his hand now empty. He turned his head to look, and standing on the other side was none other than the red-clad young man from the tavern. Xie Lian was struck dumb with shock. He had not thought that the other person would also come to this place, and he dared not even imagine that he would snatch his steamed bun. After being momentarily dazed, he remembered he had to get his item back. He leaped up and said, "Give it back to me." His posture to snatch back the item was extremely swift, yet the young man's movements were even swifter. Moreover, he was also taller than Xie Lian, and in a flash he had already dodged, saying, "Don't eat this one." He said so, but then he himself took the steamed bun and bit off a piece, leaving an indentation. Now, even if Xie Lian wanted to eat it, he couldn't. He was a revered crown prince. How could he possibly eat a steamed bun that someone else had already bitten into? He glared, saying, "You." Swallowing down a breath, he said in a fit of pique, "How could you be like this?" He had wasted his effort, having felt upon first seeing him in the tea-house that he was an unfathomable character with whom he might form a connection. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be nothing but a boring rogue. The sight of the two figures, one red, one white, moving with such swiftness that it dazzled the eyes, made it utterly unbelievable that such an excellent dispute could be over a single steamed bun. Although Xie Lian vaguely felt his speed growing swifter and swifter, quick enough to match Tam Lang's agility, he also vaguely realized he could not control the crucial points. His limbs would not obey his commands. Added to this, having been weary, bothered, and suspicious throughout the entire day, his back ached, his legs ached, and in his anger, his body tilted and he fell to the ground. He inadvertently let out a low groan of pain through gritted teeth. The pain was immense. This pain was indescribable. That unspeakable place was torn open. This pain had existed from before, it was just that the wound had been carefully treated, and he had deliberately tried his utmost to ignore it, so the pain had not been clear. This fall of his immediately changed his complexion. Tam Lang's complexion also changed. He immediately bent down, seized Xie Lian's arm and said, "Go," then immediately corrected himself to, "Are you all right?" Xie Lian was extremely uncomfortable, wishing he could dig a hole and bury his face in the ground. He frantically pushed Tam Lang's hand away, his face burning crimson as he said, "Please don't call out nonsense, and you don't need to help me up." Tam Lang indeed released his arm, but only for a moment of pretense, then changed to gripping his shoulder, saying, "What's wrong? Where does it hurt?" His tone was extremely concerned, not at all like he was faking it. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling person, and Xie Lian should have been grateful. But thinking of where it hurt and why it hurt, he felt both ashamed and angry, and all the day's accumulated vexation burst forth. He pushed Tam Lang's hand away again, scrambled to his feet himself and said, "I don't hurt anywhere at all, not one bit." He flung out the sentence and ended to turn and run, but unexpectedly, the young man behind him caught his wrist. He tried to pull free but couldn't. Xie Lian could not bear it any longer. He suddenly spun around, his eyes wide, and saw Tam Lang gazing intently at him, sighing softly, "Ah, this Taoist priest, 1,000 faults, 10,000 mistakes, all are my fault. Don't be angry with me now. How about this, I'll take you to have a drink to apologize to you." For some reason, the moment Xie Lian saw this person's face, his heart immediately stirred restlessly. He was truly unaccustomed to this kind of feeling and only wanted to run away quickly. He said, "I don't need you to take me anywhere. I've never drunk alcohol. Release me at once." Tam Lang said, all right, no alcohol then. How about I take you to eat? You must be hungry, right?" Xie Lian was infuriated to the point of madness. What kind of tone was this person using to speak with him? He truly took him for a child, didn't he? He had never had to endure such humiliation. He said, "I don't need you to lead me to eat either. I am not hungry. You should respect me a little." The embarrassing thing was, no sooner had he finished speaking than his stomach let out a rumbling sound of protest. Xie Lian's body stiffened, growing even more furious, his face flushing crimson with anger, and he stammered as he spoke, "You, why do you keep clinging to me? Don't cling to me anymore." Tam Lang, however, stared intently at him and said, "Dao Zhang ha. Have you perhaps not yet discovered it?" Seeing his expression suddenly turn serious, Xie Lian asked, "Discover what?" Tam Lang said, "On your person there is an evil entity." Xie Lian froze. Suddenly, his wrist loosened, and the strip of bandage wrapped around it slipped down like a white serpent, soaring high into the air before him, and then instantly lunged towards his face. But before it could even lunge, it was caught by the red-robed man, who said, "See." The strip of white silk, looking like a venomous serpent, was squeezed in his hand, twisting ceaselessly, sending shivers down one's spine. On his person, He had actually hidden such a monster. Xie Lian only now understood. He stared wide-eyed, saying, "So, you approached me because you discovered this evil entity hidden on my person?" Tam Lang's expression grew even more serious and proper, and he said precisely, "This thing is very peculiar, which is why I took a bit of notice, and it is fortunate it has not yet harmed you." The truth was now clear. Xie Lian thought back to how he had treated this young master without a shred of politeness before, turning his face away and waving his hand dismissively. Now that the clue had been uncovered, it turned out that the other person had approached him out of good intentions. Feeling truly apologetic, he bowed respectfully to him, saying, "Many thanks, esteemed sir. It was I who misunderstood before." His back had not yet bent down when Tam Lang already supported him, saying, At all, not at all. It was merely a small matter I could easily attend to." Raising his head, Xie Lian felt a little bewildered. He didn't understand why, but he felt that although this red-robed man appeared serious, the corners of his eyes and eyebrows were full of mirth. Thinking that his previous awkward state had all fallen into the man's eyes, he felt a little embarrassed. It was strange to mention, but in front of his peers, Xie Lian was already considered exceedingly mature. Yet who would have thought that upon meeting this man, he was unable to maintain his composure, which made him feel uneasy. Tam Lang, however, seemed oblivious to these points, saying, "If it's all resolved, then I shall take my leave. Daozhang, will we meet again someday?" Xie Lian instinctively said yes. "We will meet again if the occasion arises." Tam Lang waved his hand, turned and disappeared. Unable to restrain himself, Xie Lian actually followed him for a few steps. Perhaps it was because he truly didn't know where to go, or perhaps it was due to a hazy confusion. Just as Tam Lang turned his head, Xie Lian was startled. Only then did he regain his senses, quickly stopping and pretending to look in another direction. But it was too late. From the other side came a soft chuckle, and Xie Lian was so mortified that even his earlobes flushed crimson. Patiently looking over, Tam Lang stood with his arms crossed, a smile in his voice as he said, "I think it's better not to wait to meet again later. I would be perfectly fine. So, is Daozhang willing to go have a drink with me now?" It was still the same lavish winehouse as before. The red-robed man he had just become acquainted with was exceedingly generous as soon as they arrived. He ordered the finest wine and the most delicious dishes, filling the table to the brim. It was in no way inferior to the imperial kitchen in the royal palace, and moreover, there were many novel methods of preparation that Xie Lian had never seen before. His hungry stomach rumbling, he ate, and only then did he realize that Tam Lang, seated opposite him, had been propping his hand on his cheek the entire time, gazing at him unblinkingly. That gaze, as though he were viewing him as food. Oh! Ta Lin, stared at by these eyes, felt as if he was standing on a pile of fire, sitting on a pile of coals. Believing it was not because his hungry appearance just now was somewhat unseemly, he then put down his chopsticks, lightly coughed once and said, "I've made a fool of myself." Tam Lang said, "Oh? What is there to laugh at about this? Don't mind me. Please, please. Continue." After that, he took out the bun that the two of them had just contended for, and ate it without changing his expression. Seeing this, Ta Lin became even more ashamed. He sat properly, looking at the white silk ribbon, determined to talk about serious matters, saying, "How did this evil object hide on me? Yet I completely failed to detect its existence. It's truly as if it had been wrapped around him for a very long time, wrapped until accustomed." The white silk ribbon continuously swayed and waved, wanting to come close to him if it weren't firmly controlled by Tam Lang. He feared it would have wrapped him into a bon chung. But looking at it, it seems to like him. Tam Lang used a chopstick to firmly press it down, not allowing it to fly towards Ta Lin, and smiled, saying, "It seems this evil object's habits are not very good. It must be taught a lesson." Ta Lin said, "Compared to teaching it a lesson, how about we first thoroughly investigate its origins?" The two talked about a great many things for a while. Ta Lin, who had grown up in the Xianla Imperial Palace since childhood and later cultivated at Huangji Temple, had never before met someone who spoke so interestingly, with such abundant knowledge. As he listened to Tam Lang speak, his eyes shone brightly, and his face continuously softened. He almost cast all his worries aside. Only after a long while did he remember he was in a strange whirlpool, and he straightened his face, saying, "Tam Lang, May I inquire about a person from you? Tam Lang threw the white silk ribbon to the ground, using some unknown method to make it slump limply, unable to fly or leap up, and said, which person? Ta Lin said, well, it's like this, I am looking for a person named Hua Cheng. Hearing this name, Tam Lang furrowed his brow. He said, may I ask, what do you wish to do by finding this son? Ta Lin sincerely said, to be frank, I do not know. Hearing Tam Lang's tone, he guessed that he certainly knew who Hua Cheng was, and then said, perhaps you will feel that I am hiding something from you. But it is all true, I also do not know what I am looking for him for anymore. Just today, upon waking up, I immediately found myself trapped in an exceedingly strange situation. He recounted the entire matter in one breath, only omitting some embarrassing things difficult to speak of. Finally, Ta Lin said, therefore, I think this person must be extremely important. If you, Tam Lang, know who he is, then could you conveniently tell me? Tam Lang smiled and said, there is nothing inconvenient at all. Taoist priest, you and I met as if we've been old friends for a long time, so of course I want to help you. As for Hua Cheng, Ta Lin focused his mind to listen, saying, how so? Tam Lang said, he is a fanatic. Ta Lin said, how is he a fanatic? Tam Lang poured a cup of wine, holding it in his hand, and said, he is a devotee of a person. A devotee of whom? The crown prince of Xianla. Cough, cough, cough. Ta Lin hurriedly swallowed the mouthful of tea, then managed to cough it out, saying, wait a minute. Crown prince of my Xianlu nation hasn't become a god yet. Where would followers come from? San Lang said nonchalantly, sooner or later, he will become a god. Moreover, a god, let's put it this way, if you say he is a god, then he is a god. If you say he is then he is not. If he feels he is a god, then he truly is a god. Ta Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry, saying that's far too arbitrary. Pausing for a moment, he then said, but does he truly believe that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will certainly become a god? San Lang slowly said, it's not belief. Immediately afterwards, he smiled at his absolute belief. Ta Lin also smiled along, saying, so, where can I meet this Hua Cheng? San Lang said, Daozhong, do you truly want to meet him? Ta Lin said, that's right. San Lang seemed not to quite approve of his idea, saying, but this Hua Cheng is very wicked. Ta Lin slightly furrowed his brows, saying, very wicked? Wicked in what way? He did not believe that a follower who held absolute faith in him becoming a god could be a wicked person. San Lang said, well, about that. Just at this moment, Ta Lin noticed an object. Previously, he had always been extremely cautious, not daring to look directly at San Lang. Now that the two of them had spent some time together, gradually getting used to each other, he had relaxed a little, letting his gaze wander freely. One of San Lang's hands had always been resting on the railing, his fingers gently tapping on the railing. His 5 fingers were slender on the 3rd finger. A delicate thin thread was tied, as if binding a beautiful destiny. Ta Lin immediately recalled the moment he sat upstairs, when that courtesan began to sing. Chaotic images flashed through his mind. The silk, 2 hands, 10 fingers tightly interlocked. On the hand placed on top, a red thread just like that was tied. Ta Lin's eyes suddenly flew open. Seeing his disbelieving expression, San Lang said, what's wrong? What was Ta Lin to say? Deceived, toyed with, and spun like a top into humiliation, irritation and hot blood surged to his head. He slammed a palm onto the tabletop, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word distinctly. So it's you. The table simply could not withstand his palm strike, shattering into pieces on the spot. Fortunately, apart from the two of them, there were no outsiders in the tavern, otherwise, they would naturally have been scared stiff and fled in terror. Ta Lin had no weapon in hand, so he had unleashed a palm strike. San Lang remained seated, merely tilting his hand slightly. That palm strike pierced through the wall behind him, and rubble cascaded down. Yet, he remained utterly unharmed, merely folding his arms, and casually raising his eyes. He spoke, Daozhong, what is the meaning of this? Ta Lin's face burned intensely. He didn't know what shade of red it had already become. The joints of one hand trembled incessantly, and immersed in anger, he uttered, you don't pretend. What you did to me, your own heart knows clearly. Tam Lang's eyelids raised a little more, and he said, unfortunately, I truly am not very clear. What exactly did I do, Daozhong, to make you so angry? Could you perhaps enlighten me a little? This person usually wore an innocent expression, asking him to voice it himself. How was he supposed to say it? In broad daylight, speak of such things. Ta Lin had never encountered anyone like this. He was so angry that from his shoulders to the depths of his heart, he was trembling, but his face grew redder and redder as he rambled curses. Shut up. I want to beat this shameless you to death, vulgar. Despicable. You. Tam Lang sighed, saying, Daozhang, I didn't expect my sincerity to be met with such a response. Where exactly am I shameless, vulgar, despicable? Ta Lin struggled to regain a little composure, saying, don't even dream of deceiving me again. The red thread on your hand has already proven it. You are that. Huh. Tam Lang, however, showed no trace of panic. He raised his own hand, asking, what are you saying? Is there a problem with this red thread? Seeing that red thread, Ta Lin felt as though he had been stabbed. He said, I saw it. At that time you had this red thread on your hand. Tam Lang said, when? In that instant, Ta Lin truly wanted to beat him to death. To know clearly yet deliberately ask how utterly malicious. But he didn't know why. Even though he was furious in his heart, his hand remained still. Moreover, it wasn't that he was being controlled by someone, rendering him unable to move, but rather his own body simply wouldn't let him act. Just at this moment, several people came running up the stairs from somewhere, exclaiming double, "What are you two customers doing? How can you be knocking things over so haphazardly?" Ta Lin turned his head and said, "It's dangerous here." You all first, but unexpectedly, with a single glance, he was utterly stunned. On the hands of these people, surprisingly, all were tied with a red thread. Ta Lin blurted out, "What's with the red threads on your hands?" One person among them said, "Red thread? Isn't a red thread just a red thread? What's so surprising about it?" Nothing happened. Nothing at all happened. Ta Lin was bewildered. Could it be that in this place tying a red thread on one's hand was a completely normal fashion trend? He turned his head. Tam Lang seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said, "Daozhang, your guess is not wrong. Tying a red thread on the hand is precisely the custom here. If you don't believe it, please look at the crowd below." Ta Lin looked down from the tavern. Indeed, amidst the flowing stream of people, many hands were tied with a red thread. Some even had multiple threads. He asked, "What kind of custom is this?" Tam Lang smiled, saying, "As for this, it also has a connection to that Huatan. Because he and the person he loves both have such a red thread on their hands. Therefore, many people also imitate this, wanting to pray for good fortune in love, or to show their unwavering devotion." Xie Lian heard it with surprise, said, speaking thus, "That Hua Cheng must be an unfathomable character? Unexpectedly, there are so many people interested in following him like that." San Lang said, "Unfathomable or not still depends on who he is compared to." "Oh right, Daozhang, it seems something fell to the ground. May I pick it up to see?" Xie Lian at this moment only managed to react. He still maintained this attacking posture. It turned out that just now, due to a moment of confusion, his momentum had all dissipated. Hurriedly withdrawing his hand, said, Sorry, San Lang, I truly wasn't meant for you. It was I who was hasty and misunderstood you." San Lang from beginning to end remained unhurried. Bending down to pick up an object, said, "It's nothing." "Daozhang, did you drop this?" He picked up from the chaos on the ground a piece of gold foil, probably having fallen from Xie Lian's sleeve just now when he made his move. Xie Lian was about to speak when he saw San Lang raise the gold foil before his eyes. Narrowing his gaze, said, "This gold foil, looking at it, seems a little familiar." Having said that, he unhurriedly took something from his waist. It was also a piece of gold foil. Two pieces of gold foil, unexpectedly identical. Xie Lian blurted out, "So this was yours?" San Lang said, "Actually, I dropped a few things, which is why I came back to look for them." Hearing that, Xie Lian was very afraid he would misunderstand. Hurriedly said San Lang, "Listen to my explanation." San Lang said, "No need to be nervous. I will naturally listen to your explanation, Daozhang." Xie Lian sighed. Said, "It's like this. This gold foil I picked up on the road. Originally, I wanted to wait for the person who dropped it to come back and look for it so I could return it, but I waited for over an hour and didn't see anyone come to look. And I was very..." Speaking to here, he was a little embarrassed, said in a low voice, "So I decided on my own to borrow a little first, intending to buy some food to eat, that steamed bun. I originally planned to compensate manifold later, but no matter what is said, in the end it was still doing something without asking. I apologize." Sanlang, however, smiled with narrowed eyes, said, Daozhong, why do you need to be like that? Isn't this just a common human sentiment? Not to mention I originally intended to invite you to drink with me. And as for that steamed bun, wasn't it I who ate it in the end? A small matter like this, you shouldn't keep it in your heart. And the one who picked it up was Daozhong. This is truly, if fated, one can meet across 1,000 li. Xie Lian, hearing his explanation, his mood also lightened, said, however, Sanlang, you must also be careful. Something so dazzling falling on the road, yet you unexpectedly didn't notice. Next time don't be so careless. At this moment the group of servants shrinking back at the side said, two esteemed guests, have you calmed down yet? If you've calmed down then you should settle the bill for the damaged table. If it were before, compensating any amount would naturally be a small matter, but now he couldn't even afford a single steamed bun. Yet Sanlang said, it's nothing. Put it all on my tab. Just now it was clearly he who had moved to attack Sanlang. Yet Sanlang proactively helped him compensate for the items he had damaged. Xie Lian was so moved by his gentle consideration that he was speechless. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he said, The group of servants also didn't understand what had happened, and despite the room being battered, they cheerfully helped them switch to another, more lavish table. The two once again sat down. Xie Lian couldn't help but feel both apologetic and grateful, only feeling that 1,000 words and 10,000 phrases could not express it. Sanlang solicitously said, Daozhong, just now hearing your words, it seems there's a hidden story within. What happened? Daozhong, who in the end did what to you? That kind of matter, how could Xie Lian speak it aloud? His face, which had just calmed down, instantly flushed red with embarrassment. He stammered, It's nothing, it's nothing. Sanlang then said, if you don't mind, could you tell me a few words? Sanlang might just be able to help a little. Though he possessed a good heart, Xie Lian was nonetheless cornered by him with no path to escape. Restless, he said helplessly, There truly is nothing. Tamlang, could you please not ask? It was difficult for him to open his mouth. Since it was so, Tamlang also did not force the issue. Say, Ninja, all right. Where were we just now? You wanted to go meet Hua Cheng, yes? Xie Lian composed his mood, and said with a serious face, Tamlang, do you know a way? Tamlang said, of course I know. However, these past few days Hua Cheng cannot be met. Why? Tamlang used his chopsticks to pick up a green vegetable from the dish, then displayed a fresh, smiling face, saying, some say that recently his beloved has had some matters, so he has to accompany them. Other matters are not clear. Xie Lian thought to himself, indeed this Hua Cheng could be counted as an emotional person, one who greatly valued affection. He felt even more admiration, saying, I see. So when will I be able to meet him? At most 5 days, at least 3 days. I suggest, Daozhong, there's no need to worry. Before then, why not just rest peacefully? Xie Lian had just thought to himself that he had nowhere to stay, when he heard Tamlang say, if Daozhong has no place to stay, how about coming to my place for a temporary rest? After all, my house is quite large, and there aren't many people living in it. Xie Lian could no longer hold back and said softly, Tamlang, you truly are so kind. It was his first time using such direct words to praise another, and he felt a little embarrassed, but besides those words, he truly could not find any others that could clearly express his feelings. After hearing this, Tamlang seemed to enjoy it immensely, smiling with narrowed eyes as he said, who told Daozhong? And I that we became intimate friends the moment we met? Oh, that's right, there's still one question I forgot to ask, Daozhong. How old are you this year? Xie Lian said 17. Tamlang said, 17, then you are younger than me. Indeed it was so, he looked to be around 20 years old. Tamlang then said as if casually, in that case, Daozhong should call me elder brother now. Xie Lian was of royal lineage, an incomparably noble crown prince highness, who fundamentally should not address outsiders as brothers. Few could truly bear it. But this Tamlang truly brought Xie Lian a very good feeling, and he had also never treated an outsider as an elder brother before, finding it extremely novel. So he smiled and said, so it's Tamlang, elder brother. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but after he finished calling out elder brother once, Tamlang's smiling posture on the opposite side suddenly became a little strange. It was truly very difficult to describe the gaze in Tamlang's left eye seemed to suddenly burn brightly, so hot that it made Xie Lian feel his own skin warming up. He stared wide-eyed and asked, what's wrong? That terrible wave of heat flashed by and then disappeared. Tam Lang returned to normal, smiling as he said nothing. I'm just very happy. In my family there's no one younger than me, and I've never heard anyone call me this way. Xie Lian said if Tam Lang doesn't mind then. May I continue to call you that? Tam Lang smiled until his eyes flickered, yet his mouth refused. Of course I absolutely don't dislike it, but it just depends on whether Daozhang minds or not. Xie Lian said I don't mind, of course I don't mind. Tam Lang elder brother, we are now returning to your home, right? Tam Lang's residence was an extremely magnificent and vast building. Xie Lian walked in, only feeling that this place was not much inferior to the imperial gardens within the royal palace, and he increasingly believed that this Tam Lang was no ordinary person. In the afternoon, lying alone on the bed, Xie Lian tossed and turned. He felt a lack of something beside him, and turning over and over still felt uneasy. Moreover, his body was faintly uncomfortable lying on his back. It pressed against his lower back. Turning to lie on his stomach, he again felt as if something was placed on his back. Drowsily he encountered many chaotic dreams. He wanted to move but was firmly restrained by someone else, and that voice then leaned in and whispered into his ear. Sometimes it was a man, sometimes a youth, sometimes calling him Xie, sometimes calling him Your Highness, telling him not to be afraid, Your Highness. Extremely gentle, extremely devilish, yet also extremely cherished. Startling awake, his entire clothing was drenched in sweat. Xie Lian, gasping for breath, clenched his fists, angry yet powerless, so he fiercely pounded on the bed, his fingers intertwining in his sweat-drenched hair. What kind of thing is this? When will I ever be able to forget it? When I catch this shameless scoundrel I will certainly. At this moment, he discovered that at some unknown time, a set of clothes had been placed beside his pillow. Although they were also white robes, they were in the style he liked. Xie Lian felt as if granted a great reprieve, hurrying out to the back room to quickly bathe. Shedding his clothes and immersing himself in the water, he suddenly discovered that around his neck, he wore a delicate silver chain. From beneath the silver chain hung a clear, sparkling ring. He didn't know how long he had worn it. No matter what, he had completely failed to notice it, finding it strange. Do I have such an accessory? This ring was truly too beautiful. He gazed at it, almost enchanted, but he still had not lost his vigilance. Suddenly, he felt a flash of silver light beside him, and immediately shouted, Who's there? A palm strike hit the water. Water spray shot out like iron and stone, hitting the wall with a thunderous tremor. Yet what he struck was not a person but a saber. Xie Lian took hold of that rigid saber, extremely bewildered. Suddenly the silver light on the saber's hilt split open, like an eye opening, its pupil moving chaotically fast as lightning. Xie Lian was even more horrified. What in the world is this monstrous thing? The slender body of the curved saber seemed to possess life, very enthusiastically pouncing into his chest. Xie Lian was caught off guard and let it succeed, chilled into letting out a cry of wah. His entire body trembled, but probably because he didn't sense any murderous intent, his intuition told him this curved saber was not dangerous. Aside from desperately pushing it away, he also didn't want to act roughly towards it, like slapping it away beyond the clouds. At this moment, a red figure suddenly appeared, with one hand seizing that curved saber, and calmly said, So you are here. Looking closely, it was Tam Lang standing beside the bathtub, his hand gripping that saber. Although his face still smiled, faint blue veins vaguely bulged on his forehead. His hand unceremoniously slapped it once, saying, Did I not tell you that you are not allowed to come over here right now? Xie Lian said, Tam Lang, this saber is your spiritual weapon? Tam Lang turned his gaze towards him. The blue veins on his forehead instantly vanished, replaced by an air of composure and serenity, as he said, It's just an unruly thing. This Xie of yours has made you laugh. Xie Lian also solemnly felt admiration. His eyes all lit up, and taking hold of the hem of his red robe, he said, No, Tam Lang, you are extremely formidable. To actually be able to forge a spiritual weapon with its own consciousness like this. That saber, which had just been given a palm strike by Tam Lang, resentfully narrowed its eye. Hearing Xie Lian's encouragement, its pupil again moved swiftly like lightning, smugly, secretly wanting to go over and rub a guy. And st him. Tam Lang, utterly cold and ruthless, delivered another palm strike. It hadn't even had time to do anything with a thud. It fell to the ground, rolling over and over like a small child who, having been hit by an adult, lies rolling and crying on the ground. Xie Lian's ears, both left and right, truly felt as though they could hear its wah-wah cries, finding it somewhat pathetic, so he hurriedly stood up and said, "Wait a moment, Tam Lang. Let it go, don't hit it. I think it's just a little stubborn, it needs to be coaxed. There's no need to scold it so harshly." But just as he got out of the water, only then did he remember his upper body was bare. His face inexplicably flushed red, and he awkwardly sank back down. Tam Lang, however, had long since very naturally turned around and walked out. Xie Lian hurriedly got out of the tub and changed into his new clothes. He felt the fabric clinging to his skin was exquisitely fine finally. His skin was no longer chafed to discomfort, and his heart was even more grateful. Exiting the room, he walked to the elegant living room, where Tam Lang was already seated on a chair, waiting. He didn't know how he had disciplined that saber, but now it was obediently hanging by Tam Lang's waist, not moving casually, and appearing utterly cold and stern. It was completely unimaginable that this was the same one that had just been lying insolently on the ground. Seeing Xie Lian arrive, Tam Lang smiled and said, "Are you awake? Did you sleep well last night?" Xie Lian honestly replied, "For the first half, I don't know why I kept dreaming. But after midnight I slept very well." Tam Lang said, "That's because you were too tired." The two of them casually exchanged a few words, discussing a few trivial matters. This day was no different from before. Probably every time Hua Cheng was free, they would sit down together like this. However, that afternoon Xie Lian, lying alone on his bed, again encountered a dream that made one feel parched and restless. He tossed and turned in the dream until he could bear it no longer. Startled awake, his entire body drenched in sweat, vexed and at a loss, he could only rise and step out, intending to walk a few rounds to regain his composure. But suddenly he heard a voice emanating from afar, from another room. That was San Lang's private chamber. The room was extremely soundproof and the voice was extremely faint, but Xie Lian's 5 senses were exceptionally keen, and he could hear it. He held his breath, focusing his spirit, and silently and imperceptibly approached the exterior of that chamber. Peering through the crack in the door, looking inside, he saw San Lang sitting in the room, a small writing brush in hand, seemingly writing characters. His countenance was cold, utterly unlike the one Xie Lian was accustomed to seeing. Beside him, a figure clad in black, wearing a demonic mask, was bowing low, reporting in a low voice. For some reason, the person wearing the demonic mask had a truly faint presence. One would not notice him if not paying close attention. Xie Lian was just about to listen closely when the person finished reporting. He only vaguely heard a few scattered sentences. Something about that monster has been causing disturbance for many days, perhaps due to receiving prayers to handle it. It unexpectedly left. This is the new direction we have investigated. As he was slowly approaching closer, he heard San Lang say, "I currently need to accompany him. I cannot split myself. Hand over that monster to me before tomorrow night." The demonic masked figure spoke in a low voice. "Understood. Do you wish to leave it with a breath?" San Lang set down his brush, glancing at what he had written. Seemingly not very satisfied, he crumpled it into a ball and threw it away. Only then did he slowly say, "Allow it a few breaths, make it spit out that thing, then slowly crush its dog head." His expression and tone when saying these words would deeply terrify others. Yet Xie Lian unexpectedly felt no such aversion or wariness. The demonic masked figure responded and prepared to depart, and Xie Lian immediately slipped away to conceal himself. Returning to his room, Xie Lian found himself even less able to sleep. He paced back and forth several times, thinking to himself, who exactly is San Lang? What is that monster he mentioned? From what he heard, it seemed some crucial item had been devoured by that long troubling monster, and San Lang felt a hint of anger. But because he desired to attend to him at this time, he could not divide himself to go smash the head of that monster. Upon realizing this, Xie Lian felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. This San Lang truly treated him with the most profound sincerity. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration ignited in his mind. Why am I sitting idle like this? Since I haven't yet found Hua Cheng for the time being, I also wish to do something for this kind elder brother San Lang. How about I catch that monster for him? No sooner said than done. Xie Lian resolved. He then left a letter, writing that San Lang, his elder brother, should not fret, for Lian would go and return. With a leap, he soared, silently and imperceptibly departing from this splendid place. Book 5 Chapter 249 PN2. The direction spoken of by the demonic masked figure was not overly complicated. A straight path south for a few miles would lead to a cave upon a certain mountain. Xie Lian was also extremely confident the speed of mortals could not match his current pace, and he would undoubtedly be faster than San Lang's underlings. Indeed, after a considerable time, he battled his way to the location, leaping into that mountain and unleashing a furious barrage of blows and kicks, beating that mountain goblin and night cat demon until it wailed tragically. Finally, he found the cave in that mountain. Though the monster's underlings were not sparse, 300 or 400 lackeys guarding its entrancito. Xie Lian, this was no differ from facing 3 or 4 mere lackeys. He had previously been worried about the enemy's strength and had not acted rashly, but after a period of patient observation by the cave, listening to the lackeys gossiping and spinning tales, he discovered that the monster had also endured much fierce hardship in recent days. Yes, that's right. The mountain lord barely managed to escape the blows of a foul Taoist priest. He was scared almost to death, returned with injuries, and upon returning, was so terrified he abandoned his original cave abode and fled here. So that's how it is. I was just wondering why he suddenly brought everyone running here. So it turns out he's afraid of that Taoist priest coming for revenge. Huh. No need to be afraid. That Taoist priest was bitten a few times by the mountain lord. Even if he wakes up now, he's sure to be confused and unable to find his way. How can we not be afraid? The mountain lord is, after all, a demon famed for centuries. Some say that Taoist priest suddenly sprang out of nowhere, and with 2 palm strikes, knocked the mountain lord's nose crooked and eyes askew. Had it not been that the Taoist priest seemed to have a vulnerable spot, allowing him to be taken advantage of and bitten a few times, I'm afraid the mountain lord wouldn't have been able to return at all. Blast it, where did such a formidable Taoist priest come from? Hearing this much, Xie Lian found it to be not far off. He then unhurriedly stepped forth and gently ate hello everyone. The group of small demon minions were terrified, jumping up and saying, "Who is it? Where did this white-faced fellow come from?" Xie Lian smiled, having no time to explain, and directly charged towards the cave to attack. He casually grabbed a few, casually threw them several zhang away, and even without spiritual power, he still made the group of minions so scared they screamed non-stop, deafeningly. What is going on with this white-faced fellow? He looks quite refined when grown up. How can he strike so brutally? Just like stepping on a patch of weeds, he walked straight into the cave. Xie Lian had prepared for a great battle with that famous demon, but unexpectedly, upon entering, he only saw a demon transformed into a human, lying rolling about on the ground, clutching its belly, squawking and crying out in pain. Xie Lian still thought it was pretending, but as soon as he looked down, it didn't seem to be faking it. Its belly was bulging very high, as if it had swallowed something very terrible. So Xie Lian squatted down and said, "What's wrong with you?" That demon was probably not so muddled in its mind, for as soon as it saw Xie Lian, it immediately shouted loudly, "You've come at just the right time. I won't eat anymore. I don't dare to eat anymore. I won't dare anymore. I'll give back what I swallowed to you. I can't digest it, I truly can't digest it." Xie Lian said, "Are you mistaking me for someone else? You didn't swallow anything of mine, what, why? Will you give back to me?" That demon was in so much pain it rolled all over the ground, fundamentally not caring about his answer. Xie Lian found it puzzling, and casually drew a talisman, deciding to contain it first. What was incredibly magical was that as soon as the talisman was clapped onto it, this demon surprisingly transformed into a perfectly round roly-poly toy, its belly a bit bigger than other roly-poly toys, making it extremely funny. Xie Lian was both amused and surprised, looking closely again at the talisman he drew, wondering why it had turned out like this. Had he drawn something wrong somewhere? But this was not any major issue. This battle was truly extremely easy. Xie Lian came out of the deep mountains, and daylight had already brightened. Xie Lian put that roly-poly toy into his sleeve and ran back to the city. He himself had finally done something for that Tam Lang. Xie Lian's mood was very joyful. He had already begun to think about how he should hand over the captured demon to Tam Lang. He secretly told himself that if Tam Lang showed a surprised expression, then he should also be reserved, not letting his face reveal joy. Having traveled tirelessly all night, walking felt a little tired. Therefore Xie Lian casually found a stall and sat down, drinking a cup of tea for free. As he drank, he suddenly heard someone behind him call out his name loudly, Xie Lian. Xie Lian immediately put down his teacup. Who would be so audacious daring to call his me directly on the main road? One must know that even someone from the royal family would not be so disrespectful who wouldn't respectfully, politely, and fearfully call him His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Looking back, that person was a commoner, carrying a large wooden chest, and as he walked, he called out, "Wait a moment. Wait, did you forget Xie Lian? Bring him along." It turned out that he wasn't calling him, it was just that someone had the same name as him, that's all. However, Xie Lian felt even more peculiar. Although he also didn't care for these taboo names, he was still surprised that there was someone who dared to bear a name exactly like his. He immediately realized that Xie Lian was not human. Beside Xie Lian sat a sturdy man. The person holding that chest walked down and sat next to this sturdy man, patting the wooden chest and saying, "I've brought Xie Lian. Remember carefully, today you must take that other one in your house away." I also don't believe it could be so demonic, but if these two are not placed together, it'll be a disaster. That's right. I naturally understand. Xie Lian truly couldn't help himself, opening his mouth and saying, "May I ask?" Those two people simultaneously turned their heads and looked at him. Xie Lian said, "Please forgive my presumption. May I ask inside the chest is?" That person said, "Didn't I already say? Inside is Xie Lian." Xie Lian confusedly said, "But isn't Xie Lian His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Those two people seemed amused, saying, "No one said he isn't the Crown Prince, that's what he is. Look." Saying that, he opened the chest. Xie Lian's eyes widened. That wooden chest, it was a small altar, and on the altar, consecrated, was a dust-covered statue of a deity. It was a white-robed figure wearing a bamboo hat. He also did not recognize it. Xie Lian was completely unable to comprehend, saying, "You are saying this divine statue is Crown Prince Xianlu Xie Lian? Is it not so?" The others had also gathered here, half looking at him, this person with astonishment. "You, this young man, are truly strange at first glance. You are also a Taoist priest, aren't you? How can you not even know such a simple matter?" The other half looked at that divine statue and said, "Oh, this scrap immortal statue is not bad. It's desolate enough." That's right, mournful and dejected. Just by looking, one already feels a look of misfortune. Good. Now it looks even uglier, but wait for that person to help him cultivate it, and it will become even more beautiful. Place them together for a maximum of 8 days and you will see the effect. Xie Lian asked in bewilderment, "Scrap immortal? Why has it become a scrap immortal?" The people said, "You, this Taoist priest, are truly very strange. Xie Lian was originally a scrap immortal." Xie Lian was not a person easily angered, however, at this moment. He was slightly bothered. No matter who hears others mocking themselves as a scrap collector, they would not be too pleased. He suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "Everyone, do you have any dissatisfaction towards the royal family of Xianlu? Even if you do, for you to insult the crown prince like this is also not too proper, is it?" Those people exchanged glances and all laughed at him, saying, "What are you talking about? Proper according to which country's etiquette? The kingdom of Xianlu was already destroyed over 800 years ago." A long while later, Xie Lian walked on the main road, still a little dazed. It was truly terrifying. Just now, accepting all matters for him were all truly terrifying. How could the kingdom of Xianlu be destroyed? My imperial father and imperial mother are clearly still living safely and soundly, aren't they? Moreover, why was it destroyed because of me? I lost the battle? I destroyed the country? I was even demoted twice? I became a scrap collector? He repeatedly asked himself and repeatedly told himself, "Impossible. Impossible. Impossible." He wanted to convince himself these things are fundamentally not true. It must be someone behind the scenes playing tricks and using malicious methods. However, everything was hazy, illusory, and abnormal, whether it was the strange voices, strange clothing, and strange architecture, and also the strange Feng Xian and Mu Qing, all told him that this was not a nightmare, nor was it any kind of illusion. There was no demon or monster that could create such a realistic illusion. Has it truly been 800 years? Why has it been 800 years? 800 years later, how could he have become like this? Xianlu fell. Imperial father and imperial mother were dead. Feng Xian and Mu Qing ascended. He became a scrap collector. How could it be like this? It won't be like this. It's not like this. Xie Lian ran faster and faster, running until the very end, as if boundless darkness was pressing in from behind, wanting to devour him. Suddenly, a crimson figure flashed into view, a tall silhouette blocking his path, saying, "Taoist priest, where are you going? You made me search for quite a while." It was Tamlang. He was smiling faintly and upon finishing moved to help him, but as soon as Xie Lian saw him, all the hair on his body stood on end, and he cried out, "Don't come over here." His shout ceased abruptly. Tamlang's figure halted, his expression unchanged, and he asked, "What's wrong?" Xie Lian clenched both his fists, saying coldly, "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" Tamlang said, "I thought we had made it clear yesterday. There's no need to mind these small matters." Xie Lian said, "You lied to me." After a moment of silence, Tamlang said, "So you know." Xie Lian said, "I know now. It is already 800 years later." He would not have been delayed until now to discover the anomaly, but this person always tried his best to deceive him, making him disoriented and unable to find his way. Otherwise, how could it have taken him a whole day to uncover the truth? Tamlang turned towards him, saying, "Your Highness." Xie Lian retreated several steps backward again, crying out, "Don't come over here. Come any closer and I'll hit you." Both his voice and body were trembling. Xie Lian was utterly terrified. It was not fear of any demons or ghosts, nor was it because of the man, both divine and sinister, standing before him, but rather this entire strange and unfamiliar world. In this world he possessed no proud glory, no loyal subordinates, no parents who loved him, no country of his own, no devotees who revered him. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Tamlang, however, still walked towards him, saying, "Don't be afraid, Your Highness." Upon hearing this sentence, Xie Lian's expression changed. He suddenly remembered that, in those fragmented memories, a man had leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't be afraid, Your Highness." How could he not have realized? Their tone and voice were fundamentally identical. Xie Lian, trembling with rage, said, "It's you. Truly is you." Thinking of that person having deceived him, spinning him around like a top, how he had even been moved to tears by him, his heart filled with goodwill, opening his mouth to call him Gid, Xie Lian could no longer bear the rising fury, and struck out with a palm, saying, "You deceiver." This palm strike was aimed straight at Tamlang's chest. Xie Lian was still expecting his strike to connect, but found that he could not move at all. It was his own body stopping him. Xie Lian did not understand what was happening, but Tamlang grasped his hand. Xie Lian was startled, and immediately spat out each word, "Don't touch me. You deceiver, you lied to me. I will never trust you again." Tamlang, however, said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, trust me." Ta Lin said angrily, "I don't believe it." However, just like when halting an attack, those two words, "I don't believe," no matter how he tried to utter them, would not leave his lips. The tenderness and sorrow in this man's eyes were utterly genuine. Anyone who saw someone revealing such an expression towards them would no longer wish to question his sincerity. As if drawing Ta Lin away from the terrifying unfamiliar world, Tamlang finally drew him into his embrace. His lips gently brushed, and he tenderly said, "Don't be afraid, Your Highness. It has passed. Your Highness, you have overcome it." After a lengthy moment, Ta Lin's body finally softened. Now, casting aside his shame, he pondered carefully. Those fragmented images in the dream, the voice of the man calling his name, was still exceedingly tender, without even a hint of coercion. Even he himself, although there was pleading and sobbing, he perceived that there wasn't even a hint of unwillingness. It was merely that he had always refused to confront it, so he simply hadn't discovered it. Ta Lin at last understood why the moment he saw this man, he couldn't restrain himself. I'm trusting him. He feared that the Ta Lin of 800 years later, his relationship with Tamlang, was certainly not simple. He completely abandoned the resistance against his own body, allowing himself to follow his heart's desire, burying his face in Tamlang's chest, and said in a muffled voice, "We." Tamlang said, After a prolonged silence, Ta Lin murmured, "Why? Did I suddenly forget everything that happened over the past 800 years? Talin said I was not good. The other night, in the deep hours, you suddenly received a prayer and rushed off in a hurry. I had not yet helped you restore your spiritual energy, and also hadn't had time to tell you that if that demon bit you, it would devour your memories. Talin said this was originally not your fault, it was my own carelessness. Talin said Your Highness will never be at fault. Talin forced a smile and then said Then Tam Lang, why did I allow Xian Lu to perish? He so clearly treasured his subjects, once held grand aspirations and a magnificent spirit to ensure Xian Lu would endure for 1,000 years. Talin embraced him more tightly, and calmly said It is not your fault. Talin mumbled Why did I fail so badly? Why did I become like this? Who, from the very beginning, would not wish to achieve a magnificent and earth-shattering feat, to be remembered for all time? After all, among 1,000,000 people, perhaps not even one truly has the ability to achieve this desire, yet Talin had never doubted that he was not among those 1 in 1,000,000. Perhaps this was the reason Tam Lang did not want to let him know that it was now 800 years later. Tam Lang said You did not fail. Talin shook his head, saying But I have no followers. Tam Lang said You do. Talin recalled again with sorrow, saying I am a scrap immortal, a junk collector essentially. No one wants to be my follower, nor does anyone regard me as a god. Who would revere a god who collects junk? This matter was fundamentally not like his dream. San Lang again said Haven't I already let you know? You have a believer. Xie Lian tilted his face up. San Lang looked at him, smiled and said Your Highness, I once told you that you would very quickly meet Hua Cheng. Now you have already met him. Xie Lian raised his head, gazing at his face, said with a touch of bewilderment San Lang, You? Since when have you known me? Hua Cheng said From a very very long time ago when you had not yet ascended. Xie Lian slowly blinked. Hua Cheng again said Your Highness, perhaps the current you will feel that your future self 800 years from now is an utter failure. Perhaps you will be disappointed, unable to accept it, but please trust me it is not so. That bright left eye rested upon Xie Lian, its gaze as gentle as his voice. He said You saved me. I have always watched over you. In this world there are countless people more successful than you but not one of them, not a single one, could save me as you did nor was there one person, not a single one, who could accomplish the things you have done. You cannot know how much courage you have given me. For me to be who I am today. In my heart, you are forever the only God. Xie Lian said And you are forever my most loyal believer. No sooner had he finished speaking than he promptly reacted, realizing that the words he had just uttered in a momentary flash were unconscious, as if he had somewhere heard such a cherished promise before. Hua Cheng, however, smiled, took his hand, kissed the back of his hand and said Indeed. A long moment later Xie Lian seemed to have made a decision, taking the demon roly-poly from his sleeve and saying Is this the demon that swallowed my memories? Hua Cheng accepted the demon and said Your Highness has indeed given him a new lair. Xie Lian nodded and said To restore my memories, I must deal with him, mustn't I? The roly-poly, lying in Hua Cheng's hand, opened its mouth wide, and several tiny lights like fireflies flew out from it, circling around Xie Lian. Hua Cheng said Catch them, and Your Highness can retrieve 800 years of memories. Upon hearing this, Xie Lian extended his hand towards them. However, just as he was about to touch them he paused. Restoring 800 years of memories would be like having to relive 800 years once again. Once again experiencing everything, the agony of 100 swords piercing the heart, the humiliation of utter failure, the rage and helplessness. Although he knew that these things would in fact only take place in an instant, his fingertips still trembled slightly. Hua Cheng stood behind him like a sturdy wall for him to lean upon. He heard Hua Cheng's voice resounding from behind him Do not be afraid, Your Highness. Xie Lian slightly tilted his hand. Hua Cheng embraced his waist and said Trust me. No matter how long, I will always be waiting for you. You will still be able to meet me again. That's right. Still we'll meet each other. Therefore Xie Lian extended his hand towards that light. A few rays of light merged into his fingertips. He felt his vision brightened, as if there was something burning hot near him. Just before that light drew near, Xie Lian said I am very happy for meeting you. After this sentence, the remaining bit of light immediately merged into his body, then disappeared. Xie Lian slowly fell forward, caught by Hua Cheng. After a while Xie Lian slowly and calmly awoke. As soon as he opened his eyes, Hua Cheng immediately said in a low voice, Gidge? Xie Lian slowly revealed a faint smile, extended his hand, stroked Hua Cheng's face, saying, I've met you again. Hua Cheng also smiled, saying, I told you, trust me. Xie Lian sighed in the end. Did we wait for each other for 800 years again? He pulled Xie Lian up. The two stood face to face. Hua Cheng tightly clasped his hand, smiling and saying, Now I don't want to be apart from each other and for a moment anymore. The past cannot be changed. 800 years ago, Xie Lian, a proud son of heaven at just 17, did not yet know what awaited him in the future. Heavenly destiny gave him two doors. A fleeting moment of startling beauty on Shengwu Avenue. The bridge of Yinyan, meeting a demon and encountering an immortal. He walked through all of them. From then on, he was alone, desperate and powerless within the swirling vortex of heaven and earth, struggling to overcome the long, tormenting years. Anguish, rage, disappointment, hatred, madness. His heart like burnt ashes. After that, the ashes burned again. However, all of that had passed. Gidge, welcome back. Look, I told you you would meet me again. I didn't lie to you. Xie Lian gazed intently at Hua Cheng, saying, Is that so? Hua Cheng smiled and said, Of course, have I ever deceived your highness? My Gidge here. Xie Lian reached into Hua Cheng's chest, took out a piece of paper, and read, Having been cared for by Sanlang Gidge, Lian has nothing to repay. I am willing to fully use my youthful strength for Gidge to dispel sorrows and remove misfortunes, temporarily parting. Sanlang Gidge, do not worry, Lian will leave and then return. Hua Cheng raised one eyebrow, clasped his hands and said nothing. After Xie Lian finished reading, he imitated his eyebrow-raising gesture and said, Sanlang Gidge, good Gidge. You truly are so good. Hua Cheng laughed heartily, saying, Whether I am good or not, didn't Gidge already know clearly long ago? Xie Lian's face reddened slightly and he mumbled, I don't know what you are saying. In general, you have been a bit too much these past 2 days. Go reflect on yourself a bit. Hua Tan seriously said, Gidge, you cannot be like this. These 2 days I have always treated you with propriety, enduring to an extreme hardship. Xie Lian said, How could you have treated me with propriety? You clearly were toying with him, playing very happily, thinking of the past 2 days, having turned into an innocent, naive fool, only 17 years old yet pampered since childhood, allowing Hua Tan to spin him around and play. Xie Lian now remembered the entire process even more clearly, truly unable to face himself, couldn't help but groan once, covering his forehead. Hua Tan again solemnly said, It's true. Even if Gidge scolds me as a wretched, lowly, shameless, vulgar scoundrel, Sanlang will not complain or resent. If Gidge doesn't like it, then you can continue to scold me. Sanlang doesn't mind at all. Xie Lian truly couldn't bear to listen anymore. He covered his forehead and silently ran away. Hua Tan tilted his hand slightly, not seeing anyone, and said, Gidge? Don't run, alright, it's my fault, Gidge. Don't call me Gidge anymore. Oh, it's too sweet, ho. Book 5 Chapter 250 PN 3. PN 3 Chapter 250. The Ghost King's Bedtime Stories. Hua Tan was sick. Although it was just a slight ailment, it turned out that even the Ghost King sometimes fell ill, which was truly wondrous. Therefore, when Xie Lian returned to Heavenly Lantern Temple, he routinely stopped by to check the calligraphy practice sheets Hua Tan was practicing, but upon seeing his flushed complexion, he immediately became extremely worried. After pressing Hua Tan onto the divine altar, that's right, the two of them rolled around on this spacious divine altar all day long. After all, no divine statue was placed upon it. Xie Lian used one hand to examine, trying to touch his 2 cheeks and forehead, becoming even more worried. So hot. Hua Tan smiled and said, Seeing Gidge naturally makes me hot. When Gidge touches me, it gets even hotter. Xie Lian was originally startled, then hurriedly tried to pretend to be angered by him, saying, Even though you're sick, you're still so glib. Hua Tan innocently said, Did I say anything? I am very honest. Gidge, don't worry, it's just a small matter. Nothing to be concerned about. But Xie Lian could tell that his voice was deeper and hoarser than usual, and a hint of fatigue showed between his eyebrows, saying, Then you rest well. These few days I will stay here with you, waiting until you are completely recovered. Having said that, he placed all the paper and ink used for calligraphy practice onto the divine altar. Hua Tan patted the spot beside him and said, Gidge, won't you come onto the altar with me? As soon as he got onto the altar, he shouldn't even think about resting for the next few days. Xie Lian gently said, "No, my Sanlang has worked too hard." Hoatan smiled and said, "Not at all. If it's Gij, why would Sanlang fear hard work?" Xie Lian no longer wanted to make a fuss with him, and devotedly began writing calligraphy practice sheets. Hoatan turned his body, propping his chin with one hand, gazing intently at his face. No matter how many times, Xie Lian still blushed from his gaze of this kind, and slightly unnaturally said, "Sanlang, look at the calligraphy practice sheets, not at me." Hoatan sighed. "Gij, to be honest, when I see this thing I get a headache, yet because Gij wrote it I regret not looking. Perhaps my illness here is caused by looking at these calligraphy practice sheets too much." Xie Lian said, "How could there be such a sickness?" Hua Cheng chuckled and said, "Why not look at Gij? Gij is much more beautiful than this sample character sheet. Who knows, if I look a little more I might get better." Xie Lian, feeling helpless yet also amused, put down his brush, shook his head and said, "Now how is it that you are speaking more and more wantonly? Your mouth isn't proper at all." "Alright, I know, I'll listen to you, no more looking at the paper. Now what should we do?" Hua Cheng said, "Actually nothing needs to be done. You just stay with me like this and before long you'll get better." Xie Lian once again lightly touched his forehead. Though this person bore a handsome male face, now acting so spoiled, he made Xie Lian think of a small child curled up in a warm blanket in winter, revealing only a flushed face, truly feeling tender affection in his heart. After thinking for a moment he said, "How about this, just at the right time, today I picked up something." He fumbled in his sleeve, pulled out an item and said, "This is an ancient book I obtained from that family today. I was just about to read it to see what it's like. Let me read this old story to you then." In his hand was precisely an old, small book, torn to shreds with yellowed pages, carrying a strange ink smell, certainly having been flipped through countless times by others. Hua Cheng then said, "I won't listen." Xie Lian said in surprise, "Why?" Hua Cheng reluctantly said, "Anyway, they're just old stories of the heavenly officials written and rewritten, all those worthless, trivial, ruined stories. Is there any I don't know? Is there any that's pleasant to the ear? Do I still have to trouble Gij to read them to me?" True. After all, Hua Cheng truly was the one who held countless dark pasts of the three realms. Hua Cheng said, "If Gij wants to read, why not read something else? For example, Gij's own old stories." Xie Lian smiled and said, "My stories, is there anyone who understands them better than you? Having read them even more than their stories, right?" Hua Cheng said, "Even if there are many more, still tell me some, I want to listen." "No amount of listening is enough." Xie Lian knew he was speaking very serious. And gently helped him adjust the hair by his cheek. Inadvertently glancing over, he suddenly said in surprise, "Sanlang, this really seems to be about me and you." "Really?" Xie Lian flipped through a few pages, said, "True. It's all written about the crimson-clad great ghost king and the tattered immortal. This is you and me, right?" Hua Cheng also enthusiastically said, "Oh? What does it write?" Xie Lian was also very curious how the common folk would compose stories about him and Hua Cheng. So he opened that collection of old stories and read to Hua Cheng a long, long time ago. There was a great ghost king who only liked to wear crimson robes. Although the great ghost king was extremely powerful, and sat upon several mountains of gold and silver, he still did not feel happy, because he was extremely lonely, extremely missing his wife. Xie Lian laughed out loud, a little unable to hold back anymore, and said, "The lonely ghost king feeling empty in his lair. Ah, ah." Hua Cheng raised an eyebrow and said, "What it says is not wrong. At that time without Gij I was extremely lonely." Xie Lian's face flushed, and he continued to read the section below. "A long, long time ago there was a great ghost king who only liked to wear crimson robes. Although the great ghost king was extremely powerful, and sat upon several mountains of gold and silver, he still did not feel happy, because he was extremely lonely, extremely missing his wife. But he waited at several hundred years and still did not wait for his beloved. Therefore, he went to consult an old immortal who was extremely skilled at physiognomy. 'Where is my wife?' The old immortal told him, 'You and the person you yearn for will meet again on a mountain. Your wife will wear wedding robes, sit in a bridal sedan chair, and come to marry you.' Bridal attire, wedding attire." The great ghost king was determined to find his wife, so he went to that mountain and waited patiently. Meanwhile, in a very, very distant place there was a tattered immortal. That tattered immortal collected scrap metal, so he was the poorest divine official, even poorer than many mortals. Yet, even though he was very poor, he was also very kind-hearted. One day, as the immortal collected scrap metal on his way back, he saw a maiden sitting and crying by the roadside, so he asked maiden, "What is it that makes you so sorrowful?" The maiden cried and said, "I am about to be married off, but on the day of the wedding procession I must pass through a mountain, and on the mountain there is a ghost groom who specializes in robbing passing brides. Only a few people have been rescued. I will be robbed and then killed." The tattered immortal felt immensely compassionate and resolved to eliminate harm for the people. So he decided to replace that maiden to be married, to kill that thieving monster. The tattered immortal had two friends, one short-tempered and one narrow-minded, so they were respectively led the short-tempered immortal and the narrow-minded immortal. They argued with each other as they told him that Ghost Groom is a great ghost king with an extremely bad temper, and he is also very cunning. He hates immortals the most. If you go to capture him, you will surely be completely devoured. Yet, the immortal was determined to go. Therefore, they became the palanquin bearers for the immortal. On the wedding day, the immortal wore a beautiful bridal attire borrowed from the Lady Windmaster, disguised as a bride, and sat in the bridal palanquin, carried up the mountain by his two constantly arguing friends. The night sky was as dark as ink, eerie winds rose, the bridal palanquin reached the mountain. There was no one there. The immortal waited, and finally, the groom came to receive him. Upon lifting the veil, the immortal was surprised to discover that this great ghost king was actually an extremely handsome youth. What surprised him even more was that this young groom was incredibly polite, seemed well-educated, and was gentle and considerate. His true face was not of the green-faced, yellow-fanged type, nor did he force him to do anything evil. He fundamentally did not resemble the terrifying Ghost King of legends. This mountain was very large. The great Ghost King brought the immortal to his dwelling and said to him, "From this moment forth, I am your husband, and you are my beloved wife. This entire mountain is mine and also yours. You can go wherever you wish. However, remember this well: behind the mountain are two rooms. You absolutely must not enter them." The immortal then asked, "Why is that?" The Ghost King groom replied, "That is my secret. You do not need to know. Even if you wanted to enter, you could not, because before both rooms shields have been set up. You must carry something on my person to be able to pass through those shields." The immortal continued to ask, "What thing?" The Ghost King replied, "The room containing vile rubbish requires something taken from my person, and moreover, there must be a lot of it to be opened. The other room containing powerful magic treasures requires something on my person that cannot be touched, but it must be very hot to be opened." The immortal suspected that the missing brides were all imprisoned in this place. Therefore, he decided to steal something from the Ghost King's person and open those mysterious rooms. However, what should he steal? The great Ghost King had beautiful long jet black hair, sometimes loose, sometimes tied to one side. The immortal came up with the first method, which was to steal a strand of his hair every day, so he asked, "May I ask, can we live in the same room?" His groom replied very politely, "Of course. We are husband and wife after all." And so they moved into the same room. Although they slept together on a large bed, the immortal did not allow his groom to take off his clothes, and the great Ghost King was also somewhat gentlemanly, not took him at all. However, the immortal quickly discovered that his groom did not shed a single strand of hair. No matter if he woke up early every day to help him comb his hair, or when sleeping at night on the pillow, on the bed, on the ground, on the comb, not a single strand of hair was found fallen off. This was truly troublesome. The immortal held a sword, wanting to rush towards the sleeping great Ghost King and stealthily cut a lock of his hair. But the great Ghost King was extremely vigilant. As soon as he got close, he immediately opened his eyes. The immortal happened to be caught by him, and he was very calm. In order to keep the great Ghost King from suspecting him, he immediately cut a lock of his own hair and gave it to him. After the great Ghost King received it, he was extremely pleased. Soon after, Xie Lian resourcefully devised another method. He said to the great Ghost King, "Please, may I kiss you?" His groom happily replied, "Of course it is. We are husband and wife." Thus, Xie Lian proactively embraced the ghost groom, kissing him deeply and for a long time, finally tasting a little of the ghost groom's essence, then quickly sealed his lips and ran to the back of the mountain. However, upon arriving there, he discovered that it still wouldn't work. For this item needed to be in great abundance, but he hadn't taken enough. He still couldn't get in, only able to poke his head into the room, his body utterly unable to follow. The tattered immortal was rather disheartened. He had originally thought that stealing something from the Ghost King would be very simple, but he hadn't expected it to be so arduous. He suddenly thought of his good friend Feng Su Nuong, and so went to visit the Feng Shui temple, asking how can I obtain that thing from the great Ghost King, and in great quantity too? Feng Su Nuong said, oh, very simple, you transform into a woman, and then consummate the marriage with him, wouldn't that be enough? The tattered immortal quickly shook his head. The immortal magic he cultivated had a rule: once he lost his purity, his spiritual power would be greatly damaged. How could this method possibly work? At this moment Tui Su Dai Nan had returned and just happened to hear the Nuong say this, angrily exclaiming, absurd. How can you utter such depraved words that corrupt customs? Every time Tui Su Dai Nan became angry, he would smother people with money, so the tattered immortal quickly fled. Running and running, he suddenly remembered two other good friends, Tian Nan Nong Ne and Tian Nan Hep Hoi, and immediately went to find them to ask what to do. Tian Nan Nong Ne and Tian Nan Hep Hoi were brawling with each other, and while fighting they told him a piece of news: because too many people had been captured, the divine officials wanted to immediately attack the mountain and capture that great Ghost King. The immortal was extremely terrified and worried, for after many days of cohabitation He now thought this young Ghost King would not do such evil deeds. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding in this matter. Perhaps what was imprisoned behind the mountain was not the brides, but something else entirely. However, because the tattered immortal was very poor and held no status, no one would listen to him. The immortal was extremely anxious if the truth could not be uncovered. He feared the great Ghost King would be besieged by the divine officials. With no other recourse, the immortal could do nothing but run back and ask the great Ghost King, please, can you consummate the marriage with me? His groom said with narrowed, smiling eyes, ah, of course. We are husband and wife, aren't we? Thus, the tattered immortal then consummated the marriage with the great Ghost King. During that time, the immortal greatly feared the great Ghost King wouldn't leave him a significant amount of the important thing. So he hugged him tightly and asked aloud, can you give me everything? Can you give it a few more times? His groom gently and thoughtfully said, if you want. The immortal replied, I want. Thus, the resourceful immortal got his wish, obtaining the very thing he had been searching for. That which was on the great Ghost King's body, and in great abundance. On the second day, the immortal carried the item he had begged the great Ghost King for all night to the chamber that contained dirty waste. This time he had finally gained entry. As soon as he opened the chamber, the immortal discovered that inside, there were many filthy corpses, some of which had already become mere white bones. These corpses were all wearing bridal gowns. He feared they were precisely those missing brides. His hopes shattered, the immortal was both horrified and grief-stricken. As he turned his head, he suddenly discovered that someone was standing behind him. The great Ghost King had, astonishingly, been there all along. The immortal was terrified. He remembered Tian Nan Nong Ne and Tian Nan Hep Hoi once told him that the great Ghost King was extraordinarily cunning, and moreover, extremely hated immortals. Now he had no spiritual power. Could it be that the great Ghost King had, in fact, seen through his true identity long ago, and had merely been deceiving him all this time? Both angry and heartbroken, the immortal fled, running faster and faster. Yet, before he could even escape, it turned out he had run too fast. The item the great Ghost King had given him had fallen, and thus was blocked by the chamber's barrier. The great Ghost King pursued, embraced the immortal, and at last revealed the true story. As it happened, the great Ghost King never captured people for their flesh. He merely lingered here, awaiting the one fated for him. One day, a bridal escort inadvertently entered the mountain where he was strolling. The groom in that procession, terrified, fled for his life, abandoning the bride, who was left weeping profusely on the spot. The great Ghost King LSO harbored no desire for trouble. That particular bride declared she had no wish to marry such a man, and thus, rather than return, she departed on her own. Subsequently encountering several similar events, the Ghost King resolutely chose to remain here, both awaiting his fated one and testing the hearts of grooms and brides. Should a groom bravely stand before the demonic creatures to protect his bride, he would not hinder them, allowing them to return. However, if a groom cruelly shoved his bride towards the monsters to gain time for his own escape, he would be seized and locked away in this very dwelling. For these individuals, all possessed of ill intentions, would often turn upon one another, until at last they transformed into heaps of white bones. The immortal, glancing over, indeed recognized them as their remains. Their brides, conversely, were free to return home, or perhaps flee to distant lands with a lover, drifting to the horizon's edge, or settling down to build a family. The great Ghost King spoke. I have awaited you for hundreds of years, Gidge, and at last I have found you. It was only then that the two dispelled their misunderstanding and embraced. To depart the dwelling, the great Ghost King bestowed upon the immortal many of his treasures. Who could have foreseen that, abruptly, the heavens would rumble and tremble? As it happened, those divine officials, having long harbored apprehension towards the Ghost King, had at last seized this opportune moment, and commenced their assault upon him. The ragged immortal charged forth, assaulting and repelling a host of divine officials. Yet the entire mountain was toppled by those divine officials, crushing the great Ghost King beneath its base. The mountain was immensely tall. The immortal, fearing only that the great Ghost King would be crushed, desperately braced it with his shoulders. Just then, he suddenly recalled an unopened dwelling, wherein a formidable spiritual artifact was sealed, one that could surely overturn this colossal mountain. Therefore, he rushed into the mountain grotto. Upon entering, he was joyfully startled to discover the great Ghost King standing there, perfectly unscathed, and what's more, he had become even stronger. The two burst forth from the mountain, together battling until those troublesome divine officials were utterly routed. At last, shoulder to shoulder, they sat upon the mountaintop, gazing down at the retreating divine officials, leaving behind them the twilight clouds and the starry heavens. The immortal inquired, "Did you not say that the dwelling concealing filthy refuse required something of yours, and many such items, to be opened, whereas the dwelling hiding a spiritual artifact required something inaccessible to you, yet intensely hot, exceedingly hot, to be opened?" The Ghost King, his eyes crinkling in a smile, replied, "Indeed. And such a thing, has Gidge not already acquired it long ago?" The immortal understood. Such a thing was, in fact, the fervent love the Ghost King harbored for him. Thus, the ragged immortal and the great Ghost King, immensely pleased, went together to the bridal chamber. Never again would they be parted. The ancient tale had concluded. Xie Lian still felt a profound bewilderment, saying, "What is this recounting? This narrative is surely excessively embellished, no? No, this. What manner of utter nonsense is this? Can this even be termed an ancient tale?" Meanwhile, Hua Chang was rolling with laughter upon the tower. Xie Lian, plagued by 100 unanswerable questions, exclaimed, "Absolutely incorrect. What is the original tale of this fairy story? Was it not the incident at Mount Yu Jun? That affair was surely not like this. Utterly twisted, was it not? It aligns in no way whatsoever. Who could have pinned this? And what of these characters who sound so familiar at first, yet possess such a subtle divergence?" Upon closer reading, this ancient tale, though at first glance presenting an air of utmost innocence and sincerity, as if crafted for bedtime stories, was inwardly utterly scandalous. More than mere explicit passion, it made one even more hesitant to confront it directly. Yet, upon reaching the final passage, a subtly bizarre sense of pathos stirred within him, prompting Xie Lian to wonder if perhaps he himself harbored some peculiarity. Hua Chang murmured, "It isn't entirely twisted. At the very least, there are a few accurate details. For instance, I truly do call Gidge. Furthermore, at Mount Yu Jun, it was indeed I who went to receive Gidge's bridal palanquin, and as for that night when I shared the bridal chamber with Gidge, well, truly." Xie Lian had believed that after so many years, his complexion would have grown thicker, yet to his dismay, before Hua Chang, he still invariably found himself blushing, stammering, "How could you possibly know even this with such clarity? Furthermore, aside from that, the other details are quite dissimilar." Though he knew that most of these freely embellished folktales diverged by 1,000 li from their original source, and that undergoing countless transformations had led to their current iteration, was hardly surprising. To witness it firsthand left him utterly dumbfounded. Amidst the reading, there were many instances where he felt too abashed to continue, yet Hua Chang insisted he read on for him. He truly yearned to strike someone, but found himself unable to lay a hand. Hua Cheng's expression, however, betrayed no hint of peculiarity regarding the matter, as he remarked naturally, certain individuals privy to the events leaked a few details, which were then partly re-edited, two parts embellished, and through continuous broad conjecture thus came to be. Xie Lian tossed the ancient tale aside, declaring one ought not to indulge in such nonsensical entertainment. Go get some proper rest. Hua Cheng, however, clapped his hands, exclaiming excellently. Written truly gifted. Upon hearing Gij read this tale, I feel my vigor has multiplied 100-fold. Gij, do read it once more. He resolutely refused. I do not wish to read. Brother, my head hurts. Hey, brother. All right. Hua Cheng rarely fell ill with such a minor sickness. Xie Lian was normally infinitely accommodating and compliant towards him. Whatever he wished for, he received. How could he possibly resist now? Though feeling shame, he could only suppress it, once again picking up that little book, lying beside Hua Cheng, his waist embraced by him, and persisted in reading the rest. A long, long time ago there was a handsome young crown prince cultivating in the deep mountains. One day, he met an extremely mysterious guest. Book 5 Chapter 251 PN4. PN4 Chapter 251 Oh my Van Then Cave. Smiling gently, he pushed Hua Cheng, who was pressing on him so hard he could barely breathe, down. The fervent tide of passion had not yet receded when Xie Lian suddenly remembered something, casually saying, That's right, San Lang, the Van Then Cave. Hua Cheng's hands were again placed on his chest, not knowing what he was toying with, as he lazily said, Oh? What about the Van Then Cave? Xie Lian said, It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered Mount Tonglu exploded. So did anything happen to the god statues in the Van Then Cave? If they were destroyed, it would be truly regrettable. After all, each statue inside was the heart and soul of Hua Cheng himself, created by. Why him? He liked them all very much. Hua Cheng said, It's fine. I had already set up a barrier early on. Even if all of Tonglu collapsed, that cave would still be fine. Xie Lian said joyfully, Really? That's great then, they will certainly be fine. I want to go see, is that all right? Hua Cheng seemed to pause for a moment, but then immediately said with a smile, All right. If brother wants to see, then go see. What's there that can't be done? Xie Lian became even more enthusiastic, saying, Then let's go tomorrow. After all, Tonglu has already opened. One can enter any time. Hua Cheng raised one eyebrow, saying, Tomorrow, huh? All right then. He showed no sign of objection, nor did he say much, but a moment later, he began to turn over again. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but after midnight, Hua Cheng tormented him even more fiercely. In no more than 2 rounds, Xie Lian was forced to cry out, Brother, save me. Only then did he drowsily fall into a deep, exhausted sleep. Originally, he could have peacefully slept straight until dawn, but not even an hour had passed. While deeply asleep, Xie Lian felt the spot beside him suddenly grow light. He opened his eyes and looked for a while, seeing no one at all. Xie Lian was stunned, his drowsiness also flew away, and in an instant, he sat bolt upright. Casually tidying himself up a bit, he slowly got out of bed, pushed the door open and went out, thinking to himself, where could San Lang have gone? To suddenly disappear in the dull of the night while sleeping, this was the first time it had happened. He searched all around Paradise Manor but saw no sign of anyone. Then he remembered that in Paradise Manor there was a room used for teleportation. As soon as he went there to check, indeed, the door to that room had been opened by someone. He still remembered that the array on the door before was not drawn like this. And at this moment on the door, the vermilion traces of a new array had not yet dried. Xie Lian, without much thought, immediately pushed the door open and stepped in. As soon as he stepped through, the other side of the door was no longer Paradise Manor, but a pitch-black space. Lin closed the door, raising a wisp of flame in the palm of his hand, illuminating the surroundings. Seeing the scene before his eyes, he could not help but be startled. The place where this 1,000-mile land-shrinking array led was surprisingly a truly massive, gloomy cavern. The 10,000 Gods Cavern. Why did Hua Cheng go alone to the 10,000 Gods Cavern in the dead of night? Hadn't the two of them agreed to go together tomorrow? Why had he come here first tonight? Shaking his head, making the flame burn a little brighter, Lin slowly moved inside the cold stone cavern. Footsteps echoed in the gloomy and silent space. The thin silk veils covering the faces of these divine statues had been removed in the darkness, In all directions, countless faces exactly alike were silently immersed. Andy, reflecting on this scene, still felt a little eerie. Ta Lin passed by a grotto and conveniently glanced inside, where there stood a statue of the Crown Prince of Joyful Reverence, with a gentle countenance, holding a flower and a sword, possessing an exceptionally graceful bearing. The statues here, numbering in the thousands at most, in the hundreds at least, one couldn't imagine how much endlessly long time and how much heart and soul must have been expended to carve them, only for them to remain silent in the darkness for how many years and months. Thinking of this, Ta Lin sighed, looking towards that statue, slightly lowered his head, and murmured, "It is truly too lonely." This sentence spoke of the carver of the divine statues, and also of the divine statues themselves. That statue of the Crown Prince of Joyful Reverence nodded. This was truly too frightening. After a long moment of staring, Ta Lin only then understood what was happening. So that was it, more than likely because he had just replenished his spiritual power, and at this moment the spiritual energy all over his body was incredibly abundant. When standing here, it would affect these divine statues, causing them to awaken. Ta Lin quickly reined in his spiritual power, but it was too late. That statue of the Crown Prince of Joyful Reverence had already begun to take steps. Because Ta Lin's overflowing spiritual power had infected it, but he hadn't been too focused on controlling it just then. Its movements were a bit clumsy, and it fell with a thump. Ta Lin hurriedly went to help it up, saying, "Be careful." That divine statue, having been helped up by him, its face still retained its smiling expression, and it slightly tilted its head up, with a noble expression carrying an air of arrogance. It lightly nodded as if to express thanks. Seeing its haughty manner, Ta Lin could not help but find it amusing, but still held back his laughter, saying, "Have you seen Hua Cheng anywhere?" Although divine statues could emit a few simple sounds, they could not speak, unless granted words by the dazzling lotus-tongued deity. The statue of the Crown Prince of Joyful Reverence, hearing him ask the question, revealed a trace of difficulty and doubt, as if it didn't understand who he was talking about. Ta Lin realized this version of him still hadn't recognized Hua Cheng, so he rephrased the question then, "Have you seen anyone wearing red robes?" At this moment, that divine statue only then revealed a smile, and shyly nodded repeatedly. Ta Lin said, "Do you know which direction he went?" Such a large cavern, he was afraid he wouldn't know the way and would get lost. That divine statue thought for a moment, then pointed him in a direction. Ta Lin said, "Many thanks, Your Royal Highness." After walking a short distance, he turned his head back. The revered statue of the Crown Prince of Joyful Reverence had already learned to walk steadily, and right on the spot began to brandish its sword and dance, its figure graceful and light, as if pouring its entire being into that lantern festival heavenly ceremony witnessed by 10,000 people. What a pity there was no one to appreciate it. After a long while, Ta Lin encountered another fork in the path. Naturally, he intended to continue asking his divine statue for help, so he walked to a nearby grotto. As soon as he entered, he saw a figure sitting on a stone bed, hugging a wine jar and drinking heartily. In an instant he walked over and snatched the wine jar back, saying, "Don't drink anymore." That divine statue was still he, only its countenance was slightly gaunt, its plain white robes entirely devoid of luxury. The wine jar had been snatched by Xie Lian. It wanted to snatch it back, yet could only dizzily and vaguely try to retrieve it. So angry it spun around, then suddenly embraced Xie Lian and started to wail. Xie Lian stood frozen, saying, "Don't cry." That divine statue cried even louder, seemingly carrying endless grievances. It didn't even bother to fight for the wine, just held on to him tightly without letting go. Xie Lian had no idea he became so clingy when drunk, and could do nothing but embrace it, gently patting its back, comforting it. There, it's all right." Looking closely again, the wine jar in its hand was also empty of wine. Returning it to it was no big deal, so he casually asked, "Have you seen the person in red robes? Which way did he go?" That divine statue pointed a path out for him, and Xie Lian then returned the wine jar to it, continuing his journey forward. That divine statue stopped crying, embracing the wine jar as it sat on the ground, once again lost in a daze. Xie Lian turned his head to look at it, sighed, and continued walking forward. After a while longer, he heard a creaking and clanking sound, seemingly the friction of iron chains, and walked towards an empty cave ahead. From the top of that cave a swing hung down, and on the swing sat a divine statue, its face exhilarated, full of youthful vigor, clad in the Taoist robes of a Huangji temple disciple, estimated to be himself at 16 or 17 years old. It held onto the swing's chains, vigorously trying to sway it. But because it was sitting on the swing itself, it couldn't get it to move no matter what, thus a look of vexation appeared on its face. Seeing this, Xie Lian walked over and gave it 2 pushes. The swing finally swayed, and the youthful divine statue in Taoist robes brightened up. Xie Lian took the opportunity to ask, "Have you seen the person in red robes? Which way did he go?" That youthful divine statue held a swing chain in one hand, and with the other pointed in a direction. Xie Lian then gave it 2 more pushes, saying, "See you again." But that swing swayed a dozen times, then slowly came to a halt. With no one left to push it, that youthful divine statue sat foolishly in place again, continuing to show a vexed expression. After walking for a long while, Xie Lian guessed, "We must be there by now, right?" Just then, he suddenly heard a faint sound, both suppressed and agonizing, and couldn't help but be startled. "What sound is that?" Panting. That sound came from the cave ahead. As Xie Lian entered, he saw a stone platform in the cave, and on it, a divine statue seemed to be lying horizontally, revealed beneath a piece of white silk covering it from head to toe, draped down to the ground. The figure beneath the fabric was slightly contorting, sometimes curling into a ball, sometimes tossing and turning, as if the one beneath was enduring every torment, struggling arduously. Xie Lian was about to walk over and pull down that white silk, when suddenly, a hand from behind covered his eyes. The person behind him bowed their head and let out a sigh. "Gidge." Xie Lian chuckled lightly, and in a warm voice said, "San Lang, did you think if you didn't let me look I wouldn't know what that was?" A long while later, only then did Hua Chong sigh, saying, "Gidge, I was wrong." Xie Lian pulled his hand down, turned his head and said, "Warm fragrance?" Standing behind him was a tall, imposing man in red robes. It was indeed Hua Chong. Caught red-handed, he raised a hand to his forehead, finally admitting, "Yes. No wonder." It was exactly as he thought. No wonder Hua Chong had always been unwilling to let him see. "Xie Lian said you came back tonight because you wanted to hide this divine statue first, didn't you?" Hua Cheng's Zi drifted elsewhere, saying, "That's right." Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was it that he didn't dare let him see this divine statue? He said, "Why did you hide it?" "Actually, it's not a big deal. However, now a difficult problem has appeared, which is..." The difficult problem was that, after Xie Lian arrived here, he unintentionally caused all the divine statues to be able to move. This originally was not a big deal, but for this particular divine statue it was too painful. Because the divine statue under that thin fabric was precisely Xie Lian at 17 years old in the cave, who was afflicted by the scent of tenderness. Other statues would have some dancing with swords, some drinking wine, some swinging on ropes, doing anything they pleased. Only this statue was unlucky. It was poisoned by a harmful flower demon. This caused it, after coming alive, to endure all kinds of torments from the lust poison. From under the fabric came unbearable pained moans of lust. Xie Lian, hearing them, also couldn't bear it, and recalling that unforgettable night of breathtaking beauty, he said, "That's too pitiful. If I leave now, will it turn back into a stone statue? That way it would not have to suffer torment anymore." Hua Chong then said, "I'm afraid it's not possible. After all, now elder brother's spiritual power is almost at its strongest point. All the divine statues in the 10,000 gods' den have been affected by elder brother. Even if elder brother leaves, they will continue this way for a long time. That's also too painful." Xie Lian said then, "Is there any other method?" Hua Chong always had a way. He lightly nodded, and said, "Just now I was precisely handling this matter. Elder brother, follow me." He led Xie Lian into another cave. Upon entering, Xie Lian's eyes widened slightly. He only saw that in the cave stood a male statue, its figure tall and imposing, its features handsome, the corner of its mouth slightly curved, its right eye wearing an eye patch, exactly like the person in red leading the way in front of him. "This must be a Ghost King statue." Xie Lian said, Hua Chong said, "This is what I hastily carved when I just discovered the situation was not good. It's been many years since I made one, my hands are a bit stiff. Elder brother, do you think it's similar?" Xie Lian meticulously looked at it for a while, and said, "Very similar. However." Hua Chong said, "However, what is it?" Xie Lian smiled. and said not as beautiful as the original. Hua Cheng also burst out laughing. Immediately after, Xie Lian then said, therefore San Lang, the method you spoke of is to take this Ghost King statue to detoxify that other statue? Sinking into silence for a while, Hua Cheng suppressed his smile, adjusted his expression, stared intently at Xie Lian's face and said yes. Before that, Xie Lian had not paid attention to the fact that his expression was slightly reserved, and secretly thought this method is also too, although it was indeed a root cause treatment with quick results upon reflection, it seemed a bit too absurdly beautiful, and Alurinto put it bluntly. Wasn't it precisely using a Ghost King statue to break the maidenhood of that youth's statue to suppress the lust poison? Truly, even speaking it felt difficult to open one's mouth. He still didn't know how to reply, when Hua Cheng suddenly walked up to him and knelt on one knee. Xie Lian was stunned and pulled him up, saying, San Lang, what are you doing? Hua Cheng said in a low voice, Your Highness, I have been disrespectful. No matter how Xie Lian pulled, he would not stand up, so Xie Lian squatted down with him and asked in confusion, What disrespect have you shown? Hua Cheng gazed at him intently, softly took a breath, and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, please believe me. Today it was due to dire necessity that I devised this crude method. Although I personally carved that statue, I have never, towards Your Highness God's statue, shown any slightest irreverence or disrespect. If Your Highness feels this method is unsuitable, I will find another way. Finally, Xie Lian understood why Hua Cheng was suddenly so serious. After all, regarding the matter of secretly carving so many god statues of Xie Lian for him, Hua Cheng had always worried that Xie Lian would find him presumptuous and offensive, his behavior strange. Now, bringing up such a method, he feared that Xie Lian would feel his mind was filled with improper thoughts. His intentions disrespectful. Xie Lian smiled and sighed softly, then with both hands pulled Hua Cheng, finally helping him rise from the ground to stand, saying, I naturally trust you. I know you have always deeply respected me. However, never with the slightest irreverence. This statement he could not agree with. After all, if one were to seriously reconsider, ever since Hua Cheng transformed into a butterfly and returned, he had always, within paradise manner, profaned the divine a fair bit, and his boldness had also grown increasingly. Xie Lian lightly coughed, saying, I feel this method isn't bad at all. Good. However, thinking of what this method originally entailed, his face felt slightly hot again, and speaking these words also felt a little unnatural. And Hua Cheng, receiving his agreement, finally gradually recovered his calm demeanor. Xie Lian reached out and placed his hand on the shoulder of that Ghost King statue, saying, Shall I consecrate this statue? Hua Cheng looked wide-eyed, then slowly smiled and said, If Gij is willing, naturally it is more than I could ask for. Xie Lian nodded. A moment later, that god statue lightly raised one eyebrow. Seeing this, Xie Lian was amused, withdrew his hand and said, This is too alike. Unsure if it had sensed something or not, outside the grotto, several figures slowly approached. Unexpectedly, several god statues curiously gathered around, seemingly wanting to get a good look at the new statue, completely different from themselves, standing in the grotto. That Ghost King statue also seemed to see them, glanced over, one eyebrow raised even higher, unaware of what it was thinking, and also as if it were searching for something. Xie Lian continuously called out to stop them, with great difficulty finally chasing away all his own god statues. Who knew that as soon as he looked around he suddenly said, Where is the gentle fragrance? He had directly used this term to refer to that unfortunate god statue. Unbeknownst to him, from when on the stone platform, only a piece of white silk remained, and the gentle fragrance statue had unexpectedly disappeared without a trace. Xie Lian secretly thought, This is bad. Then Hua Cheng also entered, hands clasped, his eyebrows revealing a stern look. Xie Lian said, The cavern of 10,000 gods is very large. It surely couldn't have run out in just a moment. Let's go search quickly. Hua Cheng, however, said, I'm afraid it's not so. Gij, please look. He pointed to the ground. Xie Lian walked around and upon looking, discovered a circular magic array drawn on the ground. It was drawn directly onto the stone with very strong hand force. The 1,000-mile earthen retreat array. That god statue, after all, had absorbed how much of his spiritual power, that it could unexpectedly, barehanded, draw the 1,000-mile earthen retreat array itself. Xie Lian truly only wanted to collapse on the spot. That god statue, however, was in the state of being afflicted by his gentle fragrance. What if it rushed out and then lunged at a mortal woman? What kind of 3 curious legends would be fabricated later on? He said, when did it run off? Where could it have run to? Huacheng said, Gij, don't be anxious. First think, if it were you at that time, afflicted by the gentle fragrance, who would you first think to seek? This, conversely, was not too difficult to ponder. Xie Lian was no longer anxious, quickly came to his senses, saying, I must go find. His words were not yet finished when suddenly a spiritual communication appeared. Xie Lian had no time to respond when he suddenly heard Feng Xin's voice echo in his ear. Your Highness. How strange, just now there was a demon impersonating you. Indeed. At that time, Xie Lian's most capable assistants were Feng Xian and Mu Qing. If this kind of thing happened, naturally it would go to find them first. Luckily it sought Feng Xian first and didn't blindly rush out onto the street. Xie Lian breathed a sigh of relief, hastily saying, No, that's not a demon, nor is it impersonating me. Feng Xian said, astonished, what do you mean? Not a demon and not an impersonation? Could it be you? It can't be. Xie Lian neither. All right, how is it now? Have you caught it yet? Don't let it escape. Feng Xian again said, too late, it ran off. Xie Lian said, what? Then that's dangerous. Feng Xian said, that's right, it's definitely dangerous. Running around naked everywhere like that. If anyone saw it, what would we say? Xie Lian, wait a moment, what did you say? Naked? I know, isn't it wearing clothes? Feng Xian said, not much different. It is wearing some, but not much, torn and tattered as if someone had ripped it apart. Alright, if this isn't a demon and isn't an imposter, then what is it? What exactly happened? I look at it and it's like a statue. Wait, a god statue? He said in a panic, it didn't run out from that place in Tonglu, did it? What are you two doing? Xie Lian also couldn't clearly remember how many clothes he was wearing when he was affected by the gentle fragrance at that time. He was dying of discomfort, and perhaps in his daze, he had torn his own clothes, saying, explain later. I'm going over there immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he cut off the spiritual communication and said to Huacheng San Lang, let's go to the new heavenly capital. On the other side, Huacheng had already shrunk the newly carved Ghost King statue into a tiny figurine that could be held in his hand, saying all right, and then drew a formation array. In just a moment, the two immediately rushed straight into Nanyang Palace. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Feng Xian, whose eyes widened the moment he saw Huacheng Crimson Rain Sought Flower. Why are you here too? What are you doing ascending to the heavens? A calamity Ghost King, never staying put in his own territory, just ascending to the upper heavenly court whenever he pleased, it was far too. Oh, strange. Huacheng paid him no mind, cocked an ear for a moment, and said, where is the public announcement? The upper heavenly court wouldn't go back on its word, would it? Feng Xian naturally knew what announcement Huacheng was talking about. Wasn't it the upper heavenly court must announce for a full year the heroic deeds of Crimson Rain Sought Flower in bravely saving all the heavenly immortals? A vein throbbed on his forehead, and he said, what kind of announcement at this late hour of the night? Everyone needs to rest. Announcements can only be made during the day. Only then did Huacheng let out an ah, roughly indicating he wouldn't pursue the matter further. Xie Lian said, Ayaya, forget it. Get to the main point. Did you see me just now? Where did it run off to? Feng Xian pointed in a direction and said it ran that way. I was about to give chase when you two arrived. A strange premonition suddenly arose in Xie Lian's heart, and he said, let me ask, that direction, surely it's not. Feng Xian replied cleanly and succinctly, it's the direction of Xianzhan Palace. Huacheng said in a deep voice, let's go. No one dared to delay, they hurriedly pursued towards Xianzhan Palace, charging straight through the main gate and rushing inside. As soon as they burst in and looked around, they saw Mu Qing sitting on the divine dais, as if he had just witnessed something unspeakable, his entire body frozen in shock. Xie Lian walked up to him and waved his hand, saying, Mu Qing. He saw Xie Lian finally regained his senses, but his expression was still one of shock, and after a long moment he said, Xie Lian, what are you doing? Xie Lian. What am I doing? I don't even know what I did. Please tell me. Mu Qing was still staring, and said, "Why are you coming to my palace in disheveled clothes past midnight to find me?" Hua Cheng narrowed his eyes. Xie Lian said, "Don't say things that cause misunderstanding like that. Whatever you just saw, that certainly wasn't me." Mu Qing covered half his face, as if wanting to claw out what he had just seen from his eyes. His face was pale, and he said, "If it wasn't you, it's still undeniably related to you. It's that god statue from the grotto, isn't it? What are you two doing letting that god statue, prone to catching a cold, run wild everywhere in the dead of night? Do you and Crimson Rain-sought Flower really need to play to such an extent?" Hua Cheng sneered and said, "What business is it of yours?" Mu Qing said angrily, "What do you mean it's not my business? This is my palace." Hua Cheng slowly said, "In rebuilding the heavenly capital, I also had a hand." These words were true because before, when Thuong Tien Din's vital energy was greatly injured, quite a few divine officials had no choice but to secretly come to seek Kui Tan Chu's help. Therefore, if reckoned correctly, building this new immortal capital truly could not do without Hoa Tan. Ta Lin said, "We are not playing such a joke, this is an unforeseen accident." "Where is it now?" Mo Tin said, "It snatched my sword from here and fled to—" Without needing him to finish speaking, Ta Lin immediately knew where to search. On the flank behind Huin Chan Daiyin, clanging sounds were emanating from a flower garden. At the same time, the tiny Kui Vong statue that Hoa Tan carried also fell to the ground on its own, bouncing up and down towards the flower garden. Ta Lin burst forth and rushed outside, and sure enough, that On Nu Hung statue was standing atop the miniature rockery in the flower garden. That divine statue's clothes were in disarray, revealing more than half of its chest and smooth, glossy shoulders, while the clothing below seemed ethereal and barely present, exceedingly suggestive. And its face, moreover, revealed an expression of being at its wit's end, the area around its eyebrows tightly furrowed, as if one could see a reddish flesh and a thin layer of sweat on the exposed skin. Calling it a masterful feat of sculpture would not be an overstatement. And at this moment it was holding the sword it had snatched from Huin Chan Daiyin, clanging. Slowly it struggled to use the sword to stab itself, naturally just like Ta Lin that year, deliberately injuring himself to detoxify. But because it was stone refined from within Dong Lo, the sword astonishingly could not pierce it no matter how it tried. Instead it was even bent. It seemed to have despaired, raising a hand to intend to shatter its own HD with a palm strike. Ta Lin hastily cried out, "Calm down. Calm down." The divine statue's gaze looked blankly towards him. Ta Lin flew over and delivered a palm strike, knocking that divine statue down onto the miniature rockery, where it lay in the mountain cave unable to get up. And Hoa Tan also dashed to Ta Lin's side, dropping something down below. It was none other than the Kui Vong statue. And if one were to say that divine statue was thrown down by Hoa Tan, it would be better to say that the moment it saw the young boy statue struggling, it immediately broke free from Hoa Tan's hand, recovering its former slender form in midair, falling down below to cover that divine statue, and from below, a startling sound of passion was transmitted. Ta Lin quickly jumped down onto the miniature rockery, hearing Mo Tin's voice running from inside Huin Chan Daiyin, and immediately said, "It's too late. Sorry, let me borrow this hallowed ground for a moment." Mo Tin said in shock, "What did you just do?" Ta Lin said, "I will explain later, 10,000 apologies." Hoa Tan slowly said, "What is there to apologize for? No matter how many lives this fellow has, they were all saved by Gij." Mo Tin, "No, you explain clearly to me now. I seem to have just seen you throw another you down there. And he also threw another him down. I didn't see wrong, did I? So what exactly are you two doing? What is happening inside that miniature rockery?" Ta Lin nearly grabbed his neck and dragged high. Into the hall. The fire is burning already." "Really, Mo Tin, don't go over there. Why do you have to be like this?" Mo Tin roared. Ta Lin, "What are you two doing in my hall? Damn it, I'm really fking. That wasn't us. This is merely an accident. It's really too late now. And you mind your words." A long while later, the two divine statues finally fully expended the spiritual power they had been imbued with from Hoa Tan and Ta Lin, in a most resourceful manner. Stepping into the rockery to glance, Ta Lin immediately pressed a hand to his forehead. Hoa Tan dealt with the statues. Ta Lin quietly went outside to stop Fong Tin and Mo Tin, who wanted to go in and see what was truly happening, and sincerely said, "You really want to look." Fong Tin was originally not a curious person, sensing trouble, and immediately wisely retreated. Emotin, however, could not process it, his complexion identical to how it was years ago. Black as the bottom of a pot, frantically flicking his sleeves, frantically muttering, "I truly cannot believe it. I truly cannot believe it. Such a thing could actually happen. Such a thing could actually occur in my hall." After that, he drifted out like a wandering ghost, fearing he would never be able to look directly at the miniature rockery in the hall again. Lin greatly suspected that he would later deliver a palm strike to this spot. Truth be told, Lin himself dared not believe that such a bittersweet and unforeseen incident could actually occur. He truly did not know whether he should feel humiliated or not. Turning his head to look at those two divine statues. "No, now it must be said there was only one," he said. "They are just like this now?" Hoatan said, "Let them be like this. After all, they can't be separated anyway." Lin covered his face. Which divine statue of a god official would bear this kind of form? What if people saw it? "It's too undignified, truly ridiculous," he softly murmured. "Sanlang, take those two. Hide them well. They shouldn't be seen." Huacheng smiled and said, "That is natural. Gij can rest assured." Bringing those two divine statues merged into one, back to the Wanshan grotto, finally returning to their original positions, Xie Lian wiped his sweat. And the other divine statues in the Wanshan grotto, for the second time, curiously gathered around to watch, but were enticed and pushed away by Xie Lian. "Do not look at indecency. Do not look at indecency." Having no other choice, they obediently departed. Although they did not personally see the final form of that divine statue, but after walking a short distance, they turned their heads to look back, seemingly very envious that Xie Lian Wenru Xiang had finally found a companion. The poison of Wenru Xiang had been resolved, but the other divine statues still lacked a part of perfection. The crown prince reviewing the god had no one to appreciate him, falling drunk with no one to support him, a swing with no one to push him. Xie Lian could not help but grow greedy, secretly thinking if only every Xie Lian had a Huacheng, that would be wonderful. Who would have thought? Huacheng also said the exact same thing. "Gij, don't you feel that if every highness had a Sanlang it would be even better?" The two of them were perfectly in sync, and at this moment they stayed in the Wanshan grotto, greatly displaying their artistic skill. Just a moment later, Xie Lian personally witnessed the entire process of Huacheng carving a large, cumbersome rock into an exquisite statue. This artistic skill was impossible to describe because Huacheng was so fast that one could not clearly see how he had begun to work. Perhaps Huacheng had integrated his skill into his magic. He could only offer praise. In short, Huacheng turned around and from the pile of stone fragments, took out a small friend with disheveled hair, tattered clothes, a face wrapped in bandages, looking very pitiful at first glance, and holding something tightly in its palm, refusing to let go. Xie Lian placed his hand on the small friend's head to consecrate it, and Huacheng also gave it a bit of spiritual power. In a flash it opened its eyes, turning its head to look around. Seeing someone wearing clothes similar to its own behind it, it fiercely kicked out. Huacheng, as if he had already anticipated it would kick like that, easily dodged aside, picked it up, heedless of how it struggled and kicked wildly. Xie Lian did not expect this little Huacheng to be so ferocious, bursting into laughter. He said, "Oh my, truly fierce." Huacheng let out a humph and tossed it aside. That little friend was thrown by him, landing with a thump on its knees on the ground, and very quickly it crawled up, its eyes revealing a fierce gaze as it stared at Huacheng. Xie Lian worried it had fallen too hard. Extending his hand towards it, he said, "Sanlang, you threw it too harshly. Be careful not to break it." His words were as if this little friend were a newborn baby. Huacheng, however, paid no mind and said, "Impossible. Its life is very tenacious." This small friend was incomparably ferocious towards Huacheng, but was very affectionate towards Xie Lian. As soon as it saw Xie Lian extending his hand towards it, it intended to go over. At this moment the statue of the crown prince reviewing the god, not far away, seemed to sense something, and walked over from its spot, looking in this direction. The moment this small friend saw the statue of the crown prince reviewing the god, it was completely stunned, its eye peeking out from the bandages widened, and it quickly rushed over with a thump thump thump, as if wanting to grasp him, wanting to pounce onto the hem of his robe, but then did not dare to approach too closely, lest it defile the celestial god's robe, and only after a long moment did it cautiously extend its hand towards him. opening the palm that had been tightly clenched before. Turned out that in its palm it was hiding a small flower. That statue of the crown prince reviewing the god accepted the flower and smiled, extending one hand to proactively pick it up, and the two of them went forward, extremely joyful. It seemed that one had finally found someone who could appreciate his sword dance, and one had finally found someone talented enough to offer flowers. Xie Lian watched, a bit of joy in his heart, when he suddenly thought of a problem and said, San Lang, wait until you finish carving, then won't the Wanshan Grotto have many statues of you and me? What if later they mistake each other here? After all, some of them look very similar. Hua Cheng, however, smiled and said that will not happen. Why? Hua Cheng said once again that will not happen. He raised his eyes to look at Xie Lian and smiled, saying even if your highness were to recognize wrongly, I would not recognize wrongly, because every Hua Cheng will forever only be a devotee of every single highness, loyal only to one person. Therefore it will never happen. Xie Lian also stood beside him, and blurted out, I will also not recognize wrongly. The most loyal devotee of every Xie Lian will forever only be one person. I will forever remember clearly. Having finished speaking this sentence, he suddenly felt truly awkward. The two of them now were like two children, earnestly pledging to each other, the one I like most forever is you, and only you. Although sincere, it was very childish. Although childish, yet very sincere. Quietly for a moment, Ta Lin lightly coughed once, saying, well, next, let's carve for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sitting on a swing, with a Lord Ghost King pushing the swing. No one helped it push the swing. Its appearance was truly lonely and distressed. Hoatan joyfully said, all right. Ta Lin then said again, what about the statue drinking wine? That one seems a bit troublesome. It seems to have become completely muddled and can even cry. Oh dear, there are so many divine statues here. I wonder when we can carve all of them step by step? Hoatan laughed and said, what is there to fear? Slowly it will come, in the end we will all meet each other. Ta Lin also smiled sweetly and nodded gently, saying, we will definitely meet. Inside the grotto, the two divine statues from before were all separate stone statues, but now they have all merged into one entity. They embraced each other passionately, gazing at each other's faces that were within arm's reach, their eyes and bodies intertwined with an indescribable intimacy. Truly they would never be separated. Reading this, I feel embarrassed on behalf of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Volume 5 Chapter 252 PN 5 End. PN 5 Chapter 252 The Ghost King's Birthday. Recently, a supremely significant event was approaching. Because of this event, the hearts of the ghosts in Ghost City were always bewildered and fearful. Ta Lin, after hearing it told, was also surprised exactly like the mysterious ghosts and gods who came to inform him, and began to worry anxiously. Birthday? That's right. That's right. Hoatan, the city lord of Ghost City, it was unknown how many years his grand birthday would be, was about to arrive. Ta Lin was caught off guard. An inexplicable sense of urgency rose in his heart for a while, saying, hey, how were Tamlang's previous birthdays celebrated? The ghosts crowded together. A chaotic crowd replied, very lively indeed. It wasn't too lively just for the sake of it, but the city lord didn't really care anyway, did he? Having heard this sentence, Ta Lin was puzzled. Why do you say he doesn't care? A ghost said, it is the venerable city master. Up until now, he has never once truly celebrated his birthday. Indeed, he has never cared what we did on his birthday, nor has he ever so much as glanced at the pile of gifts given by others. Every year, only we ourselves foolishly laughed with each other. Our venerable city master is a noble person prone to forgetting. It seems he doesn't even remember which day is his own birthday. Ta Lin pondered for a moment, and immediately made up his mind. If in previous birthdays Hoatan had not paid much attention to them, then this time he absolutely must find a way for him to experience a different, more interesting day, for him to experience a truly joyful day. Otherwise, wouldn't his birthday be no different from any ordinary day? First and foremost, a gift must definitely be given. Ta Lin fell into deep thought. What would be good to give? The ghosts too were gazing at him and asked, Dao Zhangta, are you thinking about what to give the city master? Ta Lin said yes. To tell the truth, it's quite embarrassing. I don't quite know what your city master would like. I fear that I might accidentally give him something he dislikes. The butcher pig said, "Oh dear, what are you worried about? In truth, as long as it's something the great venerable one, Dao Zhangta, you give, I think our city master will be utterly delighted." "That's right. Even if it's just a pile of scrap paper, I'm sure he'd be very happy. Something that the great Dao Zhangta gives, how could it be the same as something given by others?" Ta Lin gave two awkward laughs, feeling that this way of thinking was a bit self-indulgent and casual. Not at all solemn or sincere, one cannot say that. Choosing a gift must definitely be heartfelt. Do any of you have any suggestions? In any case, Hoa Tan had roamed unchallenged across the ghost city for many years, so perhaps the ghosts would understand better what he liked. If the collective opinion was not sound, then he would continue to rack his brain, and would surely find a gift that was both suitable and unique. Sure enough, the ghosts all said yes, yes, yes. No sooner had they spoken than more than 10 pairs of all sorts of chicken feet, pig trotters, and tentacles presented a jumbled pile of items. Tao Yin, however, had never seen these things before surrounded by them. He secretly thought they were truly wondrous. He casually picked up a jade-green bottle that looked exceedingly mysterious and elegant, and asked, "Oh, what is this?" The one who presented the bottle delightedly said, "A superb love potion. Just pour a few drops lightly and guaranteed, the one affected will immediately catch fire with passion, utterly infatuated with the one who administered the potion. Furthermore, it does not harm the body at all." "Oh," Ta Lin said with a stern face, "Many thanks for the suggestion. However, true affection comes from the heart. How can it be manipulated by a love potion? Everyone, you should not use this anymore from now on." The ghost who offered the potion was startled. "Yes, yes, yes, we won't use it, we won't use it. But in truth, we don't usually use it either. It's merely because Dao Zhangta, you asked what would be good to give, that's all." Ta Lin smiled and said, "I think your city master probably has no need for this kind of potion." Among the ghosts, a cry rang out, "That's right. If the city master wants someone, why would he need to use a potion?" Absolutely correct. 7 or 8 arms pushed that ghost down. Ta Lin thought to himself, these words were indeed not wrong. For example, he himself fundamentally didn't need to use any potion at all the moment he saw Hoa Tan. He was already nearly utterly infatuated. How truly embarrassing. To prevent his face from reddening, with embarrassment, he hurriedly picked up another box, opened it and asked, "What is inside here?" The ghost offering this treasure said, "This is death-certain pill. A guaranteed death pill." Oh. Ta Lin fundamentally had no need to ask what this was for anymore, and immediately, with a thump, closed the lid of the box, saying helplessly, "What are all these things? Why are they all telling him to give Hoa Tan such improper things?" In short, after a chaotic discussion, Ta Lin also knew there would be no useful suggestions, so he instructed the ghost to secretly arrange a celebration for the Ghost King's birthday, to give Hoa Tan a surprise, while he himself would continue to slowly ponder. Perhaps because he worried too much about this matter, therefore his distress was entirely written on his face that day. He was practicing calligraphy with Hoa Tan, pondering with all his might, when suddenly a voice came from beside him. "Gij." Xie Lian then recovered his senses, tilting his head. He said, "What is it?" Hoa Tan was gazing intently at him. He put his brush down, and said, "Am I perhaps hallucinating? Gij looks as if he is troubled by something. Might you tell me so Tam Lang can share and help you?" Xie Lian's heart gave a slight lurch. He immediately straightened his face, and sternly warned the brush, "Must not be let go. Do not be lazy, pick it up, continue." Hoa Tan chuckled, once again picked up his brush and sighed ruefully, saying, "I've been found out." Xian. Gee, that he had succeeded in deceiving him. Xie Lian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew? Hoa Tan put brush to paper and wrote 2 lines, then nonchalantly said, "However, recently Gij has indeed been a little unusual." Xie Lian's heart again gave a lurch, but his expression still showed a calm and leisurely demeanor. "Oh? Different in what way?" Hoa Tan observed him carefully for a while, then smiled and said, "It seems you are incredibly compliant and agreeable." Xie Lian smiled and said, "Haven't I always been like this?" He truly racked his brains but could not figure it out, so he decided that when cornered, desperation breeds courage. First he casually chatted a few rambling words, as if nothing in particular, and finally pretended to be nonchalant, saying, "Tam Lang, let me ask you something." Hoa Tan said, "Ichim? What is it?" Xie Lian said, "Have you ever thought that here it seems to be slightly lacking something?" Hoa Tan said, "Lacking? What does Gij mean? Are you lacking anything?" Xie Lian said, "Oh no, "I'm talking about you. Just asking casually." It was a pity he dared not ask too directly, such as what do you like, what do you want? Lest Hoatan discover his true intentions, he could do nothing but beat around the bush for a while, but going back and forth, he still hadn't scratched the right itch, feeling utterly uneasy and anxious. Hoatan said, "Me? Does Gitch think that I would be lacking anything?" "That's true," Xie Lian couldn't help but feel abashed. Hoatan then said, "Why is Gitch asking me about this matter?" Xie Lian was very afraid he would notice, so at all costs, he reached out and forcefully pushed him away. Hoatan held no guard against him, and was thumped by his push. Leaning back onto the couch, he widened his eyes, but did not take it to heart. Smiling, he said, "What is Gitch doing? So passionate, you?" Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Xie Lian immediately persisted in going over, blocking his words. At this moment, Hoatan no longer had the inclination to continue questioning. He reached out and embraced him. A while later, he also no longer cared if he was ultimately unusual in any way. Having painfully pondered on his own without finding an answer, Xie Lian could only seek help from outside. And the outsiders he first wished to seek were naturally his two formerly capable subordinates. The three of them squatted in a dilapidated temple unknown to anyone. After a bout of awkward silence, Feng Xian said, "What are you two looking at me for?" The two others were both looking at him. Neither uttered a word. There was no other recourse among the three of them. Feng Xian was the only one who had ever been married. Logically, he ought to be the one who knew best how to please a wife. But Feng Xian stared at by them until his face darkened, said, "It is useless for you to look at me. I have only ever given one thing to someone. That was a golden belt. It was the very one Xie Lian had given H.M. Mu Qing found it utterly incredible that he had been dragged in to be consulted on such matters. That he managed to restrain himself from rolling his eyes was already a testament to his utmost politeness. He secretly thought to resolve it quickly and said, "Very well. A belt is not bad, then why not simply give him a golden belt as well?" Xie Lian, automatically disregarding Mu Qing's eccentric disposition, said, "I have not had a single one for a long time now. Every last one had been pawned." Mu Qing grew increasingly peculiar. "You are so prosperous now, with temples and devotees lining every road. You could casually send a dream stating what you desire. Would you still worry about not obtaining one?" Xie Lian said, "That would be meaningless then. If even a birthday gift for someone were to be provided by my devotees, then that would be far too perfunctory and lacking in sincerity." Mu Qing, seeing that no matter how peculiar he became, no one's demeanor changed, allowed his tone to revert to normal, saying, "Why are you so troublesome? Then make one yourself and present it to him." Xie Lian eagerly said, "A splendid idea. However, I do not know how to make one." "If one does not know, one can learn." Xie Lian most eloquently put. "Whom should I seek to learn from?" Mu Qing, losing his patience, said, "How should I know? You could simply..." Before his words had fully left his lips, Mu Qing realized that this time, the gazes of the other two, without prior agreement, were simultaneously cast upon him. 2 hours later, all 10 of Xie Lian's fingers were pricked 7 or 8 times, his hands now needing to be swathed in bandages to stem the profuse bleeding. In his grasp lay an object of indeterminate shape and purpose. Mu Qing truly could no longer bear the sight, and asked, "What is this?" Xie Lian sighed, "A belt." Mu Qing said, "I know this is a belt. What I am asking is what is embroidered upon the belt. What do these two potato-like patterns signify?" Xie Lian said, "These are not potatoes. Can you not discern it? These are two people." To help them see more clearly, he gestured animatedly the faces of two people. "These are the eyes, the mouth is here." After confirming that these were indeed human heads, Mu Qing said incredulously, "How could anyone embroider two large heads onto a belt? Could this possibly be worn outside? The garments you wear are not of such poor taste. How could you immediately create something of this sort?" Xie Lian too was at a loss. In truth, were one to ask him to repair houses, dig wells or build walls, he was exceedingly proficient, swift and effective. Yet, he seemed utterly devoid of the talent for such traditionally feminine tasks. Indeed, were he given a needle, a pot or a spoon, the situation would instantly spiral beyond control. He glanced at his two hands bound like two bon chung. Though he felt no acute pain, the sluggish progress left him at a loss, and he mumbled, "Perhaps he'll just revise it a little. But the Daiha? Been cast, how could it be mended now? At best, he could only add a few petals around those two large human heads, transforming them into two clumsy, oversized blossoms, intimately nestled together. Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions became utterly miserable. Veins began to throb on Mu Qing's forehead. Even if I taught a pig, it would understand. How can your hands be so clumsy? You've pricked your own hands to pieces? Feng Xian scoffed. When did you ever teach a pig? You're truly just spouting nonsense. Mu Qing, without a shred of courtesy, said to Xie Lian, give it up. You ought to abandon this endeavor. You simply do not possess this talent. It was rare for him to utter the phrase you do not possess talent to Xie Lian, yet to speak so bluntly, he found the feeling rather agreeable. Feng Xian could no longer bear to listen, and said, could you perhaps refrain from speaking for a moment or two? From the very start until now, you have not uttered a single word of praise for His Highness. Wearing garments and crafting them oneself are two entirely distinct matters. Furthermore, it is not so terrible. At the very least, this belt can still be worn. Mu Qing said, very well. If he bestows this object upon you, and you dare to wear it out in public, I shall concede defeat to you. Feng Xian had not yet replied, when Xie Lian hastily retrieved that ridiculously ugly waist belt, saying, no, I still ought to keep this myself. This kind of item, it truly could not be gifted. Fengxi and Mu Qing were of no help, so Xie Lian turned to ask the next person for assistance. Giving a gift? Crown Prince, Your Highness, asking me about this, you truly have asked the right person. I remember back in those years, however rare a precious treasure in this world, had I not yet seen it? The two squatted down next to each other. Shi Qingxian, with disheveled hair, was overly excited, his tongue fluent and chattering endlessly. One look and one would know he was an expert. Xie Lian all the more humbly sought his advice. Shi Qingxian slowly said, this kind of ownerless precious treasure does exist, but if one wishes to obtain it, one must absolutely expend all one's effort. Xie Lian hastily asked, no problem. It suits my intentions very well. The more effort in searching, the more it speaks of its preciousness. Wouldn't it all the more clearly express his sincerity? The best would be the most difficult to obtain precious treasure in this world, one that no one had ever overcome the challenge to acquire. Thus, if he were to search for it for Hua Cheng, it would then carry extraordinary meaning. Just thinking about being able to make Hua Cheng subtly raise an eyebrow, the corner of his lips subtly curve, Xie Lian's heart then could not be controlled, but was filled with joyful anticipation, burning with eagerness to try. Shi Qingxian pondered for a moment, then said, Tintian Ho. Star Sky Vase. Crown Prince, Your Highness, you must have heard of it, right? This vase is a treasure. Place it at night, and the moon and stars across the sky will reflect into the fine wine within, absorbing all the essence and spiritual energy of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Not only is it elegant, but it can also nurture even more cultivation. Unexpectedly, the more Xie Lian listened, a bad premonition arose, growing thicker and thicker in his heart, and he hastily interrupted, saying, wait a moment. What's wrong? Xie Lian held out a hand, guesstimating, and said, Qingxian, what you're talking about? Isn't it a small vase made of black jade about this size? With tiny starlight inlaid on the black jade? Shi Qingxian said in surprise, oh? Crown Prince, Your Highness, how do you know? Have you seen it before? Oh. It was more than just seeing it. Last month he had intended to pour some water to drink, but because he forgot his hand was injured, he accidentally couldn't hold it steadily and dropped, breaking a vase just like that. At that time, Hua Cheng immediately ran over to ask what had happened to the wound on his hand. Xie Lian looked at that extremely beautiful and unfamiliar vase, asking Hua Cheng what to do now, and if it could be fixed. Hua Cheng, however, said it was nothing, just a small toy, and without even glancing at it once, he had already ordered his subordinates to sweep up the fragments of that vase and throw them away. Afterwards, he again took Xie Lian's hand and led him away for treatment. Now thinking back, could the thing he had shatter at precisely be the world's rare treasure Tintian Ho that Shi Qingxian was talking about? Xie Lian's heart had grown cold by half. A moment later he said, this might not be very suitable. Let's change to something else. Huh. Shi Qingxian, not understanding the reason, scratched his head, pondered for a moment, then said, then next, Ba Huang Bai. This brush is extremely outstanding. Its bristles are collected from the tail of an ancient spiritual beast. and its handle is refined from the tip of a jade bamboo branch. Even if not writing, it will produce. Xie Lian said, jade green bamboo leaves? Shi Qingxian said, that's right. Crown Prince, your highness, how do you also know? Have you seen it before too? How could he not have seen it? That was precisely the brush Hua Chang used every day for calligraphy practice. Moreover, when his handwriting was ugly, he would blame the brush for not being good, and at the slightest provocation would throw it on the ground. Sometimes he didn't even know where it had been kicked flying, and afterwards he would pick it up again, wipe it a little and put it away. Oh, Xie Lian said, this might also not be very suitable. Let's change to something else again. Shi Qingxian consecutively listed out 7 or 8 types. Xie Lian discovered that those precious treasures, which in the mouths of others were rare treasures of the world, each one he heard also seemed a little familiar, and moreover, they all met such tragic fates. Fit Hua. A chair that Hua Chang stepped his feet on, then it was something he scattered all over the place. If it wasn't taken out by him to be used as a plaything, then it was handled by him playfully until it vanished without a trace. It made sense. In this world, what kind of rare treasures were there that Hua Chang had never seen, and had never even touched? Therefore, for the Ghost King's birthday gift, the more he thought about this aspect, the more he couldn't figure it out. When in despair, he dared to try anything. Xie Lian almost sought out everyone he knew, everyone he could ask. However, Gwyn not Chan only knew to stuff gold ingots, yet Hua Chang did not lack money. Pei Ming. This person only made women give him gifts. If one wanted to ask him what one could give to a man, he again could not say anything proper. Ling Wan was vigorously protected by several heavenly officials. Moreover, the upper heavenly court truly could not do without her, though not locked in prison. She was buried amidst a sea of ledgers until she had lost all consciousness, knowing nothing but approving official documents. It was not even as peaceful as being locked in prison. Every path was tried, but only led to an entrance until, with Hua Chang's birthday only 2 days away, Xie Lian truly had no other options left. He stared, thinking through the entire night, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, until finally, as the sky began to faintly lighten, he had figured out what he should give. As soon as his mind cleared, he silently rose from the bed, glancing at Hua Chang, who was peacefully sleeping beside him. Hua Chang's hair was black as a raven's wing, his brows long as if painted, both eyes closed tightly, appearing utterly unaware that one of his eyes was gone. The natural captivating power from this handsome face and divine expression was slightly softened by one tightly closed eye. At this very moment, he suddenly held a touch of tenderness. Xie Lian's heart stirred slightly, unable to resist extending his right hand to weakly cover Hua Chang's face. In the end, fearing he would wake him, he dared not touch and immediately withdrew his hand. Who would have thought, before he had even gotten out of bed, his waist suddenly tightened, pulled back by an arm. A lazy voice drifted from behind him. Gidge, why are you getting up so early? Hua Chang was awake. His voice was very low, carrying a slight hoarseness, as if still half awake, half dreaming. Xie Lian, suddenly pulled back by him, tried to suppress his guilt, and calmly said, there are prayers. Hua Chang leaned into his ear and kissed it once, saying, the sky isn't even bright yet. Who would run to a temple to pray to gods and worship Buddha this early in the morning? Are they tired of living? Perhaps it was because he had a ghost in his heart. Xie Lian, listening to him speak beside his ear, his face grew even hotter. He said, it's not that I just prayed, it's that some prayers were still accumulated from before. Struggling to finish his words, he felt that speaking normally in this position was truly very difficult, and so he climbed up a second time. Hua Chang also sat up with him, embracing his neck from behind, his head resting on Xie Lian's shoulder. He said, if they've accumulated until now, what does it matter if they accumulate for a little longer? Gidge, you were already tired last night, you should rest for a while. Xie Lian struggled to resist the arms wrapped around him and his tempting voice. Extremely reluctantly, he said, I have let them accumulate for too long already. I cannot ignore them again. Hua Chang said, then shall I go with you? Xie Lian hurriedly said, no need. It won't take long, I'll go and then come back, you rest first. Hua Chang said, you truly don't need me to go? Xie Lian said, no need. You cannot come, absolutely cannot come. Hua Chang slightly widened his eyes, saying, why? Oh. Xie Lian choked. A moment later he spun around, grasping Hua Chang's shoulders, looking him straight in the eye. He solemnly said, you must practice calligraphy. Hua Cheng looked at him innocently, blinking his eyes. Xie Lian insisted today, you must wait in the inn and practice calligraphy all day. When I return I will check. The more Hua Cheng looked, the more innocent he seemed. He tilted his head, but still obediently said yes. Xie Lian, having just managed to cope with the situation with great difficulty, hurriedly got out of bed. Hua Si hung half reclining on the bed, squinted his eyes, watching Xie Lian's frantic retreating figure, smiled, rested his head on his hands and lay back down. Xie Lian first took a trip to a desolate place. After retrieving what he needed, he then went to Tonglu. Within the mountain scenery of Donglu, a small room amidst a dense forest, Ta Lin walked in and immediately saw Kwok Su had pulled out a table, dragging 3 empty husks, playing cards with a solemn expression. He, without a word, immediately turned around and walked out the door. Kwok Su, as soon as he saw him, his eyes lit up again, shouting loudly, "Stop!" Ta Lin knew there was only one unique situation that would make Kwok Su, who was playing cards, call for him to stop. Sure enough, after a moment, Kwok Su immediately flipped the table over, saying, "No more playing, I have urgent business to attend to. The Crown Prince has returned. What business do you have with me?" Ta Lin turned his head back, looking at the 3 empty husks sprawled left and right on the ground, his heart knowing full well that Kwok Su was definitely about to lose such cheating, and against his conscience, he said, "Actually, it's not a matter of great importance." Kwok Su hurriedly said, No, I see your serious expression. Something of great importance must have happened. The cards can be abandoned. This master will help you first." Oh. But after waiting for Ta Lin to explain the purpose of his visit, Kwok Su's expression changed again. The two of them sat on a simple long bench, and Ta Lin once again only heard Kwok Su scolding him. "Indeed, it's nothing of great importance. It's merely a birthday, yet it's worth you thinking about for so long, and even traveling tirelessly across the heavens and earth, to personally go and make this kind of item." Ta Lin knew there was no way to explain it to outsiders. Even if explained, outsiders would not understand. He rubbed his temples until they turned red, saying, "In any case, I have already brought the raw materials, even though I can no longer remember how I made the longevity lock in the style of Tian Lac when I was little. I beg Kwok Su to give me some pointers. There's no need for you to do it yourself, I can cast it myself." Kwok Su's mood still seemed unsettled, saying, "You fundamentally do not need to prepare any birthday gift. You deliver yourself to his doorstep. What more gift does he still need?" Oh. Is this meant to say you yourself are the best gift? Ta Lin absolutely could not stand this line of reasoning. He couldn't even bring himself to think about it. He slapped his forehead, thinking to himself, "I am not that narcissistic." Kwok Su saw him shaking his head continuously, resisting internally, and said, "You truly are so unpromising. You, the only divine official to ascend 3 times to the upper heaven court, flower-crowned martial god, crown prince of Tian Lac. At 17, you dared to stand before all people under heaven and declare you wanted to save all sentient beings." 18. Ta Lin immediately said, "Kwok Su, stop. Kwok Su, don't say it anymore. Don't say it anymore. What is there to be proud of in this kind of dark history?" Kwok Su looked at him with a complex expression, as if lamenting that iron cannot be forged into steel, saying, "Your Royal Highness, you truly do not need to demean yourself in such a way." Ta Lin said, "Actually, it's not demeaning myself, it's just that, when facing the person one admires in one's heart, one naturally wishes to give the other party the best thing in the world. But one cannot help but always harbor the thought that one's own self is still not good enough." Kwok Su looked at his expression, sighed, his 2 hands clasped within his sleeves, pondering for a while, said, "The longevity lock, right? You wait a moment, let me think. Many years have passed, and am not sure if I remember all the techniques and consecration rituals." Ta Lin said, "It's not a problem. If you also cannot remember, then I will rely on my memories to create it. I believe sincerity will bring efficacy." After a short while, Kwok Su glanced at him, saying, "Do you want to ask him about it?" Oh. Kwok Su did not speak the name, but Ta Lin also knew who him referred to here. Quan No was suppressed deep within the earth in this Donglu. After a long silence, Ta Lin still shook his head. After lingering on Mount Donglu for more than half a day, Ta Lin returned to Ghost City. At this moment, until Hua Cheng's official birthday, only a few more hours remained. The ghosts, after discussing everything thoroughly with Xie Lian, all feigned expressions as if nothing had happened, but deep down, they were secretly arranging Ghost City. Xie Lian slipped into a small shop shortly after. The ghosts all crowded around him, anxiously asking in a chaotic chorus, "How is it? How is it?" Xie Lian thought to himself, this was truly like they were stealing, and said, "How is your city lord? Has he discovered anything unusual?" The ghost said, "No. The city lord has been in Paradise Manor all day today." Xie Lian was a little surprised. There all day? Yes. The city lord's mood today seems quite good. Great. Daozhang Xia, have you finished preparing the city lord's birthday gift? Only then did Xie Lian feel relieved. Caressing the longevity lock which had consumed all his efforts to forge, he smiled and said, "It's ready." The ghosts rejoiced. They then discussed once more how to arrange the birthday celebration for tomorrow, and only then returned to Paradise Manor. Upon entering, Hua Chang was surprisingly practicing calligraphy. Without him having to urge him, Hua Chang was surprisingly still actively practicing calligraphy. This was truly a once-in-a-millennium occurrence, and it seemed his mood was indeed very good. Xie Lian saw that precious Bufang brush writing ugly, twisted characters under his hand, found it funny for some reason, and shook his head. Hearing Xie Lian it turned, Hua Chang put down the brush, finally no longer tormenting it, smiled and said, "Gidge, you're back? Just in time, come see my achievements today." Xie Lian smiled all right. He was just about to walk over. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, his expression stiffened, his foot paused momentarily, and he frowned. Hua Chang immediately felt something was wrong, and in the next instant he was right beside Xie Lian. "What's wrong?" Xie Lian's expression suddenly returned to normal. "It's nothing." It wasn't entirely nothing just now. In that instant his heart had twinged slightly. Hua Chang didn't let him answer casually. He walked over and took his wrist, saying, "Where have you been? Are you hurt again?" Xie Lian said no. This statement was still the truth precisely. He had no injury. Although he had been bustling about for several days, it could be considered smooth, without encountering any danger. Hua Chang pondered for a moment, could not detect anything, and let go of his hand. Xie Lian was circulating his spiritual energy, also found nothing, and thought to himself it must just be an illusion. He smiled and said, "Perhaps I just strained a muscle a little." "All right, show me what your achievements today truly look like." Only then did Hua Chang break into a smile, took his hand and said, "Come over here." Xie Lian hadn't yet replied when suddenly, his heart twinged again. This time it wasn't an illusion. He clearly and distinctly felt it. If the first time was like the stinging paw of a needle prick, the second time was like being grazed by something's sharp claws. If Hua Chang hadn't just turned his face away, Xie Lian feared this time he wouldn't be able to casually dismiss it with "It's nothing." Xie Lian temporarily didn't want to alarm Hua Chang. The two of them spent some time in Paradise Manor, then he casually found an excuse to go outside, and meticulously examined himself again. A long while later, he lowered his hands, his expression grave. The result was, of course, no problem. Otherwise, just now Hua Chang, holding his hand, would have already detected it. So why was his heart twinging for no reason? Thinking for a moment, Xie Lian guessed that he had been possessed by some evil spirit, or had been poisoned by some strange toxin, but he wasn't flustered in the slightest. At least for now, there was no need to be. It would pass after a while, and Hua Chang's birthday was almost here. If something unfortunate happened at this time, Hua Chang would certainly not be in the mood to enjoy this birthday. It wasn't as if he hadn't experienced strange things like this before, so he didn't dwell on it, deciding to endure through this day first, and then quietly resolve it later. In the evening, the appointed time was almost here, and Xie Lian returned to Paradise Manor. Hua Chang inside was bored to death, pretending to doodle and scribble nonsense, throwing them into a pile of crumpled paper. Xie Lian found it amusing, but before his smile could fully his heart twinged again. Rubbing his chest with his fingers also had no effect. He thought to himself, "It seems this thing is quite formidable. I'll just have to bear with it for now." He took a shallow breath, walked over and said in a warm voice, "San Lang? There's something perhaps I need your help with a little." Hoa Tan put the pen down and said, "Help with what?" Talin said, "First, please close your eyes." Hoa Tan furrowed his brows, also not asking much, and obediently closed his eyes. Ta Lin held his two hands and smiling said, "Follow me." This scene, compared to that night's scene at Duquan Mountain, was completely opposite. Hoa Tan smiled and said, "All right." Ta Lin pulled his hands, slowly walking to the front door, and said, "Watch out for the threshold." Hoa Tan did not know how long he had wandered around in this Tiandang Quan, and naturally did not need him to remind, also knowing how to walk, but still waited for him to mention it before lifting his shoes up. The silver bells hanging on his shoes tinkled crisply, and the two people stepped out of the great gate, going out onto the main road. After walking for a while, Ta Lin said, "All right, open your eyes." Only then did Hoa Tan open his eyes as he said. In an instant, in those pitch-black eyes, it was as if each bright lantern was lit up, and they instantly blazed with light. On the main road, lanterns were hung and flowers arranged. Compared to the messy street surface before, it was much cleaner and tidier, as if each house had exerted effort to tidy up again. All the tattered signboards were completely replaced, and the curved roofs were shown sparklingly, becoming utterly brilliant. The group of ghosts, without knowing when, had surrounded the two of them. Just now they had not even dared to breathe heavily, but as soon as Hoa Tan opened his eyes, they immediately started desperately strumming lutes and blowing flutes, noisily shouting and yelling "Happy Birthday, City Lord." Some individuals even took advantage of the chaos wantonly, shouting things like "100 years of perfect harmony," and "May you soon have noble sons," extremely lively. Seeing the effect was again this disastrous, Ta Lin slapped his forehead. They had clearly trained them once before that, forcing them to shout loudly and neatly, so why now were they shouting so chaotically? Hoa Tan's face was without expression. It seemed he had not changed at all because of this. He only furrowed his brows and said, "What are you doing? You're making such a racket, you'll kill someone." The group of ghosts had completely abandoned all the results of that training and said, "Die then, die. Anyway, there's no one here." Hoa Tan chuckled, turned around and then saw Ta Lin standing behind him, his two hands hidden behind his back, saying, "Tam Lang, I heard today is your birthday?" Hoa Tan looked as if he had waited for a very long time, crossed his arms, tilted his head to look at him, and smiling said, "That's right." Ta Lin lightly coughed a few times, suddenly jumped up, and decisively put that longevity lock onto his neck, saying this was hastily cast. "I hope it won't be disliked." The patterns carved on the longevity lock were exactly like the patterns on his wrist guard: maple leaves, butterflies, various fierce beasts, incomparably exquisite. It also contained a very powerful and potent spiritual power. One glance, and you would know it was not of an ordinary level. The group of ghosts all clamored, "Too wonderful! So beautiful! What kind of treasure is this? Oh, only the city lord is worthy of this kind of treasure. And only this kind of treasure is worthy of the city lord." They shouted more and more excessively, making Ta Lin know not whether to cry or laugh, and he became even more nervous, not knowing whether he should ask Hoa Tan how he felt. Hoa Tan also did not say a word, only his two eyes were shining brightly, a smile appearing at the corner of his lips as he held that silver lock, seeming about to open his mouth. Unexpectedly, precisely at this moment, an unexpected change arose. Ta Lin's two knees suddenly went soft, and he fell to his knees on the ground. This happened unexpectedly. The group of spectating ghosts, who were originally joyful and delighted, again turned to a bout of fright. Hoa Tan's smiling expression disappeared in an instant. With quick hands and sharp eyes he caught him and said, "Gidge? What's wrong?" Ta Lin's complexion was pale. White. He shook his head, forced a smile and said no. His words were not yet finished when his throat seized up. "Oh no, it's happening again." The inexplicable sharp pain came again, but this time the pain was even more intense than before, as if his heart was about to explode. Xie Lian secretly sighed, "This is bad." He hadn't thought it would hurt with such intensity again, and what's more, the pain grew fiercer and fiercer, breaking out precisely at this very moment. He still intended to calm down, but this bout of pain continued to persist, as if someone were swinging a peachwood branch, nailing one by one into his heart. Xie Lian hurt until he could barely breathe, unable to lift his head, cold sweat flowing profusely down his forehead. Hua Cheng's expression completely changed. "Your Highness." He grasped Xie Lian's wrist, but still couldn't detect anything, saying, "Your Highness, where did you go yesterday?" From all directions came cries full of panic and fear. Xie Lian slightly opened his mouth, but it was as if something was stuck in his throat, preventing him from speaking even a single word. Hua Cheng held his arm, which had begun to tremble. Seeing Hua Cheng's handsome face, which had always been calm and serene, now dyed with an anxiety that bordered on madness, Xie Lian's heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, and finally unable to bear it, he fainted. Before losing consciousness, his mind was filled with the words "I'm sorry." Today was Hua Cheng's birthday. After an unknown amount of time, Xie Lian suddenly startled awake. Before even having time to take a few hurried breaths, he vaguely stared up at the sky above, groggily thinking to himself, this place is Tiandangguan? Why am I sleeping? He was still slowly regaining consciousness when suddenly a hand supported him, and Hua Cheng's voice was close at hand. Your Highness? As soon as Xie Lian looked up, sure enough, it was Hua Cheng's face, his eyebrows revealing a look of worry. He was stunned. Just as he was about to open his mouth, a sharp pain shot through his heart again. This pain made him completely sober. Immediately, his entire body curled up, his 5 fingers digging into the flesh on his chest with extreme force, as if wanting to dig out his own heart. Seeing this, Hua Cheng immediately grabbed his hand, saying, Your Highness. If he hadn't quickly restrained him, Xie Lian's chest would likely have been left with 5 bloodstains. At this moment, a voice beside them spoke. I think this isn't right. Why don't you release him first? Why was Mu Qing also here? Hua Cheng said, If I release him, what would we do if he injures himself? Feng Xin's voice immediately rang out. It'll help you hold him back. We must quickly find out what is happening. Why does he keep hurting without stopping like this? Xie Lian curled up, feeling that arm grasping his wrist. After hearing these words, Hua Cheng's movement stopped for a moment, and sure enough, he released him. It was strange to note, as soon as he released Xie Lian, that pain indeed lessened quite a bit. Xie Lian at least could move again, shifting his body, and discovered Feng Xian and Mu Qing standing by the bed, probably having been called over to help. And Hua Cheng was standing not far from there, watching him without moving his gaze. With just one look, the feeling of pain that had just barely eased for Xie Lian immediately surged back. Mu Qing saw his expression change again and said to Hua Cheng, Stand a bit further away. He seems to hurt again as soon as you get close or he sees you. Hearing that, Hua Cheng's body stiffened, his expression extremely dreadful, speechless, but he still immediately slipped away, going completely outside the room. And when he just disappeared from Xie Lian's sight, the pain in Xie Lian's heart indeed also completely stopped. The pain coming and going, Xie Lian was almost driven to madness. He gasped for breath, speaking with difficulty. Hey. Ultimately, what is going on? Mu Qing, still with Feng Xian, was firmly restraining him, preventing him from acting erratically and demanding to see Hua Cheng. He said, This has to be asked of you. What happened to you? You must have provoked something. Xie Lian said. I've checked, there isn't any evil presence on my body at all. Mu Qing said, Then have you been to any strange places these past few days? Xie Lian said, The places I've been to these past few days were only Tonglu Mountain, and Guoshir's tomb. Mu Qing frowned, saying, What? Guoshir's tomb? Which Guoshir's tomb? Hua Cheng stood outside the room. Also having understood, said, The tomb of Huang Tam Kuoksu? Xie Lian said, That's right. Sanlang, just come in here. Hua Cheng's heavy voice came in from outside. Gidge, recuperate well there, I will go take a look. Xie Lian immediately said, Oh, go too. However, as soon as he lifted himself, he immediately hurt to the point of collapsing back down. As soon as Hua Cheng finished that sentence, his voice was no longer heard. He had probably already left. Xie Lian again intended to force himself to sit up. Mu Qing said, Do you think you haven't caused enough trouble? You can't even walk anymore. Xie Lian was pressed down by 2 people with 4 hands, still struggling, saying, It's not that I've never endured pain, pain has become a habit. He couldn't just avoid meeting Hua Cheng because of the pain. Mu Qing again said, You are willing to endure pain, but that Sanlang of yours wouldn't allow it. Xie Lian startled, thinking of the scene of him hurting to the point of fainting in front of Hua Cheng and what kind of expression he would have. Then considering what kind of expression Hua Cheng would have when he just now discovered that as soon as he came near, Xie Lian hurt so much. His breathing was restrained. His chest again violently surged with a wave of heart-wrenching pain, and at this moment, his complexion was also deathly pale. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both observing him. Feng Xian surprisingly said, Crimson Rain Sought Flower hasn't already left? Why is he still hurting? Mu Qing, extremely perceptive, said, just now, wasn't it that you again thought of him in your head? Xie Lian gritted his teeth and endured for a while, only then reluctantly said, so what could it be? Am I not even allowed to think of him? Mu Qing said, don't think. The more you think, the more you are tormented. Let me give you a cup of water to drink first. Xie Lian then shook his head, not even having the strength to say never mind. Mu Qing stood up to pour water, while he again closed his eyes, reluctantly composing himself. However, the calmer he became, the more worried he was. He didn't know what kind of evil entity had sought him out. Those two had successively investigated without finding any clue. Hua Chang going alone truly made him uneasy. At this moment, Mu Qing brought the teacup. The teacup, white as snow, was elegant and refined. Hua Chang had also used this teacup last night. Thinking of this, Xie Lian's face again lost all color, and he collapsed, unable to speak. Mu Qing knew with just one look that he wasn't controlling his thoughts again. The tea in his hand even spilled out, and with a darkened face, he said, why do you have to think of him in everything? Do you not want to live anymore? Xie Lian said, how can I control this? If one could simply say they didn't want to think of someone and truly not think of that person, then many sorrows, grievances, and sufferings in this world would no longer exist. Mu Qing said, I think we should just directly knock him unconscious, to prevent him from not being able to control his own mind. However, having once been Xie Lian's attendant, Feng Xian would absolutely not hit Xie Lian. Of course, he also would not allow others to hit Xie Lian in front of him, and immediately said, no way. I think you should still talk to him a bit more, divert his attention, that way he won't think of Crimson Rain Sought Flower anymore. Mu Qing said, what can I say to him? Whatever I say, he'll still think of Crimson Rain Sought Flower. It's still better to just knock him unconscious. Feng Xian said, in any case, no hitting. How about this, playing idiom chain? Won't he no longer have the mind to think of other things? Guaranteed he won't be idle anymore. Me first, longevity comparable to the southern mountains. Mu Qing had a deep-seated hatred for this game, but above all, still unwillingly continued to say, mountains exhausted, waters ended. Xie Lian also truly had no other way, and weakly continued to say, yellow seizing crimson. As soon as he finished speaking, his heart again twinged. Mu Qing, with a puzzled expression, said, how can you even think of him with this? They're not related at all. Xie Lian thought to himself, how is it not related? Chu purple red robe crimson clothes. Thinking of crimson clothes, how could he not think of Hua Chang? Tormented like this, he also couldn't endure anymore. He resolutely used his strength, struggling free from the two people holding him back, and with a thud rolled off the bed. Feng Xian and Mu Qing had long guessed his explosive strength was very strong, and secretly tried hard to hold him, but also couldn't stop him. Seeing him struggle free, they hurriedly tried to restrain him again. However, they were struck by him with one palm, falling face down, unable to get up. As soon as Mu Qing lifted his head, he immediately saw him running towards the door, and said, where are you going? Don't run around recklessly. Xie Lian was also anxious to the extreme. He took 2 dice from his sleeve and stumbled, lunging towards the door. Hua Chang had once said that as long as Xie Lian wanted to meet him, no matter how many points he rolled, he would be able to meet him. Lunging forward like that, Xie Lian didn't know where these dice would take him, but as soon as he threw one, he indeed fell into an embrace. Hua Chang's slightly surprised voice rang out from above his head, Your Highness. Xie Lian quickly turned and embraced him, extremely afraid he wouldn't be able to meet him, and said, San Lang, don't go alone, I will go with you. Hua Chang seemed to also want to embrace him, but his arms, lifted and reaching, froze stiff midway, as he reluctantly restrained himself, saying, Your Highness, return quickly, you will be in immense pain. Xie Lian bit his lip and hugged him even tighter, saying in a trembling voice, If it hurts, then let it hurt. Hua Chang said, Your Highness. Compared to sitting elsewhere, thinking of Hua Chang and hurting to the point of wanting to die, it was better to hug Hua Chang tightly and hurt to death. The more it hurt, the more he wanted to hug him tightly. Xie Lian's head was covered in beads of sweat, and after a moment he spoke again, You wait for me a little, it's about to lessen, it'll be fine right away, I'll immediately get used to it. I can completely endure the pain. If you are by my side, no matter how much it hurts, I can endure it. If you want to leave, then truly, the pain will be unbearable. After hearing these few sentences, Hua Cheng was stunned for a long while, and a moment later, he said in a low voice, "Your Highness." This one sound was like a lament and also like sorrow, seemingly even more agonizing than for Xie Lian. Xie Lian actively tightened his embrace around him, also waiting to overcome this wave of unpleasant aching pain. While striving to recover his breathing, suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Is this thing made from your Highness' mask after it was heated and fashioned?" In his dazed state, Xie Lian now finally noticed that where they were standing was a desolate and somber graveyard, precisely the state preceptor's tomb he had visited a few days prior. And behind them there was still a person standing there, a tall and upright figure. It was Lang Qianqiu. He had just arrived here with half his consciousness still hazy, naturally not hypnotic. And that there was a third person present. Now that he noticed, he no longer had the strength to feel ashamed. At this moment, Feng Xian and Mu Qing also caught up to the place. Mu Qing had just been struck by him with a palm and fallen to the ground, unable to get up, so angry that his forehead was bulging with green veins that would forever not subside. He roared, "What are you running around for? Even two people with 4 hands couldn't restrain you. What kind of cursed place is this? It looks like a graveyard." Feng Xian was also appraising the surroundings, saying, "Isn't this place a graveyard? And it's a graveyard that someone has dug up. Is this the Feng Xian state preceptor's tomb?" He looked at Lang Qianqiu and said in surprise, "His Highness Tai Hua, why are you here?" Lang Qianqiu's complexion was not very good, and he said, "I heard there was unusual activity at the state preceptor's tomb the other day, so I came to take a look." He came to look, and as a result he coincidentally met Hua Cheng and Xie Lian. He didn't know what he was thinking. He was not in the mood to greet or explain further. He stared intently at Xie Lian, and asked again, "This longevity lock, your Highness made it from the silver mask, didn't you? The other day, did your Highness return here for a trip and take that mask?" After hesitating for a moment, Xie Lian nodded. Previously, he had held the position of state preceptor in Yangon Kingdom, and all year round he wore a silver mask on his face. This silver mask itself was extremely rare. It was forged from half a caddy of silver wraith, and apart from being able to cover the face, its true effect lay in being able to reflect spells, protecting oneself and one's life. After Feng Xian's state preceptor died, this mask became a burial item, placed inside the coffin. When giving a gift, naturally one must give something that one holds extremely precious. Xie Lian racked his brains and finally remembered that in the past, he himself had such a treasure, extremely useful, and it had helped him many times. He was deeply attached to this mask and unwilling to part with it. It was just that when he crawled out of the coffin, he didn't bring it with him. Therefore, he spent an entire night going to the Feng Xian state preceptor's tomb, digging up his own grave, excavating it, then melting it down into silver liquid, and once again forging it into a longevity lock. Everyone wore peculiar expressions. After all, the Feng Xian state preceptor's tomb had, until now, no one to offer sacrifices to it, and the weeds had grown several feet high. Xie Lian, upon returning, also did not clean it for himself. Not to mention not cleaning it, he even dug up his own grave. No one would go and do such a thing. After an awkward moment of silence, Xie Lian, seeing Lang Qianqiu's very strange expression, explained, "This mask wasn't taken from your family's possessions. That one was forged by me after I personally subdued a silver demon long ago. If it were items belonging to the Yangon royal family, he would not have considered taking them as raw material to make a gift for Hua Cheng's birthday." He also didn't know that Lang Qianqiu still paid attention to the state preceptor's tomb. He had thought that Lang Qianqiu had simply buried him and then neglected it. Otherwise, if it had merely been dug up and then the earth replaced as before, it would not have alarmed Lang Qianqiu to come here to inspect. Lang Qianqiu was startled, then immediately said angrily, "I wasn't going to quibble over this with you." Hua Cheng glanced at him, his gaze turned cold, and Lang Qianqiu's expression changed. But looking at that silver lock, he suddenly knitted his brows, as if remembering something. His gaze met Lang Qianqiu's, and he discovered that Lang Qianqiu also wore the same expression in his eyes as himself. Hua Cheng would naturally not let it pass, saying, "Gij, have you discovered any clue? Is the problem with this longevity lock?" Xie Lian indeed had a clue, and had guessed what had happened in the end, but he didn't know how he should speak. Lang Qianqi's face, however, turned green, and he intended to speak on his behalf. He said, "It is he himself." Hua Cheng coldly said, "What do you mean?" Xie Lian hastily said, "Qianqiu." Lang Tianqiu gave him a glance but still continued, saying, "After the Lu Jin banquet, it was I who dragged him to this place." Xie Lian said, "Don't speak anymore." Lang Tianqiu glanced at him, then closed his mouth, clearly not knowing how to tell the next part. But though he did not speak, outsiders still understood what happened next. The events that unfolded after the Lu Jin banquet saw Crown Prince of Yong'an, Lang Tianqiu, capture Guosher Feng. For revenge, he took the living person and sealed him within a coffin, then sealed the coffin amidst this wilderness, forbidding anyone from coming to worship or commemorate. Of course, originally, no one had wished to come and worship or commemorate him anyway. At that time, after a long peachwood nail was driven through his heart, blood flowed out from Xie Lian's heart, staining red the silver mask that had been placed with him as a burial object. The demonic energy of the silver wraith preserved this quantity of blood, causing it to separate from Xie Lian's body, yet remain alive as before. And a few days prior, Xie Lian had returned to dig up his own grave, taking this mask to cast it into a longevity lock. That blood, awakened by him, then seized the opportunity to return to his body. No wonder Hua Cheng and he himself had investigated, but found no abnormality. It was simply because the very thing causing trouble was originally from his own body. It was his own blood naturally. No abnormality could be found. Hua Cheng stirred slightly. Xie Lian, unable to discern his expression, urgently held him back. San Lang. Lang Tianqiu killing him was originally for revenge, the old national master of Yong, and had indeed died by his hand. Bian Ji sealed into the coffin by him with a nail was originally an enmity exchanged for an enmity. Xie Lian gasped a few times, his chest aching again in a pang, and he couldn't help but let out a groan. From that, Hua Cheng's brows were stained with a shade of worry, saying, "Your Highness?" Lang Tianqiu hesitated for a moment. Seeing Xie Lian's face as white as paper, he said, "Do you need my help?" Xie Lian knew what his temperament would make him think, and hurriedly said, it's fine, Tianqiu, you don't need to help. This matter doesn't concern you, it's not a problem with you. It's I myself who was not careful. You don't need to interfere." Mu Qing also understood Lang Tianqiu's situation of being both the victim and the perpetrator, which was indeed extremely awkward. He said, "That's right, Your Royal Highness Tai Hua, you don't need to worry about him, go back." Silently for a moment, Lang Tianqiu said, "All right." Although he said all right, he still did not leave. No one else paid him any mind because Xie Lian was again in so much pain that he was thrashing about. And the more he thrashed in pain, the tighter he hugged Hua Cheng, absolutely refusing to let go. Hua Cheng looked at him like that, his mood truly going from hot to cold. The Ghost King Crimson Rain sought flower, feared by all three realms upon merely hearing his name, yet stubbornly held him helpless. Feng Xian said, "Let's resolve this matter first." "Your Highness, what's wrong with you?" Xie Lian, who just moments ago had been struggling intensely, after a crack sound rang out, suddenly became calm again, his head covered in sweat, lying motionless in Hua Cheng's embrace. Hua Cheng embraced him tightly, and said softly, "Your Highness, it's all right now. Doesn't hurt anymore." Everyone only now realized that in his hand, he was holding a pile of shattered silver powder, and the longevity lock that he had previously cherished and worn on his chest had disappeared. As long as this longevity lock was destroyed, the blood infected with demonic energy in Xie Lian's heart would naturally also gradually calm down. Therefore, he took that longevity lock, gently clenched it and crushed it. Xie Lian's breathing gradually stabilized. He slightly tilted his hand, and saw a few silver glints scattered and falling between Hua Cheng's fingers, then met Hua Cheng's gaze. For some reason he felt a pang of heartache. He mumbled, "Doesn't hurt." After the curse was lifted, Xie Lian bade farewell to Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Lang Tianqiu, and slowly returned with Hua Cheng towards Ghost City. The two walked shoulder to shoulder, Xie Lian's face hot the entire way. This had to be blamed on Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Just before they each went their separate ways, Feng Xian wiped his sweat, still unable to resist asking, "But why exactly did Your Highness become like this the moment he saw Crimson Rain sought flower? What happened to the blood in your heart?" Was it deliberately trying not to let you live easily? In his heart, Xie Lian clearly knew what had happened. As soon as he heard him ask, he hurriedly said this doesn't need to be thoroughly investigated. Fong Tin said suspiciously, why is there no need to research thoroughly? What if it happens again next time? In any case, it should be investigated clearly. Mu Tin snorted and said, don't you still understand? That blood has flowed out of his body for so many years after returning. He has not yet adapted. It must be because of his anger that it's causing trouble. If his heart were as calm as water, not bothered by anything, then it would be fine. But if his heart were restless with the slightest stir within, that blood would immediately become agitated non-stop, causing him painful discomfort, and more severely, it would make him relive the feeling of having his heart pierced by peach wood in the past. Xie Lian at that moment completely dared not look at whatever expression Hua Chang was wearing. He only felt that all his dignity in this life had been completely lost before Hua Chang. This meaning wasn't it saying that as soon as he saw Hua Chang, as soon as he thought of Hua Chang, he would be unable to help but have his mind agitated, which was why he was in such pain that he tossed and turned. Thinking of this, Xie Lian's heart once again leaped wildly. Fortunately now, no matter how fast his heart beat, he did not feel any pain. Suddenly Hua Chang, after a period of silence, said, Your Highness. Xie Lian, and immediately replied, What is it? Hua Chang said, In that tomb, how long did you remain stunned? Xie Lian was startled, saying, I don't remember clearly anymore. In any case, it had been a very, very long time, so long that he no longer wanted to count. Agonizing pain, hunger and thirst, blood loss, hallucinations. From the very beginning, he still did not move afterwards. He couldn't help but regret, furiously banging on the coffin, wanting to break the coffin and crawl out, but in the end, he still allowed himself to fall into boundless and limitless darkness. If it wasn't 100 swords piercing his heart, then it was this eternal pain from which he could not transcend rebirth. The suffering seemed to linger endlessly without cease or end. He sighed. Hua Chang immediately said, What is it, Your Highness? Does it still hurt? Xie Lian shook his head. A moment later he said gloomily, San Lang, I'm sorry. Hua Chang said, puzzled, Why do you have to apologize to me? After a moment of hesitation, Xie Lian said, Today is clearly your birthday. I originally wanted you to experience a wonderful day. But instead, I tormented you for an entire day and night, making you think of ways to break this curse. He had originally intended to at least wait until the birthday was over, but he still couldn't hold back. Xie Lian said, and even the gift I gave you had to be destroyed because it was meant to help me break the curse. Moreover, it was Hua Chang himself who crushed it with his own hands. Xie Lian thought back from beginning to end. Truly, nothing had gone right today, and he felt utterly dejected. Hua Chang, however, said gently, Your Highness. He stopped his steps, saying, The gift you gave me, I have already received. Xie Lian was stunned. What did I give you? 100 million times. Please don't say that you are the best gift or anything like that. That would only make him even more embarrassed. Hua Chang gazed intently at him, and in a low voice said, Your Highness said that even if it hurt, you still wanted to come see me. Even hurting so much, you still didn't want to leave. Oh. Hua Tan said, I truly am very happy. Remembering myself at that time, hugging Hua Tan tightly, the way I looked while speaking must have been utterly miserable. Xie Lian lightly coughed once, intending to feign a natural expression to cover his own feelings. Hua Tan, however, suddenly pulled him over, embracing him tightly with all his strength. Xie Lian was stunned. The chest pressed close against him lightly trembled, and he heard Hua Tan's deep, resonant sound. Hua Tan said, Truly, I truly am very happy. I also truly am very happy. Xie Lian thought to himself. Throughout the long drawn-out 100 years, even if there would be sorrow, Hua Tan never once had the intention of letting him go. Xie Lian discovering this fact was truly the happiest thing. Hua Tan said, Although I truly am very happy, I do not want you to have to endure this pain. Even one more time. The two returned to Ghost City, and the ghosts, anxious and uneasy for an entire day and night, seeing the two return safely, only then erupted into boisterous, chaotic celebration. Hua Tan remained as before, not even bothering to respond to a single sentence, and together with Xie Lian, walked into Heavenly Lantern Manor. But as soon as the two entered, they discovered inside the manor, there were quite a few items. Hua Tan said, Who brought these in here? Xie Lian picked them up and inspected each one, saying, "Oh, it seems to be a gift box. This is from Rain Master Your Excellency, the vegetables are still fresh. This seems to be from Wind Master Your Excellency. This one must be from General Pei." He checked through them all once, smiling with narrowed eyes, said San Lang. "These are the birthday gifts everyone gave to my Ghost King brother. These past few days he had gone everywhere asking everyone what kind of gifts would be good to give. And although he didn't say who he wanted to give them to, roughly everyone had already guessed. Hoa Tan had no interest in any of these items, saying, "Take all of them out. They're taking up space." Seeing that he was truly intending to send people to throw them out, Xie Lian hastily said, "Perhaps don't do that. After all, it's their goodwill. Wait a moment, why is this here too? Who gave this?" Xie Lian surprisingly saw, mixed in with a pile of proper gifts, there were also aphrodisiacs and death pills. Caught between laughter and tears, he viewed them like hot potatoes and threw them aside. Hoa Tan, however, seemed to have a little interest in these things, picking them up and looking for a bit. "What are these?" Xie Lian quickly stopped him. "They are not good things. You should not look." In the end, Xie Lian agonizingly deliberated for a while, and still decided to give the belt he had made himself by hand to Hoa Tan, to use as a replacement for that long life lock. Hoa Tan looked, laughing until he almost couldn't breathe, although ghosts fundamentally do not need to breathe. In any case, after hugging him for a long while, he still praised him to the extent that Xie Lian was unbearably embarrassed, lying on the bed feigning death. And by the second day, Hoa Tan had indeed worn it, his expression as before, preparing to go out. As soon as Xie Lian saw it, he nearly fainted. He sprang up and rolled off the bed, rushing over to beg for half a day, and only then did Hoa Tan, with utmost reluctance, agree to him not using it, not displaying that pattern before the common people of the world. Thanks to this, Xie Lian only then escaped the fate of his embarrassing and humiliating handiwork being exposed. Furthermore, because Hoa Tan's incident that day was too resounding, causing everyone under heaven and earth to know that on his birthday, Xie Lian painfully cried out to the unheeding heavens and fainted. This led to, after the truth was exposed, any under heaven and earth knew that Xie Lian was so enchanted by crimson rain-sought flower that his soul was bewitched to the point of madness, dying and coming back to life. This matter will be discussed later. The end. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.